the side that reached the 1979 World Cup final, and later featuring in the England Test team that defeated the West Indies and Jamaica for the first time in so many years. We ask you now to join us in a minute's silence as we remember Wayne Larkins. The minute's silence will start and end with the ringing of the bell.
Well, a very good morning to you from a rather warm Canterbury, as we've just had an impeccably observed minute's silence for the Northamptonshire great Wayne Larkins, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here on such a day, and rather fitting that Kent play Northamptonshire as well. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm delighted to be joined by the voice of Northamptonshire cricket for so many years, Mr. Andrew Radd. Morning, Radders.
Morning, Dan. Morning, everyone. It's, as you say, beautifully observed, that minute silence with both teams and pretty well everybody in the ground standing and remembering Wayne Larkins. But down to business now, and Northamptonshire, I know, we're hoping to win the toss and bat, and they haven't, because Kent have won the toss and batting.
Yeah, always the way, isn't it? Always the way. But yep, Kent have won the toss and batted, so the Kent side will be Ben Compton, Jaden Denley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Tawenda Mieye, Joey Everson, Harry Finch. Ekash Singh comes in for Kent, Wes Agar, Matt Parkinson, Nathan Gilchrist, and a name that will delight Kent fans back in action after a rather horrendous hamstring tear in pre-season, which has kept him out all the way up till the end of June, is Matt Quinn. What do Northampton look like, Radders?
A couple of changes from the side that beat Middlesex last time out, with Dom Leach and Yuzi Chahal, the Indian leg spinner, coming in place of Rob Keogh and Lloyd Pope. So Northamptonshire, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, the captain, Calvin Harrison, James Sales, Safe Sabe, Justin Broad, Tim Robinson, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie, Yuzi Chahal and Dom Leach. So it's another pretty strong Northamptonshire batting lineup on paper, with McManus potentially coming in at number 8. They needed it against Middlesex in the previous match, but they would have been very, very keen, I'm sure, to have a day batting today. It is seriously warm, and I think the thing is, Dan, it's only going to get warmer according to the weather forecast.
Yeah, we've sweated just putting the wires in, haven't we, Radders? So
it's not really the morning for grovelling under a desk trying to put orange wires into orange holes. Benny, we got there.
It's never a morning for grovelling, full stop, actually, in my
true.
book. But right, this pair of Kent left-handers opening up, as they did at Blackpool. Ben Compton and Jaden Denley and Liam Guthrie. Well, it's a Southpaw trifecta, isn't it? He's a left arm over.
Yeah.
I thought he bowled very well first game of the season. It was rather different temperatures today than today, wasn't it?
Well, just slightly. He got 7 for last time out against Middlesex. 7 for 94 in the first innings. And here is Guthrie to bowl the first ball of the match to Ben Compton, who leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. 4 slips in for Northamptonshire, or rather 3 in a gully. Vasconcelos at first, then Calvin Harrison at second, Broad at third, Safe Zabe in the gully. Northamptonshire players all wearing black armbands to remember Wayne Larkins. Guthrie, 23 wickets in the championship so far this year at 32. Say 9 in the match against Middlesex, running in from this pavilion end over the wicket to bowl to Compton, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run, runs up towards extra cover. Northamptonshire going into this match 5th in the table, off the back of that win against Middlesex, 94 points from 8 games, but it is so tight in Division 2. Kent bottom, but they're only 18 points behind. That draw against Lancashire up at Blackpool, which was a remarkable effort in the circumstances, largely courtesy of Joey Everson and Grant Stewart. Here's Guthrie in again and bowls short, paddled away by Compton, but straight to square leg, where Tim Robinson, the New Zealander, fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I said it was fitting that Kent are playing Northamptonshire here today after the untimely passing of Wayne Larkins, but also fitting that one of his old teammates is out there umpiring, Rob Bailey. The other umpire is Ben Peverell, with your match referee, the ex-Gloucestershire seamer, Mike Smith.
Guthrie turning down below us, running in across this rather parched-looking outfield here at Canterbury, bowls to Compton, outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Plenty of cloud around, but it's fair weather cloud, and certainly for this morning it's, we're not quite sure whether we ought to be presenting cricket commentary or Gardener's World, because it's a bit like Monty Don's greenhouse in here at the moment, but it does get a bit cooler, I know from experience, later in the day.
Yeah.
But as you say, there's a few degrees difference between when these two sides played each other back in April at Wantage Road, when it was a little bit parky. Here's Guthrie and bowls to Compton, again leaves it alone outside the off stump. Ben Compton, 829 runs in the championship this year, as usual. Solid, dependable.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to do an update.
You are indeed, I'll let you get on with it.
Lovely, thank you. Guthrie comes in, and that's driven, no run. Well, it's certainly a warm one to kick off the 173rd Canterbury Cricket Week, and the news is that Kent have won the toss and they've elected to bat. We've just had a minute's silence observed for the Northamptonshire and England opener Wayne Larkins, who passed away yesterday, and it's fitting that Kent play Northamptonshire here today. Kent's side is Compton, Jaden Denley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Tawanda Mieye, Joey Everson, Harry Finch, Ekash Singh, Wes Agar, Matt Parkinson, Nathan Gilchrist, and it's fantastic to see Matt Quinn back in the side. We'll also keep you updated on Surrey's game against Durham at the Oval and Sussex's game against Warwickshire at Hove. But here, Kent are 0 for 0. As the first ball there, bowled by Dom Leach from the Nackington Road end. Results in equivalent to the 7 previous balls. Leach in, and Denley defends.
Dom Leach played very little championship cricket this year for Northamptonshire. He's been out of the side for a while. He's played a couple of games, picking up 5 wickets, but has been missing from the Northamptonshire side for the last few weeks. He's in now from the Nackington Road end. Bowls and forced away by Jason Denley. Beautifully fielded at backward point by Tim Robinson. Expert bit of fielding. It's a relatively short boundary that side. They're playing over the side of the ground over towards the Freeman house, the flats, which I always say will be a perfect place for me to retire to, except the commute to Northampton might be a little bit of a pain. But it's a lovely place to watch the game from one of the balconies there.
Well, he used to get more wickets than Titch Freeman back in his day, didn't he, Radd, as a season? I think he got 300 one year, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Was it 28?
28,
yeah.
and I was probably slower than him as well. Here's Leach into bowl to Denley, who turns it away for the second run. In fact, he's going to get 2 as it goes down to deep backward square. Sales chases back towards the boundary, and they come back for a couple. 3 for no wicket.
Yeah, Denley got 50 up at Blackpool from up the road at Whitstable. No Uncle Joe in the side though. Well, you're staying in that neck of the woods, aren't
I
you?
am, yes.
Going to have an oyster or two?
Depends. I might just be lying down in a darkened room, I think. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
Compton facing Leach, and Compton is forward, playing it up to mid-off, and a no ball called by umpire Rob Bailey. So one thing you don't want to do in these sort of temperatures is to have to bowl 7 ball overs, and that's exactly what Dom Leach is going to have to do. Yeah, he played in the game at Kent, or against Kent at Wantage Road, first game of the season, and also played in the second game, or third game rather, up at Derby, but hasn't been seen in the side since, so that was back in April. Here's Leach in and bowls, turned away by Compton down to deep backward square, and Yuzi Chahal hairs round the boundary, sends in his return, and they come back for 2 more. Compton to 4, Kent to 7 for no wicket. One positive development this morning is that Yuzi Chahal, who's back in the Northamptonshire side, having been a big success and a very popular figure last year, is that he doesn't need his jumper today, because the jumper they gave him last year was at least 3 sizes too big. He looked like Percy Fender in the old cartoons, sort of down around his knees, but doesn't need a sweater this morning. Leach in again, bowls short, and Compton ducks underneath it, goes through to McManus. 2 overs gone. Kent, who won the toss and batted, are 7 without loss.
Yeah, that game you mentioned, first game of the season at Wantage Road. It lasted for 2 days and about 29 minutes, I think, something like that, and it was significant for Keith Dudgeon. Bowled beautifully in the second innings as Northamptonshire bowled out for 143 and 114 in both their innings. Dudgeon with 7 for 36 in the second innings, and sadly just before the next game did his ACL and has had to return back to South Africa, but I know he does listen in, so if you're listening in, Dudgy, hope you're well. Here's Guthrie. That's driven to Safe Zabe in the gully. He's a nice player, Safe Zabe. I'm looking forward to watching him. He's an elegant player. Pretty player. I'm a sucker for a pretty player at Radders.
You're an aesthete, aren't you?
I am,
aren't you, Dan? Well,
indeed.
He's also, we're talking about Ben Compton, 829 runs at 55 in the championship. Safe Zabe is 723 at 52, so he's also having a very productive season. 4 championship centuries so far for Zabe this season.
Guthrie. Again, goes out to Zabe. Yeah, give me Mark Waugh over Steve Waugh any day of the week, I tell you. So, yeah, my favourite player growing up was David Gower, and I've always been drawn to those sort of pretty players, the likes of Damien Martin and Zahir Abbas. No Zach Crawley for Kent, he's away on England duty. Guthrie bangs it into the pitch. Quite slinging action, Guthrie. He bowled pretty impressively in the opening game of the season. He removed 2 of Zach Crawley's poles, actually. I think it was the off and the leg stump. sort of within about 15 minutes of the start, and I thought, hello, who have we got here? How's he been?
He's been, he took a little bit of time to, I think, probably just to acclimatise to the sort of surfaces that we're playing on. But I suppose with the Kookaburra ball, as he said, he ought to be a little more at home with it.
That's driven pleasantly, but picks out Sales at cover point.
It's interesting talking to him about that, because he made the point, chat with him after his 7-for against Middlesex, and asked him about the Kookaburra ball, obviously, because pretty much all of his first-class cricket in Australia would have been played with the Kookaburra, and he said it is a different art, different skill. And we were talking about the best spell of bowling with the Kookaburra that I've seen in this country, which was Wes Agar against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road a couple of years ago, when he was getting it to hoop all over the place, and nobody else on either side could do a thing with it.
Wow. That's covered up there by Denley. I think the Kookaburra ball, I mean, the first hour is crucial. I think there's also a tinge of green out there as well. I think you have to have it with this hot weather, otherwise the pitch starts to break up. So it has to start green, but then will be a straw-like colour towards the end of the day. So I think the first hour could be a little bit difficult, but if you can get through that, I think it'll be very good batting conditions as Guthrie comes into Denley, who drives pleasantly through the covers. I don't think that's going to go all the way. I think Sales is going to haul that in, and it's just 2 more to Jaden Denley. Now, Radda's very sad day for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club with the passing of Wayne Larkins. You knew him?
Yes, I did. He was he was playing, obviously, coming to the Northamptonshire side in the season that I started watching Northamptonshire, which was 1972, and he was playing. In fact, I believe he was, I'm trying to think, he may even have been captain because I think Jeff Woodcock was away, in the first game I ever covered at Wantage Road 12 years later.
Wow. Cheeky single, and Denley's got to be quick. The ball hits Denley and is going to run away down towards the dressing rooms for 4. And visions of Ben Stokes in the World Cup final there, and it's unfortunate when that happens, because the etiquette is, you don't run if it hits you, but if it goes for 4, there's nothing you can do.
No, and they weren't running, but unfortunately from Northamptonshire point of view, it was just a bit too much for Yuzi Chahal to do to get there. So yeah, just one of those little rub of the green moments. Yes, he was. I mean, he was an extraordinary character. I've just asked to say a few words this morning in the Northamptonshire huddle, which was, I think, quite a classy thing for Darren Lehman to remember. A former great of Northamptonshire in the pre-match huddle, and he was very much a player of his time, man of his time, Ned. Here's Leach in starting afresh over to Denley, who forces it up to mid-off, and there's no run. The pre-match preparation might be a few grogs the night before and a packet of Bensons or whatever, but Alan Lamb was.
Cigarettes are available
well,
here on the
indeed,
BBC.
yes. Alan Lamb was telling me yesterday that he always knew when Ned was sort of engaged and wanted it, which was he might have as many as half a dozen throwdowns, and if he had that many, then you thought, then apparently Lammy would say that was it. He would get 100. Here's Leach in and bowls, forced off the back foot by Denley, up to extra cover, no run.
Well, bowlers had a phrase, didn't they, when they'd visited Wantage Road and been creamed all around the Northamptonshire countryside as being nedded.
Nedded, yeah. There's not many cricketers that can claim that they've given rise to a new verb, but yes, to be nedded. Opinion varies as to whether it was Jonathan Agnew or David Graveney that coined it. I've heard both versions, but either way, it was in common usage for many years, as you say. Here's Leach in bowls again to Denley, beaten outside the off stump. Good line, just going across the left-hander into the gloves of McManus. And
the only other one I can think of who's given their name to a verb is Vinu Mankad.
Mankad, yes, exactly, yeah, to Mankad, absolutely. But yeah, Ned's theory was always, well, it wasn't a theory, just the way he thought about it was that if a ball was up there, it didn't matter if it was the first ball of the match or when it would disappear. And more often than not it did. As I said in the little chat we had earlier, he was the sort of Baz baller before his time in many respects, and 1,000 pities he never had a chance to play in T20. Here's Leach in bowls and pushed away through mid-wicket by Denley. He's going to get a single. Chased back there by Guthrie. One more onto the total. 17 for no wicket. Takes Denley up to 9.
And his England career, as did so many of that generation, he was in and out the England side, but he was in the 79 World Cup final, and he was also part of the England side that won in Jamaica in 1990. I think, did he go to Australia in the early 90s as well?
The following winter in 1990-91 he went to Australia with Graham Gooch again. Leach in and bowls to Compton, hits him on the pad, rolls out into the onside, fielded by Safe Zabe, just in front of square, a sort of short square leg position. Yes, he played 13 tests spread over 11 years.
Wow.
And I think, I just don't think the selectors trusted players like that at that time. I mean, now they would be absolutely, the vogue, but I think it was rather different in the late 70s and 80s.
Did he go to South Africa?
Yes, he did.
He did, so that's part of the reason.
Yeah, that was part of it. Here's Leach in and bowls, and Compton is in behind that. Plays it up to extra cover. End of another tidy enough over from Dom Leach. 2 overs for 8. Kent are 17 for no wicket, with Jayden Denley on 9. Ben Compton on 4. Yes, he went to South Africa in 82 at the start of that season.
The first one.
Yeah, the South African Breweries Tour. And unfortunately for him, his biggest season, 1983, he was unstoppable. He got 236 at Derby and 252 at Swansea in the space of about 6-7 weeks, and would surely have come back into the England side, but at that stage, of course, he was banned. So the timing wasn't ideal.
Because England went through a string of openers, didn't they? Yeah. Chris Broad, Graham Fowler,
Andy Lloyd, Paul Terry, all had a go.
Yeah. Here's Liam Guthrie. Driven square by Denley, but again picks out Sale, and Tim Robinson, but not the one who's out there playing for Northamptonshire.
That's right. The other thing, to say about Ned is that, as far as you were saying about all the different players that were used, they often seem to pick Wayne for England when he actually wasn't in great nick. I remember them picking him in '86.
Always the way.
For a test match, and he couldn't buy a run in county cricket.
Guthrie. Denley again picks out Sales at backward point.
And it was one of those things that you couldn't, England selection things that you couldn't make up, because they picked Ned for a test match against India, I think it was in '86 on the split tour, and dropped Alan Lamb. So Northamptonshire were playing Sussex at Hastings, the lovely old Hastings ground, central ground, yeah. And Northamptonshire chased down 320 on the last day on a pitch that was not great.
Guthrie left alone,
and Alan Lamb made 157 against Imran Khan, LaRue and so on, which he says is probably his best county innings. And then Neil Mallender and Alan Walker saw Northamptonshire home. And Wayne Larkins, who was, as I say, due to play in the test match, had his hand broken by, I think it was Colin Wells, and so didn't play anyway. But But Alan Lamb, as you know, was famous for, if he got left out by England, making the next opposition pay.
Guthrie's got this one past Sales. That could well run away down towards the Les Ames Pavilion. And that's going to be 4 runs. First genuine boundary of the morning.
No ball as well. So Liam Guthrie has caught the bug from Dom Leach at the other end. That was called by umpire Ben Peverell.
But going back to Larkins, we had a little chat off air before we came on, and I believe his Northamptonshire career didn't start that well,
no,
did it?
He had an awful start. Northamptonshire had in the sort of the early 70s a little bit of a gaggle of talented young batters.
As Guthrie comes in, Denley defends.
There was Wayne Larkins, Jeff Cook, of course, Alan Tate. Peter Willey was that little bit older. But in his first 25 first-class games spread over 3 seasons, he was averaging 9.75, and that included a first-class 100 against Cambridge University, who obviously then were first-class.
Unbelievable.
And you thought, I remember, even at the time, people were saying, well, can they keep patience with him much longer? And then they went down to Chelmsford nearly 50 years ago.
Short and cut. Sales has gone back to 3rd. And just one more to the total.
And yes, he was... what would we say? I've completely lost my thread.
About his start.
Oh, yeah, the start. Sorry. It's an age thing, Yes, he went down to Chelmsford. Mushtaq had just taken over as acting captain, and Northamptonshire were 21 for 3. This was August 75. And he went in at number 5, got 127, put on 270 odd with Mushtaq, and never looked back.
Compton just covers up that one from Denley. That will complete the over. Kent 24 without loss. Compton's on 4. Denley's on 14. Listening to Dan Whiting and Andrew Radd here from the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, and we're talking about the sad passing of Wayne Larkins, the Northamptonshire and England opener, who sadly left us yesterday. And what a player he was, but also what a character. And I believe that on the 91 tour, it was Phil Tufnell's first tour, and I don't know who had this bright idea, but they roomed Tufnell and Larkins together, and Tufnell said it was possibly the worst thing that could ever have been done to him.
You can imagine. Here's Leach starting his 3rd over. In and bowls to Denley. Strokes that nicely off the back foot. It just beats the dive of Robinson in there at short extra, but Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, is behind to mop up, and there is no run.
Apparently both of them were really bad flyers as well.
I think
they got this little plane across the desert in Australia. They'd been playing up country somewhere, and this plane has just dropped about 500 feet in turbulence, and Larkins and Tufnell both reached for the scotch.
I don't blame them. Here's Leach in bowls, and a lovely extra cover drive by Jayden Denley. That shot of the morning, and it's gone all the way for 6. We said it's a short boundary, a relatively short boundary over that side, the side of the Freeman House flats. And Denley, that was full. He's absolutely laced that over extra cover. I mean, that was, apart from the fact that he's left-handed, that was almost one out of the Larkins songbook. That's gone over extra cover for 6. 20 to Denley. Kent 30 for no wicket. That was a glorious shot. Very much in the Ned tradition. He was the other thing about Ned was, of course, these days when players have year-long contracts and if they're not playing somewhere, they're training and doing all fitness stuff and the rest of it. Ned used to play semi-pro football. He certainly played for Buckingham Town, I think for Wellingborough Town, yeah. And club were always a bit concerned about obviously him getting himself injured. You're not missing any cricket because the ball has gone into the gardens of the aforementioned Freeman House flat, so they're trying now to work out how they can get in and retrieve the ball. I
remember reading that actually. I got an old copy of the Cricketers Who's Who from 1981, and players were far more open about what they did back then. I'm sure Imran Khan is probably a lot more security conscious than when he put his address down as Eton Road in Hove back in the book. So, 30 without loss. Denley's moved on to 20 with what was a spectacular shot. It really was. He just got underneath it, lifted it over the top. It's a shorter boundary towards the Freeman Flats, but that really was a gorgeous bit of cricket from the Whitstable youngster.
It's wonderful. There's like a gaggle of people over there, a steward in the high vis, at least one Northamptonshire fielder, just basically staring at the gardens to see if they can, if there's any way they can get over the fence to retrieve the ball. But somebody, hopefully at some point, will get it back. But the game has ground to a halt, as games tend to do every now and again. I did actually play football once with Wayne Larkins many years ago for BBC Radio Northampton 11 in a charity match, and Ned was obviously a good footballer, and I said to him when we came off the pitch, I said, "Be honest, Ned, am I the worst footballer you've ever seen?" And he took a drag of his cigarette. Yes, mate. And you couldn't argue. I mean, I certainly wouldn't argue. It was an entirely accurate assessment. But he was an absolute gem. We didn't see a lot of him in recent years at Northampton, which was a shame. Although he did come back to the ground for the special event to name the David Capel end, as Leach comes round the wicket to Denley, and Denley is in defensive mode this time, plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run. But he came up for that, which was a very special day with the Capel family, 4 years ago now. But certainly, I think you look at all the comments that came out on socials last night and from former players on the various groups and so on, and very, very popular cricketer. One of the things that people keep saying is, you'd have paid to watch him more or less anywhere in the world. Here's Leach round the wicket again, bowls to Denley, drives back past the bowler, up through mid-off. There is no mid-off, so it's a long chase up there towards the Nackington Road end. Didn't quite time it as he would have liked. As a result, Proctor's able to backtrack and keep it to 2.
Yeah, the ball just hit one of the footholes, actually, of the pitch next door to the one that we're playing on, and that just took a bobble and slowed it up somewhat.
But it takes Denley to 22 and Kent to 32 for no wicket, 22 off 24 balls. Comfortably more of the strike than Ben Compton so far. Leach persisting in this round the wicket line of attack. He's in again, bowls a lovely flowing back foot punch by Denley down to deep backward point. James Sales fields, and one more onto the total. Tim Robinson, beg his pardon, not Sales, he's out on the other side in the floppy sun hat. 23 to Denley, 33 for no wicket. Somebody was asking me last night about my sort of favourite Larkins memory, and I mean there are so many, but the one that sticks in my mind, and one or two other people, former players, were remembering this last night as well. I think it was one of those that once you saw it you'd never forget it. Although you realise you're going back nearly 40 years. Here's Leach in again, bowls, and Compton solidly in behind that, plays it up to extra cover in the end of another over. 33 for no wicket. Bright start from Kent here after winning the toss and choosing to bat. 23 to Denley and 4 to Compton.
Go on, then, what's the
1986. Northamptonshire about to beat Lancashire comfortably in the Championship at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire needed 33 to win, and Patrick Patterson was playing for Lancashire.
Yeah.
Now he was quick.
Yeah.
And he was fast and nasty as well.
Yeah, wanted to hit you rather than get you out.
Yeah, absolutely. So Northamptonshire went in, time was no object. I think there was still a day to go. And Cook and Larkins, the old firm, went in. And Patterson decided that, he was going to take somebody with him, I think.
As Guthrie comes in from the pavilion end, and that's played square. Sale's got a little bit of a chase around the boundary, and he'll keep them down to 2 runs.
And he just let fly at Ned, who certainly uppercut him for 6.
He liked the short stuff. He liked pace.
Yeah, absolutely. But this was, I think, probably the most exciting 2 overs of cricket that you'll ever wish to see. Ball was flying everywhere. Ned was taking him on. And what I do remember was looking through my binoculars from the press box and seeing the expression on Jeff Cook's face at the other end, and he was sort of, it was partly sort of admiration and partly having a quiet chuckle that he was at the safety end.
Yeah, partly praying that Ned didn't
take a single. But it was just thrilling cricket, and it was sort of the whole ethos of Wayne Larkins as a batter was encapsulated in those couple of overs against Patterson. Northamptonshire won by 10 wickets, but it was extraordinary stuff, and it's why so many people say he will still have him there as one of their favourite cricketers.
Guthrie in, and Denley just fiddles this one into the leg side. Well, let us know your memories of Ned or somebody else we're going to talk about in a minute, in Derek Underwood. You can drop us a line on social media, on X, at the middle stump is me, Dan Whiting, or at Old Man Radd.
Yes, we now have a brand new shiny BBC Radio Northampton cricket email address, which is northantscricket@bbc.co.uk. So if you want to use that, please do.
There you go. Guthrie, short, pulled. Is that in the air? It was for a little while, but dribbles out to fine leg. Where is that Leach down there?
Yes,
I think it is.
It is. He's certainly going to take it on.
But this is the 173rd Canterbury Cricket Week, and Kent, as a club, to their credit, have also set up a Derek Underwood fund, and there'll be a percentage of the gate receipts from this week going into that fund, which is then going to be used to promote young cricketers, as that's left alone by Compton, and the development of young cricketers and people from all walks of life. And I think it's a fine gesture from the club, and come along and join us. There's already a healthy crowd here today in the sunshine. We've had jazz bands this morning, and that's just Radders.
I think we've got I was looking at the schedule last night. I think they've got ukuleles on day 3, so
oh my word,
that's something to look forward to, or not, as the case may be. I'm sure they'll be very, very good.
Guthrie, as that's pushed out to mid-off. So you're gonna get out the banjo, Radders?
No, I think there's enough grief in the world without inflicting that on anybody. But band were very good. We had a bit of sort of Glenn Miller stuff this morning, wasn't it? It was a bit of American Patrol and that sort of stuff. Very nice.
Sort of felt quite Parisian, didn't it? It was as that's just defended again by Compton. In the over 36 without loss. Compton's 4, Denley's on 26, and a good solid start here by the hosts.
I can't help thinking whenever I come here, and it coincides with the Canterbury Festival, which it has done a time or two over the last few years. Northamptonshire have been here for that. Get some of the innovations now, and what dear old Jim Swanton would have thought of it all. He's going down into the Band of Brothers tent, I think is what it used to be, and they had was it the Band of the Buffs used to play. Changed a little bit, but yeah, the Derek Underwood Fund, very, very well worth supporting. So as Dan says, if you are within easy reach, then do come along. There's room for you, and it is the most glorious afternoon. No, it's still morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when you hear about people like Wayne Larkins or Derek Underwood last year, because I was down here when covering Surrey when he passed away.
Leach round the wicket, bowls to Denley, who stands tall and punches it through extra cover for 4. That's another handsome shot from Jaden Denley. Lead 4 for no wicket.
He looks a serious player, doesn't he?
Haven't seen him before, and at least I don't think I've seen him before, but he has been very, very impressive this morning. I'm now frantically looking to see if he played in the game at Northampton.
No, he didn't.
No, I don't think he did. Leach in again, and again Denley on the back foot, getting on top of the bounce, works it into the onside, straight to Sales on this occasion. End of another productive over for Kent with a couple of boundaries in it. 44 for no wicket. Denley is 34, Compton is 4, and Dom Leach on his return to the Northamptonshire side. 4 overs, no wicket for 25.
Yeah, I've only seen him on television. This is the first time I've seen him live. I've been covering Kent for about 5 or 6 games, many of them early season, and Zach Crawley was in the side then, so Denley's really been the replacement for Zach Crawley. But I tell you what, he'll carry on like this. Zach Crawley might struggle to get back in the Kent side.
And we have our first change of bowling. Luke Proctor is going to come on. The captain's bringing himself on in place of Liam Guthrie from this pavilion end. Proctor taking 11 wickets at just a hair over 50 this year, which doesn't sound very special really, but he's, as I've said, I think on a number of commentaries in the last couple of weeks, he's actually bowled better, I think, than those figures might suggest.
Yeah, he's skiddy, and he comes. It's driven down the ground, but hits Denley. Radd's car alarm's going off.
No, it won't be my car alarm, because my car hasn't got an alarm, so it's that can rule that one out.
Let's hope it's not mine then.
I think something's obviously overheating somewhere. I did try and park mine under a bit of shade at the far side of the ground, but no, that's all right. Somebody sorted it.
Proctor. So that's just tickled into the onside, but they don't take one to Yuzi Chahal. I'm looking forward to watching him bowl. I think he'll be into the action pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so. So Northamptonshire, I mean, of course, we'll have two leg spinners again, Calvin Harrison and Yuzi Chahal. Something that hasn't happened since the last game when they had Harrison and Lloyd Pope.
Yeah, and throw Matt Parkinson into the equation as well.
Lovely.
It's defended.
Now that's something Jim Swanton would have approved of, I'm sure. Three leggers in the game.
Leg spin is an art, isn't it? It really is. But I was having this conversation the other week. There are different types of leg spinner, aren't there? There's the shorter leg spinner who tends to float it up, the Abdul Qadir type, or there's the taller leg spinner who fires it in more, the Anil Kumble type. It's turned into the onside by Compton, and he moves on to 5, being far more conservative than his opening partner. But he's been on 4 for a long time, actually, Compton, hasn't he? He's only faced 21 balls compared to Denley's run a ball 34. But he's the wicket Northamptonshire will want, I think, Ben Compton. He's got the ability to bat all day. Short, pulled, but they put a deep square out for Denley now. Can't see who that is down there.
Tim Robinson, I think. Yeah, it is. Tim Robinson actually should have been in Chennai at the moment. The temperature's probably about the same, I should think, but he was supposed to be going out to do a spin camp out there with New Zealand cricket with Bob Carter, Northampton's former head coach and director of cricket, but he was signed up for Northamptonshire and has come here instead.
Full driven by Compton. Discussing England openers of the 80s, Radders, how could we forget Bill Athey?
Bill Athey, yes. CWJ Athey.
Yeah.
There's been a as I say, England at that stage did go through a few top order batters. Just quickly bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, because obviously a full round of championship matches at Chesterfield, where it's Derbyshire against Lancashire. Lancashire 18 for 1 in the 11th over. It tends to be a bit bowler friendly at Queen's Park. We're going to have another change of bowling. Yes, we are. So Guthrie is switching to the Nackington Road end to replace Dom Leach. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire 28 for no wicket against Glamorgan. And solid start by Middlesex against the Division 2 leaders Leicestershire at Grace Road. Middlesex 37 for no wicket. Give you the Division 1 scores in just a second, but here is Guthrie. He's having switched ends, bowling left arm over to Denley, who edges and he's always dropped. Has he caught it? He has caught it. I thought that had gone through his hands. I thought that had gone through his hands, but it didn't. I think it was Calvin Harrison catching it and then making out that he dropped it, or looking behind him. Anyway, Denley is gone, and the move of switching Guthrie to the far end has paid dividends immediately, because he's on his way back, caught in the slip cordon for, well, a beautifully played innings with some handsome shots, and Northamptonshire will be very, very pleased to see the back of him. It's 46 for 1, and well-deserved applause for Jayden Denley as he comes off, but Northamptonshire will, as I say, be mightily pleased to see the back of him. 46 for 1 it is.
Oh, this is a move we didn't see coming. It's Akash Singh coming in at number 3 instead of Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Well, again, he's another player that I haven't seen before, but as you say, coming in at 3. Yes, I think Northamptonshire's slip catching generally has been better this year. I mean, I'm sure there'll be Northamptonshire supporters listening to things, but it can't have been much worse than it was in the last couple of seasons. But in Justin Broad, who held that catch, in fact, and Calvin Harrison, who's next to him, Northamptonshire do have a couple of decent slippers. Pascal Salos at first slip also is usually pretty reliable, but on that occasion it was Broad who held the catch, and it was Harrison who was looking round as though the ball had gone through Broad's hands and had gone down to third man for 4. But anyway, it's Justin Broad who held it.
It was a bizarre dismissal, wasn't it? It was like sort of catching practice. Denley just opens the face and just runs it off down to the slip cordon.
Yeah, disappointing end. Denley's innings, 35 off 36 balls with a 6 and 3 fours. And now Singh is facing his first ball from Guthrie, and it's back of a length, and Singh is in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Guthrie fields, and there is no run. 46 for 1 for Singh. Northamptonshire with 2 slips, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. Broad now in the gully. They have a point. Big gap inviting the drive through the extra cover region. A mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and a backward square leg, sort of leg gully. And, well, that ball from Guthrie, Singh was trying to leave alone, and it bounced down off the glove or off the face of the bat into the ground before it got through to McManus, who takes on the bounce. All of a sudden, Guthrie from that far end, the Nackington Road end, looks a bit more of a handful. Division 1, just mentioned the other scores and the games that are ongoing. Worcestershire 34 for 1 against Hampshire down at Southampton. Somerset hitting a bit of early trouble against the leaders Nottinghamshire. Somerset 28 for 2 at Taunton. Very full, driven up to mid-on by Singh. Can't get it past Luke Proctor.
They're having
run.
A few batting issues, aren't they, Somerset?
They are.
They're
yep.
opening up with Davey and Gregory, aren't they, at the top of the order, which is...
Well, they've already lost Sean Dixon and Tom Lammonby, both out to Brett Hutton.
The hitman.
Yeah. Dixon out for 0, Lammonby out for 2. And Surrey, champions, 41 for no wicket against Durham at the Oval. Guthrie, and again bowls to Singh, plays it out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And
Sibley and Burns, was that?
I would imagine so, it is indeed. Burns 26, Sibley 12, which is roughly the proportion of runs we normally expect from that pair. Warwickshire 47 for no wicket, good start from them against Sussex down at Hove, and Essex are 25 for 1 against Yorkshire. So obviously we'll keep tabs on all of the games in both divisions. Here's Guthrie, some behind cloud at the moment, and left alone by Singh and the usual oohs and ahs. I don't think it was particularly close to off stump, but a bit of kidology creeps in. 46 for 1. Compton is 5. Singh is yet to get off the mark. Denley, the man out, caught Broad, bowled Guthrie for 35.
Yeah, 3/4 of an hour gone here at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, and you're listening to the voice of Northamptonshire cricket, the wonderful Andrew Radd, and the not so wonderful Dan Whiting here. So it's been an intriguing first 3/4 of an hour, hasn't it? It's been a real good battle between bat and ball. The bowlers have had their moments, and it's been interspersed with some glorious shots from Jaden Denley.
We should have said also, of course, that this is County Cricket Day, isn't it? It's been nominated as such.
Yeah.
And I think School's Day out here tomorrow. I was reading, which will be fun.
Proctor in, and Compton leaves it alone. But it's lovely, isn't it, to be back in 4-day cricket? I mean, I like T20 cricket, but it's fast food, isn't it? This is haute cuisine.
Well, I have to say the game against Middlesex was an absolute cracker at Northampton. Went pretty much the distance, and Middlesex trying to speculate to accumulate.
Compton just tickles this down to fine leg for a single.
A declaration that was rather more generous than I think most people have been expecting, including I think the Northamptonshire side. But Middlesex leaving Northamptonshire 311 in 73, which they knocked off for 6 after just losing a few wickets just towards the back end of the chase with 10 overs and 3 balls to spare. They were 264 for 3 with centuries from Luke Proctor and James Sales.
Here is Proctor. Left alone by Akash Singh. But this is 4-day cricket is one for the connoisseurs, isn't it? It'll be like your dinner tonight on the Costa del Whitstable, Radders. It'll be the lobster thermidor of cricket. I don't think expenses will quite run to lobster thermidor somehow, Dan. It's a nice thought. Well, we've got a special guest coming in about 5 minutes, but we'll keep viewers in suspense as that's driven up to mid-off.
There's a little bit more cloud around, isn't there, than there was when we started, but I'm not complaining actually. It just keeps the sun out of the greenhouse for a wee while. There's a little bit of breeze as well, although that may have more to do with the electric fan behind us than the anything else. Here's Proctor in bowl, short, and that flies over the small of the back from Singh. Half stopped by Lewis McManus, and Singh just comes down and has a little slightly suspicious prod of the pitch, which, as Dan was saying at the start, is certainly tinged with green, but you strongly suspect with the effects of sun and possibly a bit of breeze on it, it'll soon lighten in colour. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Singh, who is forward, pushes it up to extra cover where Safe Save fields, and that's another over ticked by from the Northamptonshire captain. 2 overs for 3, 47 for 1. Compton is 6. Singh is yet to get off the mark. Guthrie, the wicket taker, 5 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Will continue from the far end, the Nackington Road end, having successfully been switched to that end after 4 tidy but not particularly threatening overs from this pavilion end. Moved to the other end, and immediately a man accounted for Jaden Denley. 2 slips and a gully still being used by Guthrie. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Broad in the gully. Guthrie in, bowls just short of a length, the left-handed. Compton drops it down into the onside. Zabe fields, and there is no run. Ekansh Singh, born in Sidcup and closing in on his 19th birthday, which is about 3 weeks' time. The thing I remember about Sidcup was the fact that it wasn't the late Sir Edward Heath's constituency.
Old Bexley?
Old Bexley and Sidcup, I think it was. Here's Guthrie in bowls and dropped down into the offside by Compton, who scampers through for a single. He goes to 7. Kent to 48 for 1. Field changes round for the right-handed Singh. Compton, of course, played that match-winning innings here 2 years ago when Kent won first match of the season by 7 wickets. Northamptonshire having had an awful first day, losing 7 wickets for 80 odd in fairly grim conditions. But Rob Keogh made a very good 100 in Northamptonshire's second innings, kept the game alive, and it was nicely poised going into the final afternoon as Guthrie is in, bowls and turned by Singh down to backward square. Very well fielded there by Saif Zaib, cuts off any possibility of a single. And yes, it was nicely poised, but Ben Compton just did what Ben Compton does, made 114 not out, and saw Kent home in partnership with Jack Leaning for a 7-wicket win.
He's a machine, isn't he, Compton? He's, you know, once he gets in, it's a proper vigil, isn't it?
Here's Guthrie into bowl to Singh, short. Singh plays that well, gets up on his toes, drops it down into the onside. Tim Robinson comes in from short mid-wicket to field. We had a lovely story that I'll tell you before I make way for our special guest. I'd had a note from Bob Carter talking about him being out in Chennai, and Tim Robinson should have been with him. And he said, he reckons he's got family living in Northampton. So, interesting, you know, nice little line. Might even save a bit on accommodation, you never know. Turns out, as Guthrie is in and bowls to Singh, Singh turns it past Zaib, this time at short mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up his first couple of runs as it's tracked down to the boundary in front of the Freeman House flats. 2 to Singh, and it brings up the 50 for Kent. 50 for 1 after being put into bat after nearly an hour's play. It turned out that what he thought was Abington, which obviously is the area of Northampton which the county ground is in, it was Abingdon, just south of Oxford. But never mind, it's an easy mistake to make. Guthrie is in, bowls, and again Singh plays defensively off the back foot. Guthrie fields off his own bowling. It is 50 for 1. Compton is 7, Singh is 2, and I shall make way for a lie down in a darkened room.
Yeah, thanks, Radders. And we have got a special guest, and it's the second time that she's been on here this season, having the misfortune to work with me. And it is an absolute pleasure to welcome not only one of the finest florists in the Garden of England, but also the Kent wicketkeeper, Molly Davis. How are you, Molly?
Hello. Having me. It's good to be back.
Yeah, and cricket week at Canterbury as well. 173rd cricket week. What an occasion. Proctor in, and that's driven down the ground by Compton. Yeah, so have you got plans for the cricket week at all? Are you?
Well, it was lovely, wasn't it? The Kent Women Open Cricket Week this week on Friday just gone against Gloucestershire. Yeah. So it was lovely to be involved, I think, for the first time as a playing team. And I suppose this week, obviously, watching the men today in their 4-day game, and then they're closing it off on Friday against Sussex. Yeah, we've
got jazz bands here. I thought I saw you on the clarinet there this morning, Molly. Is that was that a trick of the light as Proctor comes in? Oh, and Compton nearly chops on. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Here, it's fantastic, and you've been doing some commentary work for the Kent Women. You covered the game on Friday against Gloucestershire.
Yes, I have indeed. It's been a different sort of view of the game from behind the mic, but it's been exciting, and you get some different angles, and it's just nice to watch some cricket.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. As Proctor comes in and punched by Compton, gets this in front of point. Sales comes round but can't cut off the single. Yeah, I covered the Gloucestershire Kent Women game down in Bristol the other week, and Kent won it quite easily. The horses, as you'll know, the horses. You won it at a canter. And Amy Gordon got runs in that, and Elsa Barnfather as well. So I was quite surprised to see that Kent lost on Friday.
I think that's T20 cricket though, isn't it? I think it ebbs and it flows.
Yeah, oscillates back and forth, 51 for 1. Pulled by Singh, gets on really early on that actually, so much so that it goes to mid-off. So, and you've been playing a little bit of club cricket. Is it the Moat, your club?
Yes, this year I've gone down to the Moat. Lovely sort of group of ladies down there, sort of a really welcoming environment. So it's been lovely to join them, and yeah, just trying to play as much as I can.
Yeah. Proctor in, and this time Singh nails it through mid-wicket. You both short on this, it just sits up, and Singh absolutely gets that one out the screws and whacks it through mid-wicket. And the Moat, I mean, Radd probably commentated at the Moat on a first-class game. Did you, Radd? No, he's never been to the Moat. Never been to the Moat. It's in Maidstone for those listening in from Northamptonshire.
So it's a lovely ground down there, actually. Lovely walk. You've got Moat Park as well. So
big old pavilion, isn't it?
Yeah.
As well? Yeah.
It's a lovely ground to play. So if you get the chance, go and play there.
Yeah, definitely. Proctor in, defended. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Molly Davis from the Kent Tourist Board here, who is getting people to come to the Garden of England. And I mean, you started off the season keeping as well. You've been enjoying it?
Oh, absolutely. I've been doing the 50 over stuff at the beginning of the season, which was lovely, and the County Cup as well, and the T20 competition. So both formats so far, which has been good to see. And I know the ladies are just keen to sort of keep on going now. We've got a game here on the 6th of July against Glamorgan in the Vitality Blast campaign. So yeah.
Now in Tier 2, it's quite difficult, isn't it? Because it's not professional in Tier 2.
Correct.
So you've got some people can't play because they've got to work, or they're studying, or whatever, aren't they? So yeah, it's quite difficult. Liam Guthrie's going to take us away from the Nackington Road end, and Molly Davis will be showing off her commentary skills.
As Guthrie comes in, just played into the offside there for no run by Compton.
Yeah, so it's quite difficult, isn't it, to actually sort of get a team together at times, I can imagine, isn't it?
I think everyone's been really committed, which is just great to see, and we're all sort of playing. Representing Kent is always an honour, so everyone will give it their all. But you're totally right in the sense of some of the players are in full-time education still, some of us are still working, a lot of teachers in the team.
Yeah.
So yes, it's sort of a balancing act at the moment, but everyone seems to be doing it pretty well. As Guthrie starts again his run into Compton, nice and full, hit straight back to the bowler there.
Yeah, I've always said, because we've just gone through exam times and every cricket club is probably shorn of a few players, and I always say to the kids, don't worry, you just play cricket, you can always flip burgers for the rest of your life.
You know what, we've had 3 of our players actually doing exams this year. We've had Genevieve Gier, who's 16, doing her GCSEs.
Yeah.
And then we've had 2 of our girls, Ella Darlington and Zena Bilal, doing their A-levels. So it's quite funny actually when we've got some teachers on away days, they're always sort of like discussing questions of revision, etc. So yeah, Guthrie comes back in again to Compton. Oh, shorter ball. Compton ducking out the way of that, it's taking nicely through to the keeper.
And Zena impressed me in the game down at Bristol, because it was a double header. I did Gloucestershire v Kent in the morning, and then Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan in the afternoon. As I've just got to do an update to BBC Radio Kent, as a bouncer there just goes through into the gloves of McManus. I'll just be a minute. Defended. Guthrie in and just defended back to the bowler. No ball. Well, it's certainly a warm one here. My colleague from BBC Radio Northamptonshire, Andrew Radd's got his mankini on. It's that warm here. But it's been an intriguing first hour. Kent are 57 for 1. Here in the 173rd Canterbury Cricket Week. We saw Jaden Denley play some sparkling shots, including one absolutely gorgeous 6 over extra cover, but he sadly was caught in the gully by Justin Broad off the bowling of Liam Guthrie for 35. Compton's being far more conservative. He's got 8, and Ekant Singh surprisingly has come in at number 3. He's on 6. Kent are 57 for 1. Meanwhile, at the Oval, a few moments ago, Surrey were 41 without loss. Burns and Sibley going well there. And Sussex against Warwickshire. Warwickshire are 47 without loss at home. And remember, you can get updates on all these games via the BBC website and app. As we are about to have drinks, and you're listening to me, Dan Whiting, with Molly Davis, the Kent wicketkeeper. And always a pleasure to be working with you, Molly. And as I said earlier, she's not only a fine wicketkeeper, but she's a fine florist as well. And the flora of the Garden of England is a subject close to her heart as well.
No, absolutely pleasure to be back. And yes, don't get me talking about flowers and floristry, because I could probably bore your listeners off all day with something like that.
Well, we've got a guy, I've been covering the England disability side, and we work with a guy who does British Sign Language in the corner of our stream. And what we try and do is try and make life as difficult for him as possible. So we're coming out with things like Spirea japonica and aspidistra, and you just watch him going. So yeah, it's quite amusing. But last time I saw you, I was covering the England Lions here. I just saw you walking past, I think, one rather warm afternoon, and that was well. The cricket wasn't the best, was it? It was 550, played 570, played 100 or so, but it was absolutely gorgeous weather and a big crowd as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's always good to see the members and fans turn out down here at the obviously the home of Kent cricket. And yeah, I try and get down as much as I possibly can. It's a good place to be, and today it seems like there's a good crowd in for the first day of this 4-day game.
Yeah, the crowds have been up this season, haven't they? They've been. Well, we had about 1,400 on one of the Fridays here, which was really, really good. And it's probably a similar crowd here today. That marquee looks rather full over at the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, it does. And I know that's something the women's team have been speaking about, actually, when we've had the opportunity to play here this year, which has been quite frequently. The crowds have always been a big turnout. On Friday there was a schools day out. There was a lot of schools here, which is amazing to see, that was organised by our community team, which do great work down here at Kent.
Yeah, I know the guys in the club as well have really sort of pushed Kent as a whole, because once you wear that horse on your shirt, I'll come on to it after this ball from Luke Proctor, who sees Singh defend that, pushes it out to point. Once you wear the horse on your shirt, it doesn't matter if you're playing for one of the junior sides, for disability cricket, for women's cricket, or for the first team out there. You're all part of the one club, aren't you, here? Absolutely.
That's something that's been very sort of driven throughout the winter, is that it is one club, and I know the men and the women's team, when they can, try and work quite closely together.
Proctor. Singh tickles this into the onside, but no run, because I think that's Vasconcelos there. He's quickly around. Was it safe save? Safe save. Still got the old commentary, still making faux pas left, right and centre.
Oh, no, I can't see the names on the back of the shirt, so you've got better eyes than me. Maybe I need glasses.
Proctor in. Left alone by Kent Singh. Yeah, it's all right this time of year, but it's in the cold realms of early season or late season when they've got the cable knit jumpers and it hides their names, and that, only seasoned campaigners like Radders, who brings his binoculars to games, can actually do commentary pretty well. Oh, Proctor aborts that delivery in his stride. So, how's the season gone for Kent women in general?
I think we've been positive. There's been some ups and downs in terms of results, but like I mentioned before, that can be T20 cricket sometimes, and it's a relatively new team that's been put together as well.
Proctor. Oh, that's gorgeous. Ekant Singh, an off drive of the highest quality. Takes him into double figures, and that's one of yours there, Molly.
Oh, yes, I'd take claim to that if I could.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
It was a great shot. Sounded brilliant as well, didn't it?
What's Amy Gordon been like? She's been a positive on the squad.
Absolutely. I think someone of her calibre coming in just obviously gives that team extra confidence, and she brings a sort of a good attitude as well.
That's just defended into mid-off by Singh. Yeah, because last time I think it was the Middlesex game here where you came on, and we had Sydney Gorham came on.
Indeed.
And Izzy Kirby came on as well. And they're the bowlers, aren't they? They do the grunt work.
They are. They put in the hard yards, but it's just good to sort of be around these kind of games as well and getting involved.
Oh, that's just into the pads there. So are you one of these wicket keepers, when the ball comes in from the deep and it comes in at your bootlaces, do you give a glare?
There's a gentle reminder to make sure you get them throws up, but I'm generally quite nice about it.
Are you?
The worst one for me is when the bowler runs through and the run isn't right. I like to say they owe me a squat. If I've already squatted down to get the ball and they pull out of the run, I'm like, you owe me one. But apart from that, I'm generally quite a nice one.
Are you one of these gobby keepers that, because the world is full of gobby keepers, isn't it?
See, I'd say no, but I'm sure if you ask some of the opposition this year, they'll say she's pretty vocal.
Yeah. In a good way, or does it get a little bit fruity out there at times?
It's always encouraging things that are being said to our bowlers.
Course.
Always.
Of course.
No, it's all good. It's just a part of the fun of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. But is this Guthrie still? I think it is. Leach has come back into the attack.
Leach is back into the attack.
Yeah. So 61 for 1. Jaden Denley the man out.
And Leach comes in to Compton. Oh, that's been hit through backward point for the one by Compton there. Collected nicely by the fielder. Just the one.
Yeah, and Kent are also streaming the women's games as well, aren't they? So, which you did the commentary on Friday?
Yeah, no, it's been lovely to be on the live streams as well. It's the way forward now, isn't it? In the modern world, everything is streamed, and just opens up an audience of people that maybe can't always travel to our away games as well. So it's a nice little part of the game that's growing. Well,
the world's changing, isn't it? I mean, when Radd started commentating on Northamptonshire, he did it with a couple of tin cans and a bit of string, I think. So
as Leach comes back in to Singh. Nice full delivery, left alone by Singh. Carried nicely through to the keeper there.
Singh looks like he knows where his off stump is, doesn't he?
He does. I've had the privilege of watching him about a few times, and he looks quite a well put together batter.
Yeah, he's quite organised, isn't he? He plays the ball under his head.
Mm-hmm.
I like the look of him.
That's good. A future Kent star.
Yeah, and Jaden Denley, did you watch him this morning as well?
I caught a little bit of it, but I watched him in the first innings against Lancashire.
Got a 50?
He did.
Yeah.
As Leach comes back in again to Singh. Pitched up, nice and full. Respectively played back there to the bowler. Again, nice and tidy.
But I think it's fantastic that Kent are producing a whole host of youngsters now as well. As Jaden Denley's from Whitstable, Singh's from, I think it's Bexley Cricket Club. He's born in Sidcup, so he's a local lad. And it's great to see this sort of homegrown nucleus of players coming through who are the future for Kent County Cricket Club.
Absolutely. I know the staff are always looking to review how they sort of monitor talent going through the pathway, so it's good to see. As Leach comes back in. Nice and full ball there, just going past Singh's outside edge. Looked tempting, that one, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It was a teaser. It was a little teaser.
Well left alone in the end by Singh.
But what Kent could do with is producing some bowling of their own. That's where they've struggled for a number of years, really. And I was actually having this discussion. I think the last one they actually produced, who was one of their own, was probably, I don't know, Matt Coles, maybe?
Potentially. You're showing your age there, Dan.
I am showing real age here, yeah.
As Leach starts his run again. Oh, hit firmly down the ground. Brilliant shot by Singh, and that should race away for 4. Just a bit over pitch there, I think. Jumped on it there by Singh.
He's a lovely player, isn't he?
He is. Some lovely shots that I've seen since being on Commons today. It's been great.
Were you surprised not to see Daniel Bell-Drummond walk out at number 3?
I would say so, but I think watching a lot of cricket this year, I think nothing surprises me at the moment. We've got different people batting in different places, even in the women's game. You just can't predict too much.
Well, the games come thick and fast, don't they? So
Leach is back in. Full ball again, just played back for no run by Singh. Nicely up to mid-off.
I'll do one more over, then we'll get a proper commentator in. So the voice of Northamptonshire, Mr. Andrew Radd, who's, well, he's been given an award. He doesn't like to talk about it, so you'll have to coax it out of him, Molly. But
I will.
He's been given an award on the pitch. He's shaking his head there. He doesn't like to talk about it. He's a modest man, but hey, this isn't time for modesty.
Absolutely not.
Right, we're going to see Yuzi Chahal. I thought it might be having a bit of spin before long, and Chahal is one of the trinity of leg spinners playing in this game, along with Calvin Harrison and Matt Parkinson.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Chahal formerly Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes,
I want to
he
say
was.
yes.
Yes, he was, yeah. Yeah. So he's bowling with the slope, turning it away, or turning it back in, sorry, to the left-handed Compton. But with the slope. In he comes. Tossed up, nice flight. Compton plays this one out to mid-on. Compton just turns this into the leg side. A sprawling stop at mid-wicket there. I think that's Leach. And they'll come through for one. A little bit of aerial traffic.
Hidden in the clouds.
It's Liam Knight from the media office's private jet, isn't it, that he's parked at Manston Airport down the road.
I'm sure he's got his flight tracker out working out where that plane's going.
Chahal. Short and punched off the back foot by Singh. That again is deja vu, but a misfield this time allows them to come through for one. So what we'll do is we'll get Radders into your seat where you are, because he likes working with the headphones, and what I'll do is I'll take over, and then you come into my seat, Molly. There's Chahal flights this one, and Compton again nurdles it towards mid-wicket. It's quite floaty, Chahal, isn't he? He doesn't sort of push it through. He's giving it time to grab some purchase. That's turned into leg side by Compton. That will complete the over, 68 for 1. And I'm going to make way for Radders and Molly Davis. And Molly, you do know that you have to update my scorebook as well. You know I'll be very angry if it's not updated. I'll leave you to it.
Oh dear. Demands. 68 for 1. Worth remembering, of course, that Yuzi Chahal, when he played for Northamptonshire last year, the first game he actually played for Northamptonshire was here in a Metro Bank 50 over cup match against Kent. Proceeded to pick up 5 wickets. Kent were all out for not very many, and the game was over very early on. But Northamptonshire going in, as Dan mentioned, with 2 leg spinners for now. It's Leach from the Nackington Road end. Bowls the ball just a little bit short of a length and turned away into the onside by Ekansh Singh for a single. He goes to 16. Kent to 69 for 1. Afternoon, Molly.
Good afternoon.
So, the 173rd Canterbury Festival. It's lovely from a visitor's point of view to see it, you know, so well supported and so much going on, because I think we were down here, must have been pretty much straight after COVID, and although it was nominally the festival, there wasn't actually an awful lot going on for, you know, entirely understandable reasons. But it's great to see such a lot on offer today. Here's Leach bowling again just short of a length and cut away by Compton down to deep point. Good bit of fielding running around the boundary from the New Zealander, Tim Robinson. 1 more to Compton. He goes to 11. Kent to 70 for 1. And I was seeing that they've got a big schools event, I think, tomorrow. Schools Day Out, is it?
Yeah, that's always something that's quite big down here at Canterbury, actually. It's Schools Day Out. I've been involved in it a couple of times in the community team, and it's just a great day. Lots of boys and girls here watching cricket and playing cricket, so that's sort of rule 101, isn't it?
That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Singh. Singh is forward, head over the ball, pushes it up towards mid-off, but Broad intercepts from extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, because of course there's still a couple of weeks of school term to go, so I know there's teachers always looking to get out of the classroom, especially when it's like this.
Yeah, I think the teachers enjoy it just as much as the kids, actually. Yeah,
sure they do.
So this your first Canterbury week that
no,
you've attended?
Well, it's the first proper one since, as I say, since COVID. I can remember going back years ago, but Northamptonshire often weren't involved with the festival. Down the leg side. Now, has he got a little flick on that one? McManus dived away to his left. No, he hasn't. Signalled as leg buys by umpire Rob Bailey. It didn't sound very woody. Just flicked the thigh pad on the way through. McManus put in the dive. Didn't manage to get a glove on it, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. George Scrimshaw is on the field at the moment for, I think, by a process of elimination. Ricardo Vasconcelos, Scrimshaw down on the boundary. He couldn't get round to that either. Kent to 74 for 1. Because you were talking earlier about the moat, and Northamptonshire, I think I'm right in saying, have played on about a dozen different grounds against Kent over the years. Forward goes Singh. That next ball from Leach, pushed up to mid-on. And I was amazed when I was doing a bit of prep for this game that Northamptonshire, and I remember because I wrote about it at the time and of course completely forgotten, that Northamptonshire won here in '95, and that was the first time they'd ever won a championship match at Canterbury. Oh. Which is because Kent obviously played the better of the two sides, but also because Northamptonshire did used to go to quite a number of the outgrounds, including the moat. Here's Leach in bowl short and muscled away by Ekansh Singh. Now, has that gone all the way for 6? No, it hasn't. First bounce for 4. Over mid-wicket. Now, I don't know if they're going to have to try and retrieve that from somebody's back garden like they did before. But that was Leach has probably erred. I don't know what you feel, Molly. I just think for me he's erred on this side of bowling a little bit too short on this surface. And he's been pulled away there in no uncertain terms for a first bounce 4. End of the over, 78 for 1. Compton is 11. Singh is 20, and Leach has bowled 6 overs for 36, and it's not easy. As I say, he hasn't played any championship cricket since back in April, but for me he's just bowling a little bit too short on this pitch.
Yeah, I think so. I think when Singh's batting at the moment as well as he is, it's sort of a bit of a sort of no room for error there, is it really? But no, obviously here at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, the wickets are notoriously roads. As the women have played on a few this year, we're always like, okay, it's a good surface to bat on 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, Northamptonshire won at the Moat back in 1997.
Oh, there you
go. Which I wasn't there at. I didn't come to that game for some reason. He also played here in 85 when Kent won. So we've had a few games at the Moat.
As Chahal continues. Floated up, just a square leg there by Compton for no run. No, Kent definitely have a few outgrounds that I know, speaking to different people, that players definitely have had the privilege of playing at. So I suppose it's a nice one to add to your grounds list as a player.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Chahal's in. Flighted again, just played again to square leg off the legs of Compton.
Just looking down the list, Northamptonshire going back into the 80s, played at Folkestone, played at Dartford.
Yeah, you are throwing out some grounds here.
At Tunbridge Wells, of course, the Neville ground, played at the Crabble at Dover.
Chahal again flighted it up. Compton's tried to just sweep that, just fine. But unfortunately, just missed that one.
1967, played at Gravesend.
Oh, wow.
And in 65 at Gravesend as well.
Yeah, some grounds on that list. Chahal back. Again, Compton just pushes that just wide of short leg.
Now you see, you're the ideal person to ask, Molly, because when you think of Tunbridge Wells, the first thing you think of is the rhododendrons. Now, is it a bit late for them now? Are they past their best?
I'm enjoying all the flower questions, actually. Chahal again. Compton's used his feet there just to play that through for no run to a short mid-wicket.
But now some wonderful grounds in this great cricketing county.
Yeah, we are lucky actually in Kent. We have some lovely grounds to play at. Chahal. Again, Compton just plays that sort of back off his legs down to fine leg for a 1. It's a good option.
It seems as though this pitch is perhaps a little bit further over towards the flat side, the Freeman flat side, than I think I can remember. Certainly when Northamptonshire played here, would they play much further over the square for a championship match?
From my knowledge, no.
Right.
The women's teams, we move along the square quite a bit, which is quite nice, but I think that can sometimes tough on the bowlers because the slope can differ a little bit depending how far you are along the strip. So, yeah.
Well, Northamptonshires women also, of course, were also involved in Tier 2 and also playing today. They've got a game against Yorkshire at Peterborough at Bretton Gate. So I'll keep you up to date with that. Starts at 2:30. It's in the Blast Division 2, so obviously I'll keep tabs on that. For now, it is Dom Leach running in from the Nackington Road end. Round the wicket, bowls to Compton. Compton, patient as ever, plays that up to mid-on and there's no run. Compton now 12 off 47, 48 balls. But he won't worry about that one little bit. He will just bat in his own sweet time as he always does, and 829 runs at 55 coming into this match in the championship this year. Which
no, I don't think Compton looks about how many balls he's faced. He just wants to keep facing as many as he can.
Just a little interesting little swap. Safe Zabe has gone in at short square and James Sales is now down at the boundary at long leg down in front of us. That nips back and runs off the pad of Ben Compton down towards third. It's Tim Robinson down there on the boundary who retrieves. Now, was there bat on that? Yes, there was. It nipped back sharply. Obviously, given the angle, the fact that Leach is bowling round the wicket anyway, but it really did tuck Compton up and went wide of second slip. Question of whether it was off pad or bat and pad, and it was bat and pad. Perfectly safe. 14 to Compton, 81 for 1. A little bit of high cloud around, but just keeping the sun off us all, which we're not ungrateful for. That's another decent ball from Leach, and because, Molly, he's pitching it up.
Exactly. It's like he heard us.
Well,
No,
perhaps James Sales down there heard us and passed the message on. But
no, it seems like a bit of a better over, doesn't it, so far from Leach?
Well, as I say, it's not easy. He's been playing pretty much second team cricket and not much else. He hasn't been involved in the blast either, so he's going to be just a little bit undercooked potentially, but hopefully getting into his work from Northamptonshire's point of view in his 7th over. He's in and bowls to Compton and again pitches it up. Yep. Played up to mid-on and there's no run. Well, Darren Lehman, Northamptonshire's head coach, I don't know whether Adam Hollyoak's a great prowler of the boundary, but Darren Lehman, Northamptonshire's head coach, is a great one for a lap. He loves a lap. So he's obviously able to just have a little word with boundary fielders and perhaps convey a message or two, but
no, from what I see of Adam Hollyoak, he likes sitting in the dugout or up at the change room. There's a few guys that like a lap, but I think he's a watcher.
Here's Dom Leach running in towards us, bowls to Compton, short. Compton pulls it out away through square leg. That's going to run away for 4. Beautifully executed. Again, Leach drops short. Compton is in position. There's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, I would suggest, and Compton just helped it on its way, really. Meat and drink. 16 to him, 18 to him, beg your pardon, and Kent 85 for 1.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Both batters, Compton are facing 53 balls and Singh 34. I mean, if the pitch is a bit slower, pitching it shorter, these batters are in at the moment, so probably seeing it quite well.
Yes, absolutely right. Leach just having a word with his captain, Luke Proctor, who's in there at mid-off, as he usually is. And he's not actually bowling. 1 ball left in the over. Leach in and bowls outside the off stump. Compton leaves well alone through to McManus. Still decent carry, to be fair, from Dom Leach. It's not for lack of effort here. He's just, as I say, maybe just a little bit rusty. 7 overs for 42 for him. It's 85 for 1 with Ben Compton on 18. Nash Singh is on 20, and a large creature, I assume is the White Horse of Kent. Now, you're going to have to tell us all about this, Molly. Is walking around the boundary. You see this at T20. I don't think I've seen it at a championship match before.
Well, I think Victor has...
oh, Victor, is it?
It's Victor, yes.
I beg his pardon.
No, Victor obviously comes to our T20 games, but he's obviously heard of Canterbury Week this week and thought, you know what, I'm going to come down and support the team.
Why not?
Which is lovely to see. So I'm sure he'll be getting involved in all the cricket activities on the bank up there. And, yeah, just generally soaking up the atmosphere of Canterbury Cricket Week.
Well, it's wonderful. Is it still the Band of Brothers tent at the far end? We were discussing this earlier. That was what Jim Swanson was talking about.
That's Jahal's in to Singh. Nice and full, just pressed back there from Singh. Nice defensive shot for no run.
Perhaps it's Band of non-gender specific brothers or something, but...
I will have to confirm what tent that is.
It's very full anyway. Whoever's in it is very well supported.
It's Jahal to Singh. Oh, Singh has struck that firmly down the ground for 4 runs. It was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, his reputations count for nothing with this young man. He's come down the pitch and plonked him comfortably over Dom Leach at mid-on. First bounce.
Yeah.
That is superb. I mean, it's interesting. Chahal has actually only played 2 first-class matches since the end of last season, or since he'd finished with Northamptonshire at the back end of last season in the Ranji Trophy. But of course, he's been heavily involved in the IPL.
I think he did the same last year, if I recall right. He then played one of his first games for Northamptonshire against Kent.
He did. It was his first game for Northamptonshire. Yeah.
That's Jahal's in again. Singh's hit that firmly. That has just hit the short catching fielder in front of him.
I remember that well because it was a 50 over cup game, wasn't it? And he picked up 5 wickets, and the game, I think Kent were bowled out 90 odd, and the game was over fairly early, which is always a shame.
Chahal back again, bit shorter, but has been played off the back foot for no run. Good bit of fielding there in close from the Northamptonshire fielder.
Well, I was saying earlier to Dan, it's good that at least they haven't given him the ridiculous jumper that he had last year that was 3 sizes too big.
Chahal again. Singh's just pushed that just a point, and a quick single in the field there.
He just waited on that beautifully, didn't he? It was almost as though the game had been frozen in a moment of time, because Chahal looped it up, and Singh waited and waited before he eventually played it out to the covers. Lovely bit of batting.
Yeah, positive cricket, which I know is something that we're getting told a lot in the women's dressing room these days about batting. Bat without fear. As Chahal gets ready to bowl to Compton. Again, that is just pressed off the legs there for Compton. 4 no run. Good over from Kent there.
It was a productive one. It's interesting what you were saying to Dan about Tier 2, because obviously Northamptonshire are Tier 2 as well, and about players obviously wanting to commit as much as they can, but I would imagine it's not easy. I know I was talking to David Ripley, who's a former men's head coach, of course, who's coaching the women's team this year. And we've got a double header next Sunday at Northampton, which is Worcestershire, in the women's game, and then the men's game afterwards. And we always have a little chat about it. Can you get somebody from the squad to come up and have a chat with us in the commentary box, because we'll be covering both games. And he was saying actually I think they're 1 or 2 out this week, and it's the sort of thing you expect in club cricket when it's going on holiday or something. But sadly they are 1 or 2 light, I think. Here's Leach in and bowls, and pushed out into the offside by Singh. Salesfield's coming in for backward point. There's no run. But I imagine it is an issue. And also, Molly, I mean, what about training? Because I know this again is a thing that keeps coming up when you talk to David Ripley, that it's difficult to get the whole squad together during the week if there was a game at the weekend. Yeah,
there's a lot of emphasis on sort of responsibility of your own games, so going away to clubs or finding net sessions where you can. But in the summer, most Saturdays we try and train, and that'll be at different parts in Kent, and everyone's pretty committed to come down to that, so it's good to see.
Here's Leach in and bowls to Singh, who's gone aerial. He may just have got on enough on this to chip the ball over point. He hasn't. In fact, it may run away for 4. No, it's not, because James Sales is quickly in pursuit, coming back for 3. It was Singh, I think, on that occasion was aiming over mid-on, rather as he did against Chahal in the previous over. It went off a leading edge, it skewed away over point, and again it was just hanging in the air, but he got enough on it just to drop over James Sales, and they come back for 3. Moral victory for Dom Leach, but still 3 runs to Singh. He goes to 28 and Kent to 93 for 1, brings Ben Compton back on strike. Compton in, facing that ball from Leach, pushes it out towards mid-off, but in fact Leach himself fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. And what about venues, Molly, for Kent? Do you play most of your games here, or?
Yeah, so this year all of our games are either here or at the County Ground in Beckenham as well. So sort of both of the 2 Kent grounds, which is good to see. But I think just to jump back onto your point about juggling work or school with what we're doing, I think it's been a new year for this tier system. I think counties have been working out what a good squad number is, if it's too small or too large, so that's always changing.
Leach round the wicket, bowls to Compton, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, and I think the other thing that is worth just discussing at this point, because you will have seen again the same thing. What do you feel about this business of it now being very much a county-based thing? Personally, I think it's worked pretty well in terms of support. I don't think anybody in Northamptonshire was all that bothered about the Sunrisers particularly, and no disrespect to the Sunrisers or anybody who played for them, but here's Leach in again, clipped off his toes by Compton, runs for him here, down to deep backward square. Sales running round the boundary, reels it in, and they come back for 2, loses his sun hat in the process. 2 more to Compton. He goes to 20 and Kent to 95 for 1. It just, because it was 3 different counties, it just wasn't the connection. It's a Northamptonshire side. I went and watched them. They played Derbyshire a couple of Sundays ago at Northampton. And there was a decent crowd there. And there was no men's game. It was just the women's match. But there was a good level of support because it is a county side. Here's Leach in. Bowls to Compton, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run, and that is the end of Dom Leach's 8th over. No wicket for 47. Kent 95 for 1. Compton is 20 and Singh is 28.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, in my opinion, cricket can be complicated enough, and I think especially in the women's game where people are they want to support it, but maybe a couple of years ago were unsure about the names of the teams and thinking, who are the Sunrisers and who are that. I know the ECB were really keen on marketing that and making sure everyone knew who it was, but I think this year's been brilliant because the continuity between fans supporting the men's team and the women's team is so much easier because it's the Kent men and the Kent women.
Yep.
And I think same for Northamptonshire
yes,
as well.
Absolutely. No, I think that side of it really has been a success, I think, anyway.
That's Jahal's in. Firmly hit on the ground to mid-on there for one by Singh. Oh dear.
Umpire Peverell is on his backside. Running backwards is obviously something that he requires a little more practice in. He's just tripped. I think he just tripped over his own feet, didn't he?
He looks okay.
Well, if I went down like that, you'd need a couple of cranes to come in, I think, winch me back to the vertical.
I think I'd be sitting on the floor as embarrassment, but that's just me.
No, I think it's, and especially with the double headers, especially when you get both county sides. First one of those we had was against Leicestershire at Northampton, and obviously the crowd was largely, to be fair, largely coming in for the men's match, but there was a decent crowd at the start, and by the end of the women's match, which went pretty much the distance, and Northamptonshire won quite a tight game, there's at least 1,000 people in, and David Ripley was saying, these players have never played in front of that many spectators and that sort of noise and support. It was great.
That's Jahal's into Compton. That's nice and full, and Compton's just pushed that to mid-wicket, or catching mid-wicket for no run. I think you're right. I watched the Middlesex versus Sussex women's at Lords, a double-header, and that was a great game to watch, similar to what you're saying. Big crowds again at the home of cricket. It's brilliant. It's Jahal's in. Oh, and that's just played off his legs by Compton. Quite fine. Should get a couple for that as he comes back for a comfortable 2 in the end. But no, that was really good to see, actually. And I think that 13th of July is when we have our double-header here. Kent Women versus Middlesex again. Both men's and women's teams playing, which would be amazing. I think you're right. For the members as well and the fans of Kent this year, understanding they can come and watch both Kent teams on double-header, it sort of probably makes a bit more sense to them. And I know the women's team have really enjoyed it as well. And like I said earlier on, that we've been very lucky this year with the crowds that we've had.
Yeah, and you would hope, I'm sure it's the same sort of thing applies in Kent, but for Northamptonshire, you hope that supporters are going to be wanting to associate and with the Mabel Reeds and the Amelia Kemps and the Beth Ascotts and players in the Northamptonshire side, in the same way that they have their favourite players of the men's team, Justin Broad or whoever. It's great.
It's Jahal's into Compton. Oh, I tried to reverse that. I like the thinking, but it's just gone down to the catching fielder there for no run.
Yeah, I mean I think it was the right option because they've deliberately left that open, isn't it? There's nobody. If he connects to any extent, there's going to be runs for him.
Jahal's back in again, flighted. Compton's used his feet and just hit that to mid-wicket there. Diving effort from the fielder to stop the run. This
is a lovely little duel, isn't it, between these two? Because Compton, as we know, we've been saying, is just so patient. Jahal is trying to tempt him. It's good. It's just good stuff to watch.
And that's been clipped off the legs from Compton. Bit of confusion, but in the end, safe. Good quick run there by these two. Singh looks like he was setting off there pretty quickly.
Yes, it's the sort of run you don't particularly want at the other end when you see your partner who's 18 herring down towards you.
I tell you what though, that is something that I've noticed over the last this game and the game against Lancashire from a Kent's perspective is obviously young Denley himself and obviously Singh as well. It seems like the youth that are coming through are being really aggressively positive, which I think is the new way of being taught through the academies upwards, but you can definitely see that's been sort of applied to their senior cricket.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we had an interesting little interview on our cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton last week. We had did an academy special, and we had Kevin Innes, who's our academy director, and a couple of the young academy players. It was really interesting getting their take on how they see the game and the skills of the game, and it was for we old so-and-sos, it was very, very interesting to get a sort of modern take on it.
Yeah, I'd agree. The fearless cricket is definitely being
applied. And that's exactly the thing, isn't it? And it's very much what Darren Lehman is trying to instill here, and it's obviously gone right the way through the club. Now we have a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end. Dom Leach is taking a blow, and Justin Broad is coming on for a little burst before lunch. Broad, 16 wickets at 34 this season, and he's had a good year. Again, one of the most versatile cricketers on the staff. He's opened the batting in the Championship. He's batted down the order. He's batted at 3 in T20. He's batted in the middle order in the T20. He bowls with the new ball. He bowls with the old ball. And he, as we saw earlier on, he's a decent pair of hands as well. He's going to be bowling to Ben Compton with 2 slips in. Vasconcelos, who's back on the field, is at first. Calvin Harrison at second. Very wide-ish third man. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Now changing the field, bringing up James Sales into mid-wicket. They've still got Safe Zabe in this short square leg position and a long leg. And here is Broad in bowls. Very full, and Compton jams down on it. It bounces over Broad's head, and that takes a bit of doing because Justin Broad's 6'4", bounces over his head and fielded at mid-off by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Broad in the previous game made his highest score of the season, made 70, but on 85 for the last wicket with Lloyd Pope against Middlesex. Here's Broad in, bowls round the wicket. Compton, it's on the pad. Broad appeals a little optimistically. It's run down on the leg side. There is a signal now from Rob Bailey that it is a leg by, and applause from around the ground as that brings up the 100 for Kent. Won a good toss, I think, this morning.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
Well, I had the privilege, and it's the first time I've done it in many years of covering Northamptonshire, to be involved in the huddle this morning, just to have a chat about the late Wayne Larkins. And Luke Proctor promised his team that he would win the toss and they would be batting first, but unfortunately he wasn't able to keep that promise. He's Broad in and bowls to Singh. Short, and Singh was just a little bit discomforted by that one. He drops it down in front of him. It maybe just bounced a tad more than he thought it was going to.
Yeah, it looked like it got up a bit more, like you said, than he was expecting. I mean, from a Northamptonshire perspective, the pitch looks like that it's got maybe a couple of surprises, I don't know.
Well, it's, yes. I mean, at Northampton, it tends to be that you've got to make any impression in the first session and a half, really. He's Broad in and bowls. Forward goes Singh. Lovely looking forward stroke. Runs out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. You tend, if you get sort of through the first session and a half, it'll tend to go a bit flat. Not sure if that's the same here.
It's tough, isn't it? I think with Derek today, nice and warm, sun's beating down on the wicket. It looks already like a good batting wicket anyway.
Kookaburra ball as well, of course, which doesn't help matters. Here's Broad in, bowls down the leg side. It's just a suggestion that Singh might have got a little feather on that, but Rob Bailey deems otherwise. Rob Bailey at the far end, one of the senior umpires now. He's what is he, 62 now? Scored more runs across all formats for Northamptonshire than anybody else in the club's history.
Season pro.
31,000 runs. Here's Broad in, bowls short, and Singh was trying to pull that down behind square on the leg side, and it finished up going over the top of middle stump. So an interesting start from Justin Broad. 100 for 1 it is. At the end of Broad's first over, 1 over 1 maiden. That was just the leg by. Molly leaves us for now. Hopefully she'll be back on a little bit later on. Will you be rejoining us later, Molly? Yeah, she will. Brilliant. Need to find out more about the rhododendrons in Tunbridge Wells. But lovely to get Molly's insights, and particularly talking about, as I say, I think there's obviously a lot of common ground between the men's and women's sides in Northamptonshire and Kent.
Yeah, well, she's going to be joining us this afternoon.
Excellent.
And I hear she's a big wrestling fan as well, so
really?
I'm going to ask her about that this afternoon.
Can't help a great deal about that, I'm afraid. Chahal starting a fresh over from this pavilion end, and back goes Compton. Plays it defensively for no run. Sonny's back out again. Good crowd here at Canterbury, but many spectators understandably trying to keep under cover as Chahal is in bowls, and Compton comes across his stumps looking to try and tickle it round the corner. Doesn't get any bat on it.
I think there's over 1,000 in here today.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. As I think last one we were around coming up to the commentary position this morning, I think there's a lot of people camping out down at the bottom of the Frank Woolley undercover. Forward goes Compton, plays that defensively back down the pitch. In fact, I saw on social media this morning that was the official advice, I think, from Kent. Keep out the sun if possible.
Tomorrow and Tuesday is going to be 34.
Yeah, even warmer. Chahal round the wicket, bowls to Compton down the pitch, driven, very well stopped off his own bowling, or half stopped by Chahal. In the end it just rolls up to Proctor at mid-on, and there is no run. I shall be doing a little bit under 5 Live Sports Extra at lunchtime about Wayne Larkins. Round the wicket comes Chahal. And Compton shaping to try and play that again round the corner. There is a leg slip in. Doesn't make contact. I think Alex Stewart's going to be in the studio as well, so obviously Alex Stewart would have played with Ned at test level.
Yeah, lovely guy.
Round the wicket comes Chahal, flights that one right up. As we were saying with Molly, this is a fascinating duel between Compton, who won't be tempted, and Chahal, who's still trying to tempt him. End of the over, 100 for 1. Compton is 23. Singh is 29. Just joining us, the man out this morning, Jaden Denley, after a most attractive innings of 35 off 36 balls, caught by Broad in the gully off Guthrie for 35. That was 46 for 1.
We've had some posts in on social media. Mike has said, what is it with starting these games on a Sunday? So few non-football Saturdays as it is. I just don't get the logic of playing 3 days in the week where lots of people are at work or have other commitments. Well, it's an interesting point as Broad comes in and Singh defends. John Whiting, no relation of mine, but a big Northants fan and a lovely man actually, said it's a good toss to win. I've got to agree with you, John.
Yeah, saw John and Erica walking round this morning, find themselves a suitable vantage point.
William C has dropped us a line and said, delighted to find today's stream. I'll come on to it after this ball from Broad. Singh drives, but can only pick out Zabe at extra cover. Delighted to find today's stream carries the proper BBC Sport comms, meaning wider coverage for Radders, waxing lyrical, re-Ned. Well, I'm sure you can probably re-listen to that because it was an absolute masterpiece of radio. And if you want to hear about Wayne Larkins' career, first half hour this morning where Radders waxed lyrical. That's chopped, but a good sprawling stop by Sales stops it from going for 4. It is well worth re-listening to. So yeah, thanks for your post, William. And Mike has sent us another one about the Sunday stuff. Ben Watts, normal Kent commentator, has said a splendid duo to keep you company for the next few days. That's Radders and Molly probably, but there you go, Ben, thanks for that. And that's left alone by Singh. Jack Russell has liked the post about the Canterbury Cricket Week that I put out earlier as well, so good to hear from Jack.
I'm sure he must have painted this at some point.
I'm sure he
Jack
has.
Russell.
Yeah, it's interesting when he goes to Cheltenham, because we've worked at Cheltenham together, haven't we, over the years? And Cheltenham College is one of the most picturesque venues in the country. But in the distance at Cheltenham, as Singh gets a little bit late on that, but no harm done. In the distance at Cheltenham, there's a rather ugly 1960s building, which is, I think, the head office of Eagle Star Insurance. And Jack just doesn't paint it in. He's got artistic license, just doesn't paint it in there at all. So,
wonderful.
Yeah, no, he's a fantastic man, and he's somebody who's been very good to me down at Gloucestershire. Meanwhile, this morning here at Canterbury, Kent are 100 for 1 in perfect batting conditions. As John Whiting said, a good toss to win. Singh gets on the front foot, pushes it out to mid-off. Probably a couple of overs to lunch, maybe 3, because Chahal's quite quickly through his.
Broad's come into the attack here, and he's actually just started to pose a few questions. 2 overs, 2 maidens, and both batters have had just a few little alarms and excursions with him.
Well, he bowls wicket to wicket. He doesn't bowl much rubbish, does he?
No,
he's like there or thereabouts virtually every delivery.
Well, we were saying, both Molly and I felt that I think Dom Leach, and it's, as I say, it's hard to be critical. He's been out of the side for a long time and he's just feeling his way back into first-class cricket, but just maybe bowling a little bit short this morning. Looked more threatening when he did pitch it up a bit. Here's Chahal. In and bowls, and turned by Compton, dangerously close to Vasconcelos, who's under the lid at forward short leg. They have a forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip for Chahal. Point just in front of square. Mid wicket, mid off. Short goes Compton, and that's got what it deserved. That was a drag down from Chahal. He doesn't bowl very many, but Compton, well, he's not going to pass up that sort of opportunity, and pulls it away to mid-wicket for 4. Compton to 27 and Kent to 104 for 1. 6 minutes or so to go until lunch, so if these two are still there at lunchtime, I think Kent will feel they've had a pretty good morning. Here's Chahal in again, bowls full, driven down the ground by Compton, fielded by Luke Proctor.
I think the sort of subplot here is, will this pitch break up?
Yeah,
because it looks a very good batting surface, and I think first innings there'll be big totals, but Northampton didn't have to bat last on it.
Yeah, well, this is very similar to the situation that Northamptonshire found themselves in the previous game against Middlesex, as Chahal bowls a little bit quicker and turned away by Compton, or attempted to turn it away. I'm not sure if he actually got any bat on that. Gone down past leg slip for a single, no. Umpire Peverell signals a leg by, so 1 more onto the total, 105 for 1, where there was a lot of talk before the game that Northamptonshire were going to go, as Darren Lehman told me in an interview, they were going to go spin heavy, potentially 4 spinners in action in that game. Here's Chahal in again, and played defensively down to sort of gully region by Singh. No run, he stays on 29. And they were sort of waiting for it to break up, and it never did. And here is Chahal in again. Flights that one right up, driven by Singh and well fielded in the covers by Tim Robinson, who's out there sweeping in front of the Freeman House flats. 1 more to Singh, and he keeps the bowling as well. 30 to him, 27 to Compton. It's 106 for 1. But, you know, look back over the last 20 years or so at Northampton, and the pitches there don't break up. And I know, talking to Luke Proctor after that game, they were fully expecting it was going to do a lot more than it did. It turned a bit on the last day and a half, but not to any particularly alarming degree. So I wonder if it'll be the same thing here. Everybody's waiting for it to break up, and it doesn't.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of cricket grounds have had drainage systems put in 15, 20 years ago, which help with the wet weather as Broad comes in. Oh, that's a thick inside edge. Not sure Singh meant to get that there, but he's going to scamper through for 1. And I spoke to Rob Key about this before he, you know, got a big England job in the days when he used to give interviews to plebs like me. But he had this theory that the new drainage systems sort of sucked the life out the squares, so tracks have become slower and lower, but they don't break up the way they used to either.
They certainly, as I say, they certainly don't at Northampton.
And that had a big reputation for spin. The days with Jason Brown, Monty Panesar twirling away.
Yeah, Graham Swan, Michael Davis as well.
Yeah. Turned. Through backwards square by Compton. He moves on to 28. Sings on 31.
But yeah, it's you don't, as I say, we certainly haven't at Northampton seen any surfaces that have really spun a lot in recent seasons. I was thinking about, we were talking about Derek Underwood earlier, of course, very much in the thoughts of everybody here at the Canterbury week, and we're talking about Hastings as well, and I think I'm right in saying he had an extraordinarily good record against Sussex at Hastings over the years at the old Central Ground.
Broad in, Singh drives pleasantly, he'll pick up one, can't get it past mid-off. Yeah, that's one of the biggest crimes in cricket, whoever made that into a shopping centre, because it was an absolutely gorgeous venue with a multicoloured bed and breakfasts overlooking the ground.
That's right. The wonderful smell of cabbage at dinner time, as you know, the old boarding houses. I was a huge fan of that ground, and Northamptonshire actually played one of the last matches there, second team game. And we were all presented, I was down there just a bit of a busman's, and we all got presented with a Hastings tie.
Just chopped away. They did play at Hastings, didn't they, at the other ground? They moved to, I think, Hastings, was it Hastings Priory Cricket Club? Well, Hastings and St Leonard's Priory, wasn't it, cricket club? They moved to...
They've got a new ground,
out of town.
New out of town ground. I haven't never been there.
I think Sussex did play there a couple of times.
Well, I went to the shopping centre once just out of curiosity and wished I hadn't. It was very sad.
Just to put the windows through. Broad. So that's played off the front foot there by Akant Singh, who looks a decent player actually. I like the look of him. Him and Denley have been very impressive this morning.
No, he's been good, hasn't he? He's particularly enjoyed when Molly and I were on, when he decided to come down the pitch and smack Yuzi Chahal first bounce over mid-on for 4. He thought, okay, fair enough. Why not? Now this is a great bit of, we don't really want another over before lunch.
Is that George Scrimshaw?
It is George Scrimshaw, yes, in the high vis, 12th man.
Fine moustache as well.
Officer Crabtree.
Yep. He always reminds me actually of the two airmen from Hello, Hello, Hello.
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 I think I don't know, Rob Bailey, I'm sure if there's any way of, yeah, there we go. Rob doesn't want another over. So that is lunch on the first day here at Canterbury, and Kent won a good toss, I think. Are 110 for 1. Northamptonshire have got through 28 overs in the morning session. Ben Compton is 29 not out, with Singh on 32, and the man out, Jaden Denley, caught by Broad in the gully off Guthrie for 35. That was 46. It's now 110 for 1, and I shall go off and talk more Wayne Larkins.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, Radders, and the batsmen getting some warm applause from this knowledgeable cricket crowd here at Canterbury in ideal conditions, and Kent will resume after lunch on 110 for 1, and Radders and I are going to grab something to eat, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent in a couple of minutes, but meanwhile here from St Lawrence, go and grab yourself some lunch and come back and join us. We'll see you soon. Well, it's going rather swimmingly for the hosts, having won the toss and elected to bat. They're 110 for 1 at lunch. Jaden Denley, the man out, he hit some sparkling shots before he departed, including one glorious 6 over extra cover, but he went caught by Justin Broad, bowled by Liam Guthrie for 35. Ben Compton's there, the rock, at the glue at the top of the Kent batting order. He's on 29. And Ekansh Singh, the youngster, he's moved on to 32 rather serenely. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey 98 for 1 on the cusp of lunch, having lost Rory Burns for 55. And Warwickshire going along rather nicely down at Hove. They're 107 for 1. Davis, the man out, caught by Daniel Ibrahim off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 37. And remember, you can follow all these games on the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome back to Canterbury, where Kent will resume on 110 for 1. Ekhan Singh is on 32. Ben Compton is on 29. And Ben Compton has been awarded his Kent men's cap during the lunch interval. He's become the 223rd player to be capped. It's an accolade awarded to Kent cricketers that have represented the county with distinction. And he was awarded his county cap by the man who was number 164 on the cap list, Richard Ellison. So good to see him back as well, swing bowler. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm delighted to be joined by a stalwart of Northamptonshire cricket, Mr. Andrew Radd. How are you, Radders?
Yeah, very good, thanks, Dan. I had the pleasure at lunchtime of having another little chat about Wayne Larkins with our colleagues on Sports Extra with Alex Stewart, who obviously actually made his Test debut with Wayne Larkins. So interesting to get his take from the dressing room side of things.
Was that 1990?
Yep, that's right. And talking about, I think in very favourable terms of Darren Lehman this morning, wanting the present squad to learn a little bit about Wayne Larkins and his record for Northamptonshire, but also personality of the man and how he went about his work. And it was very, I thought it was a classy touch, I think, from the head coach, to be honest.
Yeah, he's interesting like that, Lehman, isn't he? He was into things like Sun Tzu, The Art of War and stuff like that with John Buchanan, wasn't he? And he actually has got a wider perspective on life, really, and bringing that sort of experience into his cricket.
Yeah, he's one of the things he said very early on, almost before, I think it was in fact before a ball was bowled this year, arriving at the club, was that to him history and heritage is important, and identity, because it all ties in together. And as you can imagine, that was very much music to my ears. And he's very, very keen on wanting to know milestones and career milestones approaching, any facts and figures and stats and stuff. I'm messaging him most days with something that either has come up or is likely to come up. He's, to him, it is part and parcel of being involved with a county and being a county coach. And I have to say, it's something I think is entirely commendable. And I think it's probably why, one of the factors anyway, why he's, I think, making a big impression, a big favourable impression at Northamptonshire.
And quite an Australian.
Well,
I mean, not being one to generalise, but
that said, I mean, they have obviously the baggy green is sort of totemic thing, and they awarded Safe Zabe his county cap, the sort of same accolade that Ben Compton had at lunchtime, and that was done beautifully. It was done before the start of play with David Ripley doing the little speech. Safe's family were invited up to join the huddle, and it was really very well done. And again, I think that's tells you a lot about him and a lot about his philosophy, as you say, not just towards cricket but towards life in general.
Yeah, well, Yuzi Chahal is going to start us for the afternoon session from the pavilion end as he comes into Compton. And Compton goes back to a ball that he could possibly have gone forward to there. I think short leg, he's a bit nervous about getting a thick inside edge onto his pad, so he's going onto the back foot and playing it late, trusting the wicket. Again, he does the same. Now, there's a story, Radders, about Northamptonshire's caps, isn't there? The actual caps that they wear on their heads with regards to capped players and uncapped players. I'll come on to it after this ball from Chahal as Compton covers up. What's the story?
Well, that's a no ball, by the way, called by umpire Peveril. Yes, they... I suppose it would have been, I'm trying to work out how many years ago it was. It was probably a good 20 years plus ago. I'll come back to that.
Chahal just strays onto the leg side here. Compton just pushes it through mid-wicket and Sales Fields.
And they went for these caps with the sort of gold piping on for capped players. They also will have a capped players tie as well, which is saw quite a few of those in evidence at Former Players Day last weekend. And then they rather sort of fell into disuse because John Sadler, previous head coach, wasn't a big fan.
Singh pushes that into the onside.
I think he felt, and I see his point, that he wanted his team all to go out looking the same and all wearing just the Northamptonshire playing cap, because the contribution of player A is the same as player B.
That's pleasantly played through mid-wicket by Singh. It'll bring him a couple.
And runs by a cap player don't count double. So he wasn't a big fan, but obviously with him now having moved on, then the capped players' caps are back in evidence again, and personally I'm rather pleased.
Yeah, fantastic. Short and punched to mid-off by Singh. I believe in the 1980s, even up until the 1980s, at Old Trafford was uncapped players had to change in a different dressing room.
Yeah. At Northampton, it used to be they had a second team changing room, which was underneath the old ladies' stand, not the old ladies' stand, the old ladies' stand, which was demolished in 1978. The miracle being that it survived as long as it did before falling down of its own volition. I can remember when I started going to Wantage Road in the 70s, it was fairly dilapidated then, but that was always regarded as a huge incentive to get in the first team, because you didn't have to change in this. They used to call it the dungeon under the. But yeah, I mean, county cricket does have a bit of a history of being fairly feudal in its attitudes. It's going to be Guthrie, Liam Guthrie, to bowl from the far end, Mackington Road end. The wicket taker so far, 1 for 24 off 7, and that first ball to Ben Compton is played back down the pitch. There's a great story that Des Barrick, the late Des Barrick, used to tell of when he started playing for Northamptonshire, late 40s. And Freddie Brown, of course, had just come in as captain, and Des was taking a bath in the old changing rooms at Northampton, and Freddie Brown turned up and ready to have his bath, and of course he couldn't get in it because Des was in there, and a few sort of nervous glances around the dressing room. Here's Guthrie in, bowls and played up to mid-on by Compton, and there's no run. And they were sort of saying eventually Des got out and Freddie got in, and Dennis Brooks, a senior professional, took him to one side and explained that there was a very strict pecking order, and his closing remark was, and if there's enough hot water to wash your big toe, then you'll be very lucky, or words to that effect. So it was all fairly feudal, a very strict pecking order. Opposite, George Cox used to tell a great story at Sussex about how the capped players had butter on the lunch table and the uncapped players had butter and marge mix. Here's Guthrie in and bowls to Compton, who's covering up, playing it back down the pitch, no run.
Well, another thing, even up until the 1980s, was at Yorkshire the players used to have lunch, and there used to be bottles of beer on the table at lunchtime, which you would never get now with these elite athletes that you see before your very eyes. But when you're just talking about the old ladies stand there, I just had visions of Edna and Enid with their blue rinse.
Yes, that's why I had to make the distinction, but it was fairly crummy. Here's Guthrie in, bowled short, and Compton not to be tempted. There is a deep backward square out on the boundary and a long leg, but Compton deciding not to attempt the hook or the pull. Yes, it was the ladies traditionally would sit in there, and again there's a story of just after the war when the whole ground was in pretty poor state of repair. It hadn't been used during the war. It had been a headquarters for the local fire service, the auxiliary fire service. So it was a bit tatty. Guthrie in and bowls to Compton, nudges it down on the onside but can't get it past Sales coming round from square leg.
Where was it on the ground?
It was where the new pavilion is now, between
where the players change.
Yes,
yeah.
Between the Ken Turner where we commentate from and the sort of the mound stand, the seats there.
Yeah, if you're ever at Northampton, do not do an interview anywhere near that vicinity because the players, the away team, tend to drag their kit bags down the stairs, which makes you sound like you're sort of, there's a bit of tap dancing going on in the background.
Yes, it's not ideal. Here's Guthrie, and again bowls to Compton on his legs, clips it away. Very good stop at mid-wicket by James Sales. Took the way off it. Might have been 4 otherwise. It was beautifully timed by Compton, but Sales getting a hand to it, and means that in the end they just come through for a single. So Compton goes to 31 and keeps the bowling, and Kent are 116 for 1 after winning the toss here at Canterbury and choosing to bat first. And so they used to go, the ladies used to go to complain about the facilities, shall we say, to Lieutenant Colonel Elaine St George Coldwell, who was then Secretary of Northamptonshire, later the Northamptonshire Regiment. And his attitude was always, well, they should have gone before they came to the ground.
It sounds like you might have a few quid. Anyway, here's Chahal as Compton reverses, and as you said, Radd, there's a big gap there. They're tempting him with that, but this time he's nailed it, and it runs away down towards the Leslie Ames pavilion.
It's my friend and colleague Matthew Engel, when we were writing the official history of the county a few years ago, he came up with a great story that apparently Colonel Coldwell used to employ members of the ground staff to act as beaters for his shoots at Greens Norton in the county. He used to wear his Stragglers of Asia tie.
Chahal as Compton plays us up to Proctor at mid-on, no run. Yeah, it's I remember Prince Charles got in trouble a few years ago for aiming his gun too low above a beater's head. I think there's a certain ratio. Compton takes a quick single, it's time to Proctor and makes it home comfortably.
Well, the sort of circles you move in, Dan, I'm sure you would know these things. Member of the county set. But,
well, you know me, Radders. In fact, I was having a bit of trouble with the drawbridge this morning.
Rubbish in the moat again. Dear, oh dear. It'll never do.
121 for 1. Ekench Singh just pushes that back. Do you like the look of Ekench Singh?
Very much. I keep going back to that shot he played before lunch off Chahal, but I mean, that talk about the confidence of youth down the pitch, thump.
Oh, he nearly gets himself into a bit of hot water there, though.
But for an he's not 19 yet, and to come down the pitch and thump Chahal over mid-on, first bounce for 4.
Yeah,
fair enough.
For me, it was the off drive this morning. That's just defended. I think it was off. Might have been off Guthrie actually. And it was an off drive which went down towards the cafe, and it was just sumptuous, wasn't it? It really was. He held the pose. He's not shy. He's not short of confidence.
No, he looks a class act. 121 for 1 then, with a bit of cloud cover this afternoon, which, as I say, it's heresy, I'm sure, but it's actually a little bit more pleasant without the very full sun coming into our glass windowed commentary box here. Bit of a greenhouse at the best of times here at Canterbury, but it's a little bit cooler this afternoon. Here is Guthrie over the wicket to bowl to Compton, and Compton is in behind that, plays it out to Sales at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Quick scan through what's happening elsewhere at Division 1 down at Southampton. Worcestershire 117 for 2 against Hampshire. Somerset 103 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Taunton. James Rue is 44 not out there. Surrey 106 for 1 against Durham at the Oval. Rory Burns out for 55. Guthrie in bowls and turned away by Compton. Certainly a run for him here as it goes out to deep square. Justin Broad sends in his return and they're through for a single. Compton goes to 37, Kent to 122 for 1. Warwickshire 122 for 1 against Sussex down at Hove. Rob Yates is 57 not out, Alex Davis out for 37. Essex 98 for 1 against Yorkshire up at Headingley. Dean Elgar 45 not out. In Division 2, Lancashire struggling a bit, 106 for 5 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Keaton Jennings is 42 not out.
As you said earlier, it can be a little bit sporting.
Can be a little spicy at Queen's Park. Here's Guthrie in bowls to Singh, who in the end plays that pretty well because he was thinking about a drive through the covers and in the end just pulled the bat inside the line. And it goes through to Lewis McManus. At Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, Gloucestershire 97 for 2 against Glamorgan. Cameron Bancroft out for 50. And at Grace Road, Middlesex 124 for no wicket against Leicestershire. With Sam Robson 54 not out. Josh De Carey's put up the order since the new coach Dean Vilas came in. He's not out 53. Back of a length goes Guthrie.
Or even
Singh on the back foot plays it back down the pitch.
Or even back in the side.
Well, yes.
He hasn't played. He's been scoring loads in their second 11. Both him and Joe Cracknell. And one of the first things that they've done is get them both back into the first 11. And Cracknell got some runs last week.
He'd got 100.
Yep.
A very good 100 as well. Meanwhile, in the test match at Bulawayo, which I was watching a bit of yesterday, South Africa 418 for 9 declared, Zimbabwe 212 for 6. There's Guthrie goes short, very short, and Singh ducks underneath it.
Yeah.
Bailey indicates it's one for the over.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Singh playing it like that because he's been standing up tall and trying to play the ball in front of his face, and he got into a little bit of a spot of trouble there before lunch where one just popped in the air a little bit, and Guthrie's that little bit quicker, extra pace. He's got a skiddy bouncer as well, so I'm glad to see Singh ducking and weaving rather than trying to play it.
Guthrie from the far end, the Nackington Road in, and bowls to Singh, who is reaching for that a little bit, but drives up to mid-off safely enough, and there is no run. Safe Fields 122 for 1 at the end of the over. Compton is 37 and Singh is 34.
You're listening to Dan Whiting and Andrew Radd on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton, and live on the Kent stream here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, on a rather poignant day for Northamptonshire cricket after the passing of Wayne Larkins yesterday. And if anyone wants to listen to the first half hour this morning, it's fantastic radio, as Radders and I discussed his, well, Radders mainly, but he's the man who knows him far better than I do, but we discussed the career and lifestyle of Wayne Larkins. Chahal, let's turn around the corner. Singh's got to be quick, but a slight fumble from Sales there.
Yeah, if he picked that up cleanly, it might have been a little bit tight, but he didn't.
Yeah, Compton's running can be a little bit scatty at times. Very good player. Defended by Singh. Textbook for defensive. I think young James Sales, I think his father probably played a lot of cricket with Ned.
They wouldn't quite.
That's whipped to mid-on with bottom hand. When did David Sales make his debut?
David made his first class debut in 1996.
Okay, that late.
He got double 100 on debut at Kidderminster.
That late, was it?
Yeah, he played his first team game. He played a Sunday League game at a couple of years before that in 94 against Essex.
Compton turns this to mid-wicket. But Larkins went to Durham,
Durham, yeah,
he?
between
91?
91 and 95. Had 4 seasons up in the northeast. Then played a bit for his native Bedfordshire, a year with Huntingdonshire.
It's just been turned to Sales at square leg again. Compton playing with the spin. Yeah, Bedfordshire at the time in the 90s, they had Larkins, they had a guy called Dave Mercer, who was a very good player, who I played against once, and luckily we got him out for 7, stumped down the leg side. Again, playing with a spin, turn to square leg, in the over, 124 for 1, Compton 38, Singh 35. Yeah, Mercer played club cricket at Dunstable with Rob Keogh's club, and he was an absolute run machine at club level.
Well, funnily enough, the last time I saw Wayne Larkins bat in a county match was for Bedfordshire against Buckinghamshire at Marlow, and unfortunately the game moved on rather rapidly on the first day, and Bedfordshire were bowled out, Bucks were bowled out, and Ned was actually out twice in the day. Bedfordshire started their second innings, his Guthrie in bowls, and pushed out into the covers by Singh, and there's no run.
And you're only there as a spectator. When you're commentating, a quick game's a good game, isn't it, Radd?
Well, not necessarily. It depends what the what your arrangement is. If you're being paid by the day, a short game is actually a very bad game. But no, I was just watching, but because I had friends playing for Bucks as well. But yeah, it was not the ideal way for me to watch Ned bat for the last time. But so many great memories of his innings for Northamptonshire as Guthrie bowls and punched beautifully off the back foot. Lovely balance from Singh. It's running out to the boundary. It's good chase and sliding stop by James Sales, and sends in his return. And they only get 2, but it was a lovely shot. It was, again, a little bit back of a length from Guthrie, and Singh just standing tall and punched it away out through the cover region. He goes to 37, Kent to 126 for 1. Still 2 slips in, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second.
Yeah, front foot or back foot, offside or leg side, Singh looks a pretty solid player.
Here's Guthrie in again, bowls, and again short of a length, and just what Dan was mentioning a moment or two ago, again he's trying to just ride the bounce and play it up in front of his face. It's not that much of a problem because this pitch is not particularly quick.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
But on a surface where it may be doing a little bit more, then it might just be an issue.
Put him on the whacker at Perth, it might be different.
Yeah. Yes, that might be tasty. Or even at Chesterfield. Here's Guthrie in bowls and pushed out into the offside by Singh, fielded by Justin Broad, who's tight in there at extra cover. Sun is trying to come out. There's still quite a lot of cloud around, but we lose the sun in the afternoon, don't we, here in our commentary position?
Yeah, we do. It
goes round behind us. So.
Goes back over the city.
The ice cream van's doing good trade anyway over to our right, down the back of the Les Ames Pavilion.
Certainly better than one. Radders and I covered a game at Bristol about 4 years ago, and all 4 days were under slate grey skies. Right, yes. And the ice cream van was there for 4 days.
Here's Guthrie in bowl, short, and well, Singh took that on, and it flew not too far away from the gloves. And they do have long leg down there, Dom Leach, for the purpose. So there's obviously a bit of a plan here, I think, to Singh. Northampton's bowling coach Rory Kleinveld, who I shall be having a chat with. We've arranged an early rendezvous here tomorrow morning because I'll chat with him for the cricket show tomorrow evening. Goes out on BBC Radio Northampton. Here's Guthrie in bowls, driven out to extra cover by Singh, fielded by Broad, end of the over. 126 for 1. Compton is 38 and Ekan Singh is 37. He actually leaves Northamptonshire, of course, in a few weeks' time to go and become head coach at Western Province. But going certainly with the club's very best wishes, and makes sense for him at the moment, and hopefully it won't be the last we see of him.
Yeah, this ice cream van at Bristol.
Oh yes.
I don't think it had one customer.
It did. It had one customer. I'll tell you that one customer was David Ripley.
Yes, it was.
Rips was never known to turn over the chance of a 99 or a Mivvy or whatever. But yes, I think he was the only customer that we saw.
Short and pulled by Compton, but can't beat the man on the fence, which is Robinson out there. Yeah, Ripley came back with his smothered in sauce and sprinkles, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds like Rips.
Yeah, but it wasn't doing good trade. I've seen it do far better trade. As Singh smites that through mid-wicket and gets 4 runs. Wasn't pretty, wasn't his prettiest shot, but it's effective.
Well, I say he's no respecter of reputations, is he, as we mentioned this morning. You know, Chahal known around the cricket world, and fair enough, easy come, easy go. He's even obliged the bowler now to have a chat with his captain, Luke Proctor. Surely they're not going to put a man out, I don't think they are, but well, this is it again, it's interesting stuff, isn't it? Singh's got to take him on.
It's just held back by Chahal there, just a little bit shorter. Singh feeling for that one.
In fact, there's a bit of a theme developing, because Singh is quite happy to take on the short ball from Guthrie. He's quite happy to take on Chahal. Just quite happy to take it on.
Yeah. That one's been smashed. Couple of bounces, 4 runs, and Singh, as Andrew Radd has just said, is no respecter of reputation.
That was a glorious shot.
Yeah.
Kept his shape a little bit, as you mentioned, the one away through mid-wicket, he just lost his shape a little bit, but there it was, pure, clean strike, lovely shot.
And then defends this one. Yeah, that ice cream van at Bristol, Radd, there used to be a big Labrador down there at Bristol called Benny, who is sadly no longer with us. And that's drilled up to mid-on, and they'll scamper through for a single up to Dom Leach. And Singh will retain the strike at the end of the over. 136 for 1, Compton 39, Singh 46. And Benny would get a free ice cream from the lovely lady Anna, who runs the ice cream place with her husband Paolo. And so Benny knew when he was let off the lead that he would slyly wander over to the ice cream van and would sit there patiently, which he was then given a cornet and ice cream, which was devoured in about 2 bites.
Wonderful. It's like the old we were talking about actually during the Middlesex game last week, the old groundsman's horse who knew when Northamptonshire's number 11 Bumper Wells was going in, supposedly before the First World War. Gilbert, the groundsman's horse.
Right.
And he would go and station himself between the shafts of the heavy roller as Bumper Wells went in, so they say. Change of bowling. Dom Leach is into the attack, replacing Guthrie from the Nackington Road end. Just do this over and then I shall make way for Molly.
Yeah, Steve Kirby told me that when he walked out to bat, the groundsman used to start his mower up.
Yeah, same idea, I think. Well, Northamptonshire have had 1 or 2 down the years who probably say that of. Nobby Clark back in the 20s and 30s. Jim Griffiths, of course, more recently.
Was Kevin Jarvis here at Kent.
Here's Leach in again, bowls to Singh, stretches forward, just runs it down to Zabe at backward point, and there's no run. Mark Robinson, of course, later of Yorkshire and Sussex, and England women's head coach, Warwickshire head coach. Robbo had his had his moments with the bat as well. No, Jim Griffiths was 75 2 or 3 weeks ago. Saw him up at the ground. Very good form. Still umpiring a bit for Earthlingborough seconds in the Northamptonshire League. Still looks good for a few overs. Here's Leach. He bowls, appeal for LBW as Singh pushes forward. Not out, says umpire Rob Bailey. There is no signal, so he obviously got some bat on it, which would explain why it is not out.
So Jim Griffiths 75, that's probably 73.5 above his batting average, isn't it?
No. Griff, well, as I said when I put a post up about Griff's birthday, if people want to know about his batting, just ask Michael Holding, who couldn't get him out in the backstages of that amazing NatWest Trophy semi-final at Northampton against Lancashire in 1981, when Griff and Tim Lamb scored the last 13 to win the match by 1 wicket. Well, actually, he was on a tie, and fewer wickets. Round the wicket comes Leach. In behind it goes Compton, plays it defensively, and there's no run.
And then there was a thrilling final as well.
Yeah,
against Derbyshire.
Oh, don't mention that. Yes, Derbyshire won on wickets lost. And as I said in one of my recent publications, the LBW that Jeff Cook got out to in that final for a superb 111, LBW to Colin Tunnicliffe, didn't look out then and doesn't look out now. 44 years on, but it's not that I'm bitter or anything.
Colin Tunnicliffe.
Yes, is Leach round the wicket, bowls, and Compton nibbles that down through backward point. Out to Tim Robinson, coming in from the boundary, sends in his return. Takes Compton up to 40 and Kent to 138 for 1. These two have put on 92. For the second wicket, came together at the fall of Jaden Denley with 46 on the board.
The name Colin Tunnicliffe, you know, reminds me of Barry Wood was in that side.
Barry Wood was in that
Peter
side.
Kirsten.
Yes. Yeah. John Wright.
Yeah.
Jeff Miller.
Yeah.
Here's Leach in, bowls, and a beautifully correct defensive push up to mid-off.
Bob Taylor.
Yes, he would have been. He would have been in that one. That's the end of the over. 138 for 1. Compton is 40. Singh is 47. Leach has bowled 9 overs for 49, and to join Dan Whiting for the next half an hour or so will be Molly Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Radders. No real alarms for Kent since the luncheon interval. They've added 28 runs since then. Compton has moved serenely. He's added 11 to his total, and Singh has added 15 as the wonderful Molly Davis has joined us. How are you, Molly?
I'm very well, thank you.
Nice spot of lunch?
It was actually. Nice little sandwich in the sun.
Lovely. You don't want too much more in this sort of weather, do you?
No, it's just too warm, but then again.
Chahal in, and that's just turned into mid-wicket, and Compton will go on to 41 with that. Apart from Radders, who has fine dining when he's down in the Garden of England, you know, but the rest of us just have to put up with a sandwich, I'm afraid, you know, so what can you do?
Absolutely, a quick raid of Sainsbury's around the corner, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Are you a fan of the ice cream van here?
I am actually. When I usually come down, I tend to make a visit.
Yeah. There's Chahal, comes in, and that's just pushed into the offside. And what's your go-to?
Well, I would have known it as a 99 with a flake. I mean,
yeah.
Not a 99 anymore, is it? It's a bit more than that.
That's inflation for you, isn't it? You
Slightly,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, that's the world we live in, I'm afraid. That's been driven pleasantly by Singh. Yeah, that's the... well, they have got a little bit smaller, though, I think, you know, over the years. Sort of stagflation, isn't it? So, yeah.
Yes, couldn't agree more. When you go to the ice cream van, you're like, smaller than I was used to.
Indeed. Compton whistles this one through wide mid-wicket, and That'll run away down to the cafe for 4 runs. Using his feet, meets it on the 4, and very good shot. Are you a sprinkles fan and sauces?
I'm pretty boring. Just literally the ice cream with a flake. Yeah. That's perfect for me.
Yeah.
Nothing too fancy.
No, likewise, likewise. Man of simple tastes, me. As that is just defended by Compton. Now, we touched on it before lunch. You're a big fan of wrestling.
I was wondering how long it would take for it to come up. And where are you getting your information from? Because it is correct. Yes, it is correct.
Well, I can't reveal my sources. Journalistic integrity, you know. Charles coming around the wicket to Compton, just changing the angle. Doesn't make any difference because Compton just defends it. Kent 144 for 1, Compton 45. Singh is too shy of a half century. And yeah, where were you? I mean, how did you get into wrestling?
I think I was of the age of the generation where sort of like 2008 to 2010, I really got into it. And then, yeah, as I got a little bit older, I picked it back up again. It's probably one of the guilty pleasures that I have.
So this is like WWE wrestling, the modern wrestling, not like sort of Giant Haystacks, Big Daddy, that sort of stuff back in.
No, we're talking like John Cena era. That's a bit of me, but yeah, sort of revealing my my guilty pleasures now in TV. And it looks like, is it Leach to continue? I believe so. Looking good though, isn't it? I think Singh and Compton have come back out after lunch again with that positive intent.
It looks a very flat wicket though, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And let's see what we can produce here as Leach is back in to bowl. So nice full ball, just press back, push back up to mid on there for no run.
Listening to me, Dan Whiting on with Kent wicket keeper Molly Davis, and well, not only Kent wicket keeper, but a florist and a wrestling fan.
Wrestling fan, yeah.
And what other sort of, what else are we going to learn about you, Molly?
Oh, big Bournemouth fan.
AFC Bournemouth.
Yeah, big Bournemouth fan. So
how comes you support the Cherries?
I used to be a good fan of Eddie Howe, and then he left. But I still stuck with the team. Yeah, can't complain. As Leach comes back in again to Singh. Full ball, but clipped off the hip there for Singh. Pushing back and been turned down for the 2, so that will take Singh to 49. But yeah, are you a football man?
Yeah, I've my team have just got back in the Football League. I support Barnet in North London. Yeah, so they won the National League this year and they're back into League 2. And they'll start their season at home to Fleetwood. That's a big one, isn't it? You don't want to miss that one. All ticket, that'll be.
Big game, big game. As Leach comes in to Compton. Back of a length, pulled through mid-wicket. Batters running, should be 2. Collected on the boundary rope there. Applause round the grounds. And we're just waiting to confirm what that is for. Nonetheless, that is 2 more runs to Ben Compton's total. And
100 partnership.
There we go, we confirm it's 100 partnership.
Good job we got Radd as well, isn't it?
It is indeed. As Leach comes back into Compton. Again, Compton's just played that through point, just taking the single out there. Which then takes him 1 more.
Yeah, Kent just nerdling about, milking the singles here, which will probably be even more frustrating for Luke Proctor and his side.
Yeah, absolutely. The batters looking pretty set, aren't they? Coming back after lunch, as you said. Wicket looks pretty good. Good time to bat.
Yeah, certainly is. Good toss to win. Absolutely.
As Singh sets himself, as Leach comes back in to bowl. Pitched up, it's just taken Singh's outside edge. Regulation take from the keeper there. And that comes to a close of Singh for 49, and a brilliant 49, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, the audible groan around the ground here, because they were just ready to applaud Ekam Singh's 50. And he just got a little feather on that. It wasn't a lot of foot movement, and just felt for it a little bit. and there was just this audible all around Canterbury, and they really were willing him on to go and get a 50, but he'll walk off having played some splendid shots. And I think the Kent crowd will know that in Jaden Denley and Ekhan Singh, they've got some decent ones for the future coming through.
Yes, 100%. The crowd, I think, were willing that 50 on, but he batted extremely well, and that 100 partnership was definitely, obviously, a key part to today's play. But this does bring number 14, Twanda Miyeye, out to the crease, who, without being the commentator's curse here, has been in pretty good form recently.
I love watching this guy bat. I absolutely love watching this guy bat. I think he's box office. I think some of his cover drives are just imperious. But where's Daniel Bell-Drummond?
Good question. I feel there's obviously going to be a tactic behind this. But like I said, Kent's batters definitely through the blast have been performing well, and I know Tawanda's going to be looking to come out and make a massive impact on this afternoon's play.
Yeah, I saw Kent beat Gloucestershire down in Bristol in the first match of the blast, and Miyeye got 42 in that one. Daniel Bell-Drummond got 60. In fact, all the Kent batters got runs. Crawley 37, Joe Denley 48 not out, Sam Billings 15 not out. They got 208 for 3 in a T20 game, and they used their brains actually. They saw off David Payne, who's very good at the top of the order.
Leaches into Miyeye first ball. She's clipped backward, the square leg there, just for the one as it's collected on the boundary. Off the mark first ball.
He can be a little bit of a slow starter, Twanda. He can be a little bit susceptible early on, but some of his shots are just a joy to watch. And his 100 here in the game we covered earlier in the season when we worked together against Middlesex, got 100 when they chased down 320 in 2 sessions on the final day, and he was curtsied to the crowd when he got his 100.
No, he's a good character, and a fan favourite actually. I've walked around the ground a few times on blast nights, etc., and all the kids are there with their autograph sheet wanting Miyeye's autograph. So,
well, he told me that he was going to celebrate by getting his girlfriend to cook him up button mushrooms. Chahal to Miyeye, who pushes this out to Leach at mid-on. Dan Whiting, Molly Davis here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton. Firm push back by Miyeye. So who's your favourite Kent player then? Have you got one?
Oh, I don't think I can pick, can I? I think that's harsh, but that everyone's great in their own right. I'll probably sit on the fence there.
Oh, a little bit of spin gets Miyeye in a little bit of a tangle there. Molly Davis with splinters in her derriere from sitting on the fence.
Yeah, honestly, there's been some great talent though, hasn't there?
Yeah. Oh, that's hit silly mid-off, or silly point actually. And I think almost bounces back up for a catch. We haven't got the advantage of replays here, so I'm just having to work off the naked eye, but
he looks okay, I think.
Is it Vasconcelos in there? Yeah, it is. Miyeye gets forward, defends that. See, when Vasconcelos was skipper, you didn't have to go in there. Now he's one of the senior statesmen of the side. You have to end up going in at those dangerous positions. Yeah,
it's not a position I would be volunteering to go in at.
No. Left alone. I wonder if that's the googly actually, because Chahal theatrically throws himself to the floor. Kent 149 for 2. Now Molly, how do you cope with being a wicket keeper? I mean, if I do it sort of now and again, my legs, honestly, I can't walk for days. I go into work walking like John Wayne the next day. How do you do it?
I just think it's years of practice, and I think for me, I've done it since I was 8. So many years down the road now, your body sort of just gets used to it. But any advice to young keepers out there that want to get into it, start early. Just every time you go to a training session, always put the gloves on, just try and catch as many balls as you can and just try and get in good positions. That's what I was always told, and touch wood, so far it's worked okay for me.
And do you get finger injuries as well?
You do. Along the way you've broken a few fingers, but nothing a bit of a tape can't sort out, and a couple of weeks.
And a good French polish and a manicure.
Absolutely. It looks like it will be Leach to continue to Compton. That is being hit lovely through point region, and it has raced away for 4, and that does bring up Ben Compton's half century. Brilliant morning of batting and cricket for Kent today, and Mr. Compton himself has done brilliantly.
Yeah, he's a run machine, isn't he? Absolute run machine. He's not a million miles away from 1,000 for the season already, and we're still in June.
I mean, it's a good stat to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd like that stat. As Leach continues again. And that's just been pushed back to the bowler there.
County cap at lunchtime as well.
I did see that. It's a good day.
Yeah. A few of the women have got their county caps as well. Megan Belt, she's got a county cap?
Yes, right? Megan Belt, our captain, has one. I mean, many years of service. I think she started playing in the senior side when she was 15. I believe that stat is right. If it is wrong, I'm sure she'll remind me. But no, some brilliant Kent exports as well. Lydia Greenway, Charlotte Edwards, Tammy Beaumont, just to name a few.
Yeah.
As Leach continues again. Shorter ball, just gone flying past Compton's helmet there.
How long have you been at Kent?
I played all my age group stuff at Kent, and I've been here ever since. So since the age of 8. So many years. I'm 24 now.
So you're a horse through and through.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
I'm not being rude to Molly there for listeners coming in. The nickname of the Kent women's team are the Horses.
Yes.
So after the badge and Invicta, the Kentish horse, and I saw Victor, the mascot, walking around earlier as well.
He has been doing the rounds today. Maybe gone to the ice cream van. Who knows? Leach again, and that has just been hit firmly through point by Ben Compton as it races away, and it looks like it will be just the one there. Good bit of fielding on the rope.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Robinson, by the look of it.
Yeah, he's patrolled that boundary very nicely.
New Zealander.
Absolutely. But no, I think we have adopted the name of the Horses, which I quite like actually. And the whole team actually really buy into. So much so we've got our song "Only the Horses" as our theme song, which everyone does know quite well. So there you go. It's an inside information for you.
Only the Horses.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you to sing it. I'm not going to ask you to sing it.
Leach is in, and that's just gone past Mayeye's pads down the leg side. No, I'm not going to sing that.
No.
No.
If we had Sydney Gorham on air here, she'd sing it.
I feel she'd give it a go. A few of the players actually would probably go, I will take this as a karaoke opportunity. Me, not so much, because I can't sing. But no, if you come down to watch the women's games, it will be blared across the ground speakers for anyone not familiar with the song.
And it's free entry for members, I believe, as well, isn't it?
It is indeed. As Leach is back into Mieye. As Mieye pushes that back up to mid-off for no run. It's a firm punch, that, wasn't it? Controlled.
Yeah. And for non-members, I think it's just £6 or kids for £1, is that right?
It possibly may be.
Yeah.
I know that members do get in for free. I know this year it's been a real big effort from the Kent ticketing department and everyone working behind the scenes to make sure that all the games can be accessible for everybody, which is great to see.
Yeah, and you've been playing here at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. You've also been playing at Polo Farm as well up the road.
Yeah, Polo Farm here, and I think I was saying earlier there's some Beckenham games as well, which will be good.
Okay.
Leach is back in. I mean, just tucked that behind backward square leg just for the one. That's picked up nicely and returned back to the keeper.
Yeah, Beckenham, lovely ground at Cope Road. Views of Crystal Palace.
Yep.
South London's very own Eiffel Tower.
It's interesting actually. A lot of our team this year come around from Surrey, Essex, Middlesex regions. So we're a squad from many parts of the south of England, and yeah, it's probably more of a local game for a few of our girls that have come down from Surrey.
Okay. Yeah, Surrey have been using it, I believe, for their women, haven't they? They've been using Beckenham, even though it's got "Welcome to Kent County Cricket Club" plastered on the pavilion. And
indeed.
But Surrey have been using it. Here's Chahal from the pavilion end. As Miaye just turns this into the onside, and Saif Zaib will do the fielding. They'll come through for a single. And on your travels, where's your favourite ground you played at?
There's been a few. You sort of find some hidden gems, don't you, in the countryside?
Yeah, you do.
Especially when you're sort of playing your club cricket or your early age group stuff. There was one I played down in Sussex, actually. The Blackstone, I think it's called.
Okay.
That's a brilliant ground. It's just at the batter, it's flat as a road.
Yeah, it's there's some lovely grounds in that neck of the woods. As Compton defends. Went down there on a cricket tour a few years, many years back. I won't give away how many years because the gentleman never tells his age, but played at Lancing College, which was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, familiar.
Compton just turns this into the leg side. Radd has got the privilege of going to rugby school in a couple of weeks as well, which is somewhere I was lucky enough to work last year. That's really good ground, good batting surface as well. I did a 50 over game there last year where 311 played 308. So it was a really good game of cricket. And it's really just pleasant venue, you know. So what about best lunch? Let's get down to proper business here, Molly. You know, let's not mess around now. Let's like get down to the nuts and bolts as Chahal comes in. That's off the pad.
I've played a club game in a ground in Surrey, and they made your lunch to order. So it would be like a small pastry tart, and they'd put your order in before you start play if you want like ham or chicken or anything like that in it, and that was brilliant.
Wow. Driven up to mid-on. Miaye's quick though, gets home comfortably. Or tomorrow I'm going to be speaking to the boys in the office there, and I'll put my order in with Liam Knight, and I'll say, Molly Davis has promised me that my lunch will be made to order here. Yeah.
Say them words specifically, and they probably,
Yeah.
exactly whatever you want for lunch, and I'm sure they can make that happen.
It's punched by Miaye, ending over 161 for 2. I'll do one more over, and we'll get the dulcet tones of Andrew Radd in. Northamptonshire's voice on the BBC for many a year, and he always likes his trips down to Canterbury.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah, it's great place. Good people down here as well.
Every women's side that have come down here this year to play us, they've always said how lovely it is actually, and they've always given lots of compliments to the city of Canterbury. So
it's not a bad night out. I mean, you know me, Molly. I'm normally tucked up in bed with a good book and a Horlicks by 9 o'clock, but it does have one or two venues to venture out to.
Leach is in again, and that's just played off of Compton's pads to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, no, it's a good city. It's a good place. It's do feel a little bit cut off from the rest of the country down here, though. But I think that's part of its charm as well.
Absolutely, it's a lovely place to be. And whenever we have any of the touring sides that come down, they always like to ask, "Where's a good place to eat? You know, where can you sort of have part of your day before the game starts?" So a lot of people have toured Canterbury Cathedral. That seems to be a winner for most people.
Yeah.
So it's a lovely day out.
Yeah, it's a good part of the world.
Leach is in again. And Compton has just played that back to mid on. Bit of a punch for no run.
But I think also on a cricketing, cricketing wise, the crowd here are a knowledgeable cricketing crowd. You know, it's not like some grounds where you go and there's just silence when the opposition hit a 4. They actually appreciate good cricket here.
Yep.
Whether it's from, yes, ideally they want a Kent player to be hitting that cover drive for 4, but if one of the opposition does it, they'll applaud it.
Yeah, no, 100%. All the away teams this year said actually it's been a really good crowd and nice place to play. Leaching again. Compton's just pressed that up to mid-off there. But no, I think, like I said, Canterbury here, it's a nice place to come and play cricket. And you are right, they do respect good cricket. There was a game here that we played against the Blaze. It was a good game. And
was that the quarter-final?
It was, yes, of the County Cup. And Kent didn't come off with the win that time. However, it was a good game of cricket. And I think the members actually really enjoyed that because they got to see some really good talent on show from both teams. But
for a Tier 2 side to reach the quarter-final, that's good going, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a good position to be in, actually. And we're quite proud of that achievement this year. Leaching again. Shorter ball, and Compton's just helped that on its way to fine leg for the single as that's collected and returned nicely.
Yeah, young Sales. He's a good player.
There's been definitely some good talent on show actually over the course of the season in all formats from the men's squads.
Yeah, without a doubt. I was lucky enough to cover the first game up at Northampton, which Kent won quite easily, and Keith Dudgeon, I thought, was a really good bowler. I thought he was going to be a real fan's favourite here, and then got himself injured.
Yeah, he did, but good impact. At Leaching again. Miaya just leaves that alone as it flies past fourth stump there. But no, it looks like it's going to be a set of a good afternoon of cricket here at the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence. And as we mentioned before, it is the start of Canterbury Cricket Week, which is an exciting place to be for the next few days.
Yeah, you're a Canterbury girl, brought up here, and you know you must have been coming here for years, haven't you? It's part of the sort of the social scene around here, isn't it?
It is. I've definitely come to a few Canterbury weeks in my time. As Leach again comes into Miaya, as that's a firm defensive shot back to the bowler there. And that concludes the over. So Kent are 162 for 2 off of 42 overs today.
So Andrew Radd is going to come and join us. I'm going to make way. In fact, I'm off to that cricket ground in Surrey where I'm going to order the pie that Molly ordered, and yeah, I'll be back in about half an hour or so. It's just when Radders gets himself into position.
I'm poised. Thank you, Dan. So 162 for 2. Northamptonshire just looking to chip away. As we've been saying, conditions very much in favour of batting here, which both sides were well aware of. Northamptonshire, without a shadow of a doubt, would have batted had they won the toss, but they didn't. Turned away into the onside by Compton. First ball of Yuzi Chahal's 14th. Is that? Numbers are getting too small for me. 16th over. A wicket for 49. Sun out now. As Chahal bowls short and pulled away by Compton, not for the first time, and any time Chahal just drops a little bit short, Compton latches onto it, as he did there, and pulls it away over mid-wicket for 4. 59 to Compton, 166 for 2. I don't know what you feel about this, Molly. I just wonder whether Northamptonshire, with another leggy in the side, there's a danger that you just wind Chahal up and let him go and just sort of bowl him and bowl him. I just wonder if they might think about having a little look at Calvin Harrison, different type of leg spinner, but Chahal at the moment, he's bowled okay, but he hasn't been particularly threatening.
I think you're right. I think there's going to be maybe some change of tactics soon, potentially.
Well, at the moment they're sort of in the position, I think they're trying to sort of, you know, obviously bowl dry a bit and just make Kent work for the runs, but it is now Sunshine fully out, turned up to mid-on by Compton, who takes a couple of steps down the pitch but is soon returning to base, seeing that Luke Proctor is quickly to the ball. And there is no prospect of a run. We had overcast, didn't we, over lunchtime, but it's absolutely beautiful afternoon now, and we can enjoy it because the sun actually isn't streaming into this box. Here's Chahal in bowls, turned round the corner by Compton, straight to backward square where Safe Zabe is fielding.
It's been glorious weather today, actually.
Yeah,
it's been lovely.
Been very pleasant, and certainly over in the marquee at the far side of the ground. That's very full, clipped away by Compton for a single. Proctor just having to make a bit of ground to his left, go a little bit wider at mid-on to field. One more to Compton, he goes into the 60s, and Kent to 167 for 2. Very sensible. Kent put out did see a social media post early advising people to come prepared for the heat and get out the sun if possible. Next ball to Mayeye turned out into the onside, where it's fielded at mid-wicket by Zabe, and that is the end of another Yuzi Chahal over. 14 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 54. It's 167 for 2. Compton is 60 and Mayeye is 3. I think the first time I came here would have been 1987. Benson and Hedges Cup semi-final, and it was a terrific game of cricket, and Northamptonshire won it thanks to remarkable century from Alan Lamb, who could play a bit.
There we go.
Calvin Harrison is warming up right on cue at second slip.
It looks like you were right. As Leach continues to Compton, as Compton just hits that off his hips down to square leg, just for the single as it's collected very nicely.
And he and Duncan Wilde shared the sort of the match-winning partnership at the end, and Dennis Compton, who was doing the Man of the Match award, described it as one of the best one-day innings he'd seen with Alan Lamb's 100. But the thing I remember most vividly about it was Alan Lamb hitting what he thought was the winning run, sprinting off, and then realising when he got back to the pavilion that actually the scores were level and he had to go back out again.
We've all done that, haven't we? As Leach is in again. Mayeye again, just worked off of his pads down to deep square leg as it's collected. Now, I think I've been involved in a few games like that where there was a bit of a mix-up in the score and it's shouting to the scorer, "Score, please."
Oh, yes, joys of. Bowler's name.
Yeah. All the good club content you can get from playing club cricket. It is good, though. So
go on, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Has your award been brought up by Dan since me leaving the commentary box?
No.
I'm sure we can come back to it after this ball from
I don't
Leach.
think we need to. I think Northamptonshire listeners in particular will be sick to death of hearing about it. So let's move on.
As Leach is back into Compton, he's just pushed that nicely to cover. No run there. I think is that Chahal?
Yes, it is. So Calvin, I mean, I was saying Calvin Harrison, when he does his warm up, if I did, 1/10 of what he does, I'd be in bed for a week. It's quite frightening.
I feel bowlers have to approach. Either they don't warm up or they go through a routine.
Harrison's been excellent for Northamptonshire this year. He's played all but one of the championship games, despite the fact he's still actually only on loan from Notts.
Leach is back in again. Compton's just worked that off his pads to deep sort of square leg area, just for the one. Sort of good rotating of the strike here, isn't it? They're making it look pretty simple at the moment.
Very good, very good. And as Dan was saying, I mean, Tuanda Mayeye has this reputation, and you would know better than me how justified it is of being a little bit of a sketchy starter. But I mean, it's interesting. His innings when he got 176, was it, at Northampton a couple of years ago, and Daniel Bell Drummond made 300. I mean, to score a triple century is incredible achievement. But the innings I can remember was Mayeye. Yeah,
as Leach is back in again to Mayeye, and actually been left alone as it sort of goes past the fourth stump line there. No, you are right. He, I've had the privilege of watching him bat a fair few times now, and it always just seems like no matter what format he comes to the crease, that something can always happen, and he can make something happen. And yeah, in cricketers like that, that's who you want in your team, aren't they?
Well, absolutely. And he's also, I mean, just the way he bats, he's just very easy on the eye, isn't he? It's a pleasure to watch, very aesthetically pleasing.
Indeed, he's definitely one of them batters that the opposition are quite happy to the back of as they as he gets out.
Oh yes.
But he's looking okay at the moment as Leach comes back in to Mayeye. And that's just a solid defensive push back up to mid-on. Yeah, he's an organised cricketer, as I would call him.
Well, I was seeing speculation, which I'm sure you probably read as well, that maybe it's that time of the year, isn't it, when everybody's thinking who's going to go where. And it's, you know, there's lots of speculation about whether Tawanda Miye will move elsewhere, whether he'll stay here at Canterbury.
Indeed, there's always speculation. It's sort of like the football transfer.
Oh, it
window,
is. No,
isn't it?
absolutely. I mean, Northamptonshire a little bit fortunate because I think, particularly with the advent of Darren Lehman, the majority of the players who were coming up to being out of contract have now re-signed, signed extensions or whatever. I think Ricardo Vasconcelos is out of contract at the end of the year, but the others pretty much are tied in, I think.
Yeah.
And so there's an element of certainty in terms of planning, and then it's just a question of looking at areas, which is the same with every county, looking at areas where you might just be a little bit light. And I think you and Dan were talking this morning about seam bowling, and mind you, that goes for just about every county, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, indeed. I think there's always a lot of speculation that everyone starts to speak about. Some things you read and you go, I wonder where that one's come from, or yeah. But
oh yes,
I think from me and Dan were chatting about earlier, the system from sort of scouting through age groups now has changed. So I'm sure in a few years' time, the level of sort of fast bowlers you've got coming through, especially as we touched on, will be in sort of high quantity, which is good to see, and that's probably from the boys and the girls pathway as well. So
I'd be interested to know, Molly, in terms of where Kent looked as their sort of breeding ground, the nursery areas. I mean, Northamptonshire, I suppose, are quite fortunate in that we're surrounded by other counties, including some minor counties. So Northamptonshire have very strong links with Huntingdonshire, with certainly North Bucks, with Bedfordshire in particular, and you know, to an extent, even looking at Hertfordshire, particularly the women's side, there's quite a few players who've come into the Northamptonshire women's squad from Hearts. Obviously, Kent are probably a bigger county, but have you got any areas, do you know, look going up into London or?
Yeah, I think from the women's side
yes,
of things,
yeah.
the club cricket sort of platform has always been quite strong and well backed by Kent Cricket itself. But talking of the franchise stuff earlier in the day, in regards to the Sunrisers and the South East Stars, that was a joint collaboration between sort of Kent and Surrey. So even now we're our own entity, there's a lot of talk that goes on between academies. So there's sort of pools you can pull from, especially Surrey, slightly Essex as well. And you can look at that by the fact of someone like Phoebe Franklin playing stuff here at Kent Cricket, and then now being in the Surrey team. That's sort of a feeder as it's gone through. Yeah.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have had Michaela Kirk from the Blaze coming in and on loan, and actually made 100 in the first game that Northamptonshire played this year. Here's Chahal after a little drinks break. Round the wicket he comes in and bowls to the left-handed Compton, who plays it up to mid-wicket, where James Sales fields. They still have a slip, Calvin Harrison, and a forward short leg, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Two men out on the leg side, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Chahal in bowls and nudged out into the onside once again by Ben Compton. Sales comes around to field and there's no run. I better have a quick look actually and see where the Northamptonshire's women are getting on. So they have got a game this afternoon against Yorkshire. Here's Chahal in, bowls just short of a length and turned round the corner by Ben Compton for an easy single down to deep backward square. Compton goes to 63 and Kent to 171 for 2. Quite a pleasant bit of breeze actually. Just
now, as you mentioned, the loan system has been very interesting this year in women's cricket. I think from a tier 2 perspective as well, having a few loans that come in from a tier 1 is it's nice, and I think the members and the fans get to look at it from a different point of view as well. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Here's Chahal in bowls, slightly quicker and flatter, and turned away by Miye just in front of square on the leg side, past umpire Bailey. Guthrie comes in off the boundary to field, and they're through for a single. Miye goes to 5, Kent to 173 for 2. Yep, at Bretton Gate in Peterborough, Northamptonshire are batting first against Yorkshire. Lost captain Gemma Marriott for naught, but Mabel Reid and Amelia Kemp in at the moment. 39 for 1 off 4, Northamptonshire playing Yorkshire this afternoon in the T20. Next ball from Chahal is dug out by Compton out to Sales at mid-wicket. Sales, I think, the only floppy sun hat on show this afternoon. The others resplendent in their Northamptonshire caps. Here's Chahal in, bowls again to Compton, who comes across his stumps, trying to glance it down the leg side. I suspect that probably didn't miss leg stump by that much. Anyway, end of the over, 63 Compton, Mieye is 5 and Kent 172 for 2. We have, your eyesight's much better than mine, Molly. How many overs to go before, how many overs left in the day? Is that 51?
Yes.
Yeah, so 19 to go till tea. So we're on schedule to be a little bit late, but nothing too bad. I do remember having a 7:30 finish here a couple of years ago. It's actually that game we were talking about earlier, first game of the season, when it rained on the first day and they lost quite a bit of time. So they're trying to make it up. The trouble was it was cold, and at 6 o'clock everybody went home, apart from the players and us.
Yeah, early season can always be a tough graft, as they say, as Leach is to continue again to Mieye. As Mieye just clips it off his pads to a mid-wicket for no run. But no, you are right. I think from the women's perspective this year, with the pool of people you can pull from and all other counties you work with, it's very valuable, the women's game. I will say that. I'm not sure how much it differs from the men's point of view. So it'd probably be great to sort of get someone to come on to speak about the men's sort of pool of people in academy. But the women's stuff, it's worked quite well.
Well, again, it's, as you say, it's a new setup, and sort of people are still feeling their way, aren't they?
Leach is in. Mieye strikes that quite hard back down to the bowler, but it is cut off, so there will be no run.
But of course, a huge amount of discussion about schedule in the men's game at the moment, and how the season is going to look in years to come. I know Northamptonshire have got a meeting on Wednesday morning. Yeah,
they're every year at the moment it seems like there's a change to some degree, but no, from the women's perspective, I think not as of a tougher schedule as the men, because obviously they play their 4-day cricket, where in county cricket women don't. But nonetheless, I think schedules can be quite hectic. As Leach continues, Mieye leaves that one alone outside the off stump, that just whistles back through to the keeper.
Yes, probably worth mentioning that there is a meeting on July the 1st, which is, that's Tuesday, isn't it? Not Wednesday.
It is Tuesday, I believe, yeah.
So it is Tuesday at County Ground for members, shareholders to come and share their views on proposals for the new men's schedule with Chairman Gary Hoffman and Chief Executive Ray Payne. Coffee and custard creams, I think, are on offer.
Is that your go-to biscuit?
No, I'm not a mad fan of custard creams, to be honest.
Leach is in, and Mieye, lovely strong defensive shot, just back past the bowler. Cut off again for no run.
But I think it'll be interesting to see what sort of numbers are, because I suppose 11 o'clock on a weekday morning might not be absolutely ideal for some, but I'm sure there'll be ways of making views known. But everybody seems, well, some very strong views. I think we will be discussing it on the Cricket Show on BBC Radio Northampton tomorrow evening between 6 and 7. Phil Rowe, Northampton's former assistant coach, will be in the studio with Jake while I'm down here, of course.
Leach comes in again, and that's again struck firmly back from Mieye, but cut off by mid-on.
Also be having a chat tomorrow morning with Rory Kleinfeldt, who I mentioned to Dan earlier is shortly to leave as Northampton's bowling coach to take up a new job as head coach at Western Province back in South Africa. So I'll have a little chat with him tomorrow morning, which we'll be able to hear. And we've got Drew Brearley from Findon Cricket Club coming in as well. Dare say we shall also be reflecting the sad passing of Wayne Larkins. So it's going to be a busy show tomorrow. And I shall be sitting here with my feet up down in Canterbury. That's nice.
As Leach starts his run again, Mieye sets himself. And again, another strong punch down to mid-off there. Again, looking quite strong here from Mieye. But no, I think in regard to the women's schedule, compared to the men, like I've touched on, obviously 4-day cricket that women don't do as of yet, but we have the competition of the County Cup, which is a T20 competition. I really enjoy it. It's the first year that it's happened, and I like to describe it as the FA Cup version of cricket. It's very, very similar. It's a knockout competition between Tier 1, 2 and 3 counties, and Tier 1 counties don't enter till slightly later in the competition. I think we previously mentioned earlier that Kent were lucky enough to get through to the quarter-final here against the Blaze. But I really enjoy the competition, and I think it's a knockout tournament cricket, and it's exciting, isn't it? Anything could happen.
Well, Northamptonshire played Worcestershire first round, got through that. Then they had an interesting trip to Wem Cricket Club in Shropshire for the second round. And I was talking to Anisha Patel, who's the 50-over captain Northamptonshire, and we had her on the cricket show, and she was saying that they all boarded the bus, and David Ripley, the coach, really hadn't got much of a clue, I don't think, where they were going. But as long as the driver did, they were fine. But they won that one. They then lost to Leicestershire, unfortunately. Calvin Harrison, who we did mention a little while ago, might get a bowl. Well, he has got a bowl, and he's replacing Yuzi Chahal from this pavilion end. First ball is turned round the corner by Ben Compton down to backward square. There's no run there, with Harrison having had a very successful loan spell at Northamptonshire Red Bull cricket. Turned by Compton, pass forward short leg out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Harrison 25 wickets at just under 27 in the championship so far this year. 11 on debut up at Old Trafford back in April. Here's Harrison in again, flights that one up a little bit more, brings Compton forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Funny as you mentioned there with the travelling, not knowing where to go. I think we could have got a draw at some point of heading up to like Newcastle way.
Oh, that'd be fun. There's Harrison in again and bowls to Compton, plays it out to Zabe at mid-wicket. I remember going up to Benwell Cricket Club in Newcastle for an interleague game, which was rained off, so we came all the way back again.
Oh,
It was wonderful. Driven crisply by Compton and very well fielded off his own bowling by Harrison. One of the things about Calvin Harrison, apart from the runs he scored and the wickets he takes, he's a superb fielder. Great in the slip cordon this year. In again, bowls and beats Compton. Not a lot has gone past the bat since lunch, but that one did, and that's a really good start from Calvin Harrison. It's a maiden. It's 172 for 2. Compton is 63, and the AA is 5. And you see what I mean about him being a very different type of leg spinner. A lot taller. Doesn't tend to. He's not a sort of a big loopy up over the eye line job. It tends to be bowled a little bit quicker. But he's been very successful this year, as his figures would suggest.
Yeah, no, from what I've seen there, he looks like he could be a threat as the day goes on. Part of me thinks that maybe they're stuck with Chahal a bit longer. Obviously, I mentioned earlier, being previously here at Kent for a smaller stint. Maybe there's a tactic behind that, possibly.
Yeah. Oh, there's the coach down below us, Darren Lehman. One of his postprandial laps of the ground. We were saying before lunch, he's a great lapper. The coach, and loves a little walk.
Is it a change of bowling for the Larkins race?
Yes, Justin Broad.
As Broad starts his run to Mieye. So Mieye just a strong defensive shot straight back to the bowler there.
It's a good opening spell from Justin Broad, I thought. His first couple of overs this morning asked some different questions, bowled 2 maidens, and just seemed to have worked out lengths a bit better. We were talking earlier about Dom Leach, weren't we, and possibly erring a little bit on the short side. But Broad seemed to settle quickly into a nice length.
As that one there is just punched beautifully through the covers there. Look, it might go all the way, and there it is, gone for force. Beautiful shot by Mieye there, timed lovely, sort of on an upward drive. That was
beautiful, wasn't it? All timing.
Yes.
Just hit it on top of the bounce. And one thing about this outfield at Canterbury, you always do get value for your shot, especially with it obviously at this time of the year, it being so dry and fairly quick. Pulled in a little bit that side as well, isn't it, the far side?
As this one there, Mieye just pushes back up to mid-off.
I do remember during COVID, is that pylon number 4 over there, over to our right?
I think so, yes.
Because I seem to remember when we were here during COVID, we had to do our all our media interviews. Obviously we weren't allowed to go into the players area, so we had to do our media interviews outside pylon 4. Caused a certain amount of hilarity at the time.
Here comes Broad. As that one leaves alone as it whistles past where full stump would be and just taken in by the keeper.
We thought it was like something out of John le Carré, you know, we meet outside pylon 4.
No, everything sort of changed back then, didn't it? But luckily now we're back up into your media centre over there at the end of play. Now, I had I was here with the women's training the other day, and we caught the end of the men's training, and we watched Mieye bat, and the sound of everything just sounded so good.
It's a lovely player.
As ball comes again, and Mieye just sort of hits that back up to mid-on. But I mean, we're luckily this year actually we've been able to train out here quite a bit alongside the men, or just before or just after. So. And a bit of a crossover, sort of have a chat, pick each other's brains on what works well, maybe what doesn't work as well. It's been quite nice, actually.
That's great, though, isn't it? And that, again, as we were discussing earlier, is one of the obvious advantages of a sort of a county system with parallel men's and women's teams.
As that there has just been hit firmly back to the bowler from Mieye. Good bit of fielding, actually, off his own bowling there.
So 176 for 2 it is at the end of the over. And Molly's leaving us, at least for now. Hopefully she'll be back with us anon. Thanks very much indeed, Molly. And I didn't ask you about the rhododendrons in Tunbridge Wells once. 176 for 2 here, 63 to Compton. Mieye is 9. Northamptonshire just exerting a little bit of pressure here, but still a very strong position for Kent to be in, and as we said, a very good toss for them to win. I'll just canter through some other scores from elsewhere in a second or two as Dan rejoins me. Worcestershire 184 for 2 against Hampshire down at Southampton. Adam Hose 75 not out. Here's Calvin Harrison. Slip and a forward short leg, in and bowls short and nudged away down but to backward square by Compton, fielded there by Tim Robinson, and there is no run. Stays at 176 for 2. At Taunton, Somerset made a sticky start, recovering a bit. 157 for 4. Harrison in again, bowls driven by Compton up to mid-on, who's fairly deep. It was a comfortable single to be had there as Proctor fields. Takes Compton to 64, Kent to 177 for 2. James Rue made 58, and Tom Abel is 50 not out. At the Oval, Surrey 171 for 2 against Durham. Dom Sibley 64 not out off 138 balls. Proper cricket. Harrison in, bowls to Mieye. Pushes a little firmly at that one rather than letting it come to him. Goes out into the covers and there's no run.
Proper cricket.
Proper cricket. Sam Curran 39 not out. Batting at 4 down at the Oval. Here's Harrison in, bowls and steered down to backward point by Mieye, and again there's no run. Warwickshire 184 for 3 against Sussex at Hove. Rob Yates out for 93 there for the Bears. Driven by Mieye, eludes Harrison diving across off his own bowling, but he can't get it past Addy Sharma, who's on as the substitute at mid-on, and it's a single to Mieye. Takes him into double figures, 10 to him, 178 for 2. Addy Sharma, young man from Buckinghamshire, made his first class debut earlier this season for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire. Here's Harrison in again, forced away off the back foot by Compton, and more work for Addy Sharma to do as he comes round from long off, and they come back for 2. Compton goes to 66 and Kent to 180 for 2 at the end of Calvin Harrison's second over. At Headingley, Essex 140 for 1 off 51 overs. That sounds like gripping stuff. Dean Elgar 61 not out off 151 balls.
He makes Sibley look positively attacking,
skittish, doesn't he?
Yes.
Lancashire 166 for 6 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Keaton Jennings still there, battling away. 72 not out. But a great deal coming from anybody else. Gloucestershire, 136 for 2 against Glamorgan down at Cardiff. Cameron Bancroft out for 50, and at Grace Road, Middlesex 173 for 1 against Leicestershire. Sam Robson 79 not out. Josh DeCare is out for 76.
Here's Broad. As that's just turned through square leg. Had the excellent Molly Davis on earlier. Kent wicket keeper. Continuing a fine tradition of wicket keepers from this neck of the woods. 2 of the pavilions actually are named here after Kent wicket keepers. Leslie Ames over on the Nackington Road side of the ground, and well, half of one over here with a Knott Underwood. But you think of Godfrey Evans, you think of Paul Downton, Geraint Jones,
Hopper Levitt.
As that's just turned into mid-on. In fact, the last cap, number 222, before the Ben Compton was awarded his at lunch, was Ollie Robinson. So he was a fine Kent wicketkeeper. In fact, Kent had the choice of 3 a few years ago.
Yeah, Sam Billings as well, of course, wasn't
Billings and Jordan Cox. Compton has to watch that, and it squirts out into the offside.
Hopper Levitt played for England as an amateur, didn't he? Kent keeper, WHV Levitt.
What year?
30s.
Okay.
When I was a boy.
Did the H stand for Hopper, or was that a nickname?
No, it was his nickname. Whether it was because he hopped around or because it was something to do with Kentish hops, I'm not sure. But somebody I'm sure will know. Howard Milton's listening, he'll know.
Broad, who I think's been the best bowler on show today.
Yeah, wouldn't argue with that.
As Compton covers up. We have had a couple of messages on the socials. We had Andrew Harrison, who's a Kent fan, talking of tail enders, as we were discussing earlier. Norman Graham took 600 wickets, but only scored 400 runs.
Yes, I can remember, big, tall man from Northumberland.
Yeah, he and Jarvis played together a couple of times. Now that's a tail. Oh, that's a little tickle. Compton goes, caught behind, and Broad deserves that. He's bowled really well. He's hardly given any runs away, and he has finally removed the glue from the top of the Kentish order, Ben Compton, and that's a really good wicket for the visitors.
Yeah, well, we were saying when I was on with Molly just a few minutes ago, it strikes me with Justin Broad, better than any of the other seamers, he's just adjusted, I think, to the right length to bowl on this pitch. He's a tall man, his natural length perhaps is just short of a good length, back of a length, but I think he's tried to get it up there a little bit fuller, because we saw when Dom Leach was bowling earlier on a little bit short and got some punishment. Guthrie likewise, and I think Justin Broad has just worked this out, whether having a chat with Rory Kleinveld or whatever. But I'm absolutely with you, Dan. I think he's been head and shoulders above any of the other bowlers on show today, and I would also agree that, but I would say this, wouldn't I, that he deserved a wicket.
Yeah, which brings Daniel Bell-Drummond to the crease, having, well, we thought that he'd come in first wicket down, but he didn't, and then we thought he'd come in second wicket down, but he didn't. So he's made an absolute hash of my scorebook here.
Well, you know, as an official, that you never, as a scorer, you never write in the players until they come in.
No, absolutely not. We've had another message from Philip Gamage.
Oh yes.
Who said, "Hi Dan, I knew Wayne Larkins very well. He played in Richard Williams' testimonial match at Wolverton. Milton Keynes, he's also a great football player at Wolverton Town Football Club. And I saw him at the Old Players' Day last year." So that's thanks from Philip Gamage in Wolverton. Thanks for your message, Philip.
So, yeah, well, Ned hasn't actually been back to Northampton, wasn't with us in, I think, 2001, 21 rather.
Broad to Bell Drummond, who just turns this into leg side. Wolverton's got a quite a. You see the pavilion, or the stand,
down below.
the main stand,
That's right.
from the train,
That's
don't
it.
you?
The football
and it's
ground,
got like sort of triangle-shaped roof on it.
Yeah, so there's also like a sort of a mural, isn't there, at the back of the ground showing old railway trains and what have you.
Yeah.
But the cricket ground, Wolverton, has one of the few, in my experience, pavilions that are down below the level of the actual field. You go down steps to get to the pavilion. Most of you go up, but top of Osborne Street, they also used to have a railing, a loose railing that they have to remove if you hit a ball into the garden, because it has like terraced houses around it. Remember that well. Here's Harrison starting his third over and bowls to Mieye, who cuts but can't get it past backward point, and there's no run.
We were talking about Buckinghamshire earlier and Adi Sharma coming on, and I was lucky enough to work at Wormsley last Monday. Beautiful, isn't it?
Harrison in again, bowls and goes past the outside edge to under Mieye's bat.
I think that might be the googly.
Well, these two operating now, Broad and Harrison, I would say have been the pick so far today, and it's a little bit short but punched away out into the offside by Mieye down to backward point, no run. But Harrison has obviously been bowling a lot in Red Bull cricket of late. He's in again and bowls, worked into the onside by Mieye, but straight to Safe Zabe coming across from mid-wicket, whereas Yuzi Chahal, as we mentioned, has only played 2 first-class matches since the end of the 2024 English season for Haryana in the Ranji Trophy. Harrison in again and pushed back down the pitch by Mieye defensively. Other than that, of course, he's been involved in the IPL for the Punjab Kings, who lost in the final. Harrison in again, bowls turned by Mieye past Vasconcelos at forward short leg. Safe Zabe fields, and they're through for a single off the last ball of the over. So Mieye keeps the strike. He's 12. Bell Drummond yet to get off the mark, and Kent 182 for 3. In fact, in the final against RCB, he was substituted in the final at half time. Obviously, they didn't think his batting would be needed. I can't quite come to terms with that. I mean, I'm not a particularly keen follower of the IPL. It's not really my cup of tea particularly, but being able to substitute players.
No, not my cup o' char either, Radders.
No.
Give me this any day. Broad to Mieye, who turns this to mid-wicket.
Have you ordered the tea and scones, incidentally, for tea time?
Unfortunately not, Radders. Thought
one job.
I know. Maybe I'm sure they're listening in from the media team here. Jam first or cream first, Radders?
Cream. I'm not a heathen.
That's worked to mid-wicket. There you go, guys. You heard it from Radders.
Well, my wife used to live in Cornwall, and I'm trying to remember which way round it is there. I have to say it's not a subject on which I have strong opinions. I think there are other things that I perhaps feel more strongly about, e.g. the schedule of English domestic cricket, rather than whether it's jam or cream first.
Yeah, that's a pleasant drive from Mieye, but can't get it past Safe Zabe. Extra cover.
I think I saw, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that they are actually having a members meeting during this match, Kent, to talk to supporters and members about schedule and what have you.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think I saw that on the book of words for this week.
It's turned around the corner, doesn't quite bisect the fielders as Tim Robinson comes round, keeps him to a single. Yeah, I mean, I'll take guidance from the players and the coaches. However, I think a lot of English cricket fans will be really annoyed if the fixtures are reduced only for guys to go and play franchise cricket all around the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which will happen. It's turned to deep square and Bell Drummond is off the mark.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was doing some comparisons on our cricket show a couple of weeks ago on BBC Radio Northampton. We were talking to Roy Virgin. He was a member of the Northamptonshire side back in back in '76. Former Somerset, moved to Northamptonshire. Side in '76 that won the Gillette Cup and second in the county championship.
Turned into mid-wicket.
And they played 96 days back in 1976, and they had also, of course, the complication of having to drive sometimes longish distances for a Sunday League game up and then back on a Monday. So at the moment we're looking at 78 days. We're talking about it coming down to 68. And Roy's view is that they actually don't play enough. I dare say that's a view that might not meet with approval from all quarters, but I have to say I just wish, and I think it sort of feeds into what you were saying, I think it's important that all parties in this are honest about what they're actually trying to achieve and why they're trying to achieve it. And I think that would probably help the process. Here's Harrison in. Bowls, forward goes Bell Drummond, plays it out into the onside. Zabe comes in for mid-wicket to field. In other words, if it is about workload, that's fine, but then you don't go and play franchise cricket. You don't look to play club cricket on a Saturday for a few bob. Punched off the back foot down the pitch, fielded by Harrison off his own bowling.
But then counties have to vote for it, and 15 of the 18 are membership models.
Yes, Harrison, that's the worst ball he's bowled probably. It was a bit of a loopy full toss, but gets away with it to an extent as Bell Drummond plays it away down behind square on the leg side. For a single, Bell Drummond is 2, 185 for 3.
But I can't see the smaller counties voting for it.
No, well I hope not. Here's Harrison in bowls and forward comes Mieye. It depends ultimately, I suppose, what they're going to get out of it.
The incentives.
Or what they feel they're going to get out of it, because that's usually what it boils down to. Here's Harrison in again and punched beautifully off the back foot by Mieye. That's a lovely shot, and there is a man back sweeping on the cover boundary, Tim Robinson, and he couldn't get round to cut it off. 4 good runs to Mieye. Goes to 17, Kent to 189 for 3. But as I say, Northamptonshire have got a meeting Tuesday morning. Coffee and custard creams have been promised. I think, I'm not sure if you can actually access it remotely. I'd like to, but not quite sure if that'll be possible. Big appeal for LBW as Mieye goes back, but you could see from here it looked a bit high. And not out, says umpire Ben Peverell. End of the over, 189 for 3. Bell Drummond is 2, Mieye is 17. Northamptonshire will have seen these two bat for a very, very long time at Northampton a couple of years ago when Bell Drummond got a 300. Mieye got 176. And Alex Russell, the leg spinner playing for Northamptonshire, then picked up 6 for 175 in only his second championship match. Sadly no longer on the books.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this vote goes, because I think the non-test playing counties, as Bell Drummond rocks onto the front foot and pushes that out, non-test playing counties have got more to lose in a way, and what you don't want to see is that they're incentivised. You know, we don't want to see turkeys voting for Christmas.
What we don't know yet, of course, is exactly what they're going to be voting for, because there are apparently lots of options. I haven't seen, and you may have done, I haven't seen a note yet about what they've got whittled it down to.
That's a lovely shot. Daniel Bell-Drummond through the covers and goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's there's talk about the Blast being rejigged, isn't there, into 3 groups of 6, and then you'd play the 2 remaining games against one home and away from the other groups. Yeah, just keep it as these, north and south.
It's got to be, I think the championship sort of 2 divisions of 6 and 2 of 4, and you play each alternate Wednesday against the team that's 3rd and 2nd in the opposing groups. And
oh, that was a bit quicker from Broad.
yes.
Didn't like being put through the covers there.
Times 6 minus 3, take away the number you first thought of, and yeah, no, it's none of the solutions that I've seen have the advantage of simplicity.
No.
That is for sure.
No, I think we're complicating life for the sake of complicating it. Oh, that's a Surrey cut, as they say in this neck of the woods. That goes down to Dom Leach, and Bell-Drummond gets 1 for it.
Harrow Drive.
Yes, indeed.
Various other variants on that one. Inside edge, anyway. Yeah, I don't know, Dan. Doubtless greater minds than ours will sort it all out, but it does seem a great shame that the championship, which has got so much support, and we're here on County Cricket Day.
Broad, left alone.
And I quoted during the Middlesex match when Northamptonshire played Middlesex previous game, spoke to Tim Robinson, the New Zealander, after day 2. And I was chatting to him and I said, you know, obviously you talk to a lot of overseas players coming in for relatively short spells and playing a bit of championship cricket, and they mostly say that it's an important part of their development.
Broad, Ian Miea gets forward, plays that out to mid-on.
And he said, and I love this, that he said I would put it, you know, stronger than that. I would say it's bucket list for a vast number of cricketers overseas to come and play in the English County Championship, which proves again that it's much beloved by people all around the world, and a lot of people in this country. It just seems that a lot of the people that are actually in a position to make the decisions perhaps don't share the love that some of us feel, but anyway, we shall see.
Well, talking of which, I've had a message from Keith Dudgeon
right.
back in South Africa, who said it's always nice when you brag about me on air. So hope you're well, Dudgy, and hope the recovery is going well.
Well, I had to write up that performance for next year's Wisden, of course, for the first game of the season, and well, I hope Keith Dudgeon will enjoy reading that. It was he just got the praise that he deserved, because he bowled beautifully on that occasion. Here's Harrison, starting a fresh over and punched away off the back foot by Bell-Drummond for a single out into the covers. 1 more to Bell-Drummond. He goes to 8, and Kent to 195 for 3. Harrison into his 5th over, no wicket for 11. Slip forward short leg.
Harrison looks more threatening than Chahal.
Does. We were saying, yeah, when I was on with Molly, I think he definitely does. Harrison in again, bowls, and again you could see me just not quite sure whether to stick or twist there. He was contemplating a bunt over mid-on. In the end, discretion proved the better part of valour, and he played it defensively back down the pitch. This time EAA drives up to mid-off, and they go through for a single straight away. Proctor's fairly deep. He's about, I don't know, quite halfway back. So there was a single there. They went straight away. So EAA is 18, Kent 196 for 3. Well, I was saying, I mean, Rusty Calvin Harrison's been playing a lot of red ball cricket recently. Harrison in bowls, and Bell-Drummond is defensively back down the pitch. 25 championship wickets this year for Northamptonshire, whereas Chahal has played very little red ball cricket in the past 8 months or so. Played 2 Ranji Trophy games for Haryana over the winter. Forward goes Bell Drummond, pushes it out to the covers where Sales fields.
But this is a much changed Northampton side. I mean, Harrison impressed me. I covered the last day of Northamptonshire v Gloucestershire.
That's right.
At the end of May. Where's Conway?
Here is Harrison in, bowls, and forward goes Bell Drummond. Plays it back down the pitch. 196 for 3 at the end of the over, with Millet on 18, Bell Drummond on 8. He was a 4. It was the usual 30-day visa, so he played 4 games. But he is actually back in the UK. I'm not sure on what basis, but he was actually at the county ground during the Middlesex game, having a little run around. And so whether Northamptonshire are considering perhaps getting him back in some way, shape or form, not sure if that's going to be possible, but he was a very, very good signing and made a lot of friends, and I think Northamptonshire would probably be very happy to have him back.
Punched into the covers by Millet.
Slightly mad in the nicest possible way. What was he? Was it the Mad Badger? So I was trying to think of the expression that Darren Lehman used, the Mad Badger.
Well, same with Keith Dudgeon. You were there when he came out to do his interview with me in a pair of fluffy slippers.
Fluffy slippers.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Then told me if he could stick spikes in those, he would. They're that comfortable. As that's down the leg side from Broad. 1 for 16 in his 8th over. You listen to Dan Whiting, Andrew Radd on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, and live on the Kent stream.
Yeah, Conway, 20 wickets at 20.75 in 4 games.
Respectable.
So yeah, he was very good and just generally good value, I think.
Turned into the onside by Millet. He'll pick up a single. Yeah, I think if they're the overseas, a bit of a character as well. I think it's they add value. They add a bit more. They become a fan's favourite.
Oh, he was. He was. I mean, he was very popular, and you know, he's one of those wonderful sort of demonstrative cricketers who you just never can be in any doubt as to what he's thinking at the time. He was good fun.
That's whipped through mid-wicket. Robinson's going to keep them down to 1, though. He's very quick across the ground out there on the leg side and cuts off the second run. Where's Ben Sanderson?
Ben Sanderson recently became a father for the 2nd time.
Oh, congratulations.
So another addition to the family. Would imagine he'll be back for the resumption of the T20 on Friday night.
What a competitor.
Yeah, great.
What a character as well. Millet gets forward.
Well, he's closing in on 600 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats, on 586 at the moment. Next ahead of him in the Northamptonshire all-time list is Mushtaq Mohammed. He could play a bit on 595.
Yeah, Mushy. Turn to mid-on. End the over, 198 for 3. Yeah, Mushtaq Mohammed's got a suite named after him in the Lynn Wilson Centre.
That's right. Yeah, well,
we've had lunch in there actually.
Yes, that's right. And we will. It'll be a big year for Mushy next year because it's the 50th anniversary of Northamptonshire winning their first major trophy, the Gillette Cup in '76, when Mushy was captain. So I think there's possibly going to be a few things going on. Sadly, of course, as we've been talking about at the start of play this morning, those celebrations will be without Wayne Larkins, who was a member of that side and who sadly passed away yesterday. 198 for 3. Harrison will continue, starting his 6th over, no wicket for 12. Slipping a forward short leg, he's in bowls to Bell Drummond, who is pushing forward. Sales trots in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Harrison, sun behind a cloud at the moment, nice little bit of breeze. Forward goes Bell-Drummond plays it back down the pitch. Harrison fields off his own bowling. A somnolent air this afternoon. It's a little bit of buzz of hum of conversation around the Spitfire ground as that's swept by Bell-Drummond, and he'll get just a single down to deep square. Liam Guthrie sends in his return. One more to the total, 199 for 3, Bell-Drummond to 10. Brings to under Mieye on strike on 19. Harrison in, bowls to him and plays that sort of firm-footed. Doesn't move his feet, and there's no run. Still a slip and a forward short leg. Mid-wicket in there fairly tight. Worked into the onside, straight to the aforementioned mid-wicket. Safe Zabe. Might possibly have been a single if they'd gone straight away, but they didn't. 205 for 3. Harrison in and bowls forward goes Mieye, plays it back down the pitch. Be interested to see the sort of scores and how tight Northamptonshire have kept it since the demise of Compton. Here's Harrison in again, forced away by Mieye into the gap between cover and extra. There is a man back there sweeping, and so there's just a single. Takes Mieye to 22, Kent to 206 for 3. Harrison into bowl to Bell-Drummond, short and cut away, but again it's only going to be a single because there is a man back on the boundary. Tim Robinson's had a busy afternoon out there in front of the Freeman House flats. 207 for 3. 1 ball to go in the over. Harrison in, and defensively forward comes Mieye. End of the over, 207 for 3. Harrison 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. And that brings us only just a couple of minutes late to the final over of the session.
Yeah, we might be on time tonight, Radders.
Well, we had one of those at Northampton, Middlesex game, and there was people doing a lap of honour. It was very surprising. Yeah. In fact, Northampton's over 8 at the close of the Middlesex second innings. They were plus 13, I think, because we'd had so much spin.
Yeah, I did a game here last year, Kent versus Surrey in Division 1, as Chahal comes in. And that's defended. And we finished at 25 past 7. And the moon was out.
Yeah, I've had a 25 past 7 here 3 years ago.
And it was about 3 or 4 degrees all day. It was bitter. It was April game.
This is interesting. We're now coming up to the end of the 64th over. So, been just over 14 overs since the demise of Ben Compton. And Middlesex have scored 26 runs in that time. So they've been going at just about 2 and over. But Northamptonshire have kept it nice and tight since the demise of Ben Compton. I was thinking the rate seemed to have slowed a bit, and it certainly has. And Harrison's had a lot to do with that, clearly.
Yeah, strike rate is 28, which is extremely quiet by his standards.
I mean, it doesn't much matter because Kent have won the toss, and the forecast is set fair for 4 days, so they can bat. Well into tomorrow, if they want to, if they're able to.
Yeah. Last ball before tea. As that's screamed at Safe Zabe. It's not the last ball because I can't count to 6. So that was the penultimate ball before tea. Now this is the last ball before tea. And it's driven back to the bowler. And Kent will finish a session having started on 110 for 1. They'll finish it on 207 for 3. And I think Northamptonshire have shown quite a bit of character out there, actually, because that could have gone horribly wrong. They've lost the toss. It could be one of those days where you're chasing leather all around the field on a hot day, and they've actually worked hard and pulled it back. Don't you think, Radd?
I quite agree. I mean, again, looking at the figures, Kent have scored 97 runs in the session in 36 overs, so less than 3 and over, and as we say, since the fall of Ben Compton, just less than 2 and over. Northamptonshire picked up a couple of wickets, so yeah, I think they've stuck at it pretty well. I think Harrison, we were saying when I was on with Molly that probably it was time when they just seemed to be playing Chahal a bit too easily, and probably needed Harrison, who we've seen in the last few games, last few red ball games with Northamptonshire, that he has that ability to close up an end, and that's exactly what he's done. Chahal has looked better since he switched to the far end. Broad was also very tidy, as you rightly said, and picked up the wicket at Compton. So yeah, I think Northamptonshire will be not unhappy with that session, and what they need to do now is obviously make sure that Kent don't get away from them in this last session. There'll be a second new ball due in 16 overs, so they just need to keep control, I think, keep bowl dry.
Yeah, well, we'll find out if they can. I'm gonna go off for a cuppa. Radd's being down here in the Garden of England on his holidays, going to go quickly hot picking, and we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes or so. Welcome back to Canterbury for the final session of the first day here during the 173rd cricket week on what is a wonderful occasion, a decent crowd in, and Kent will resume on 207 for 3, having lost Ben Compton for 66, Jaden Denley for 35 and Ekant Singh for a pretty 49. Tuenda Mayeye is there, he's on 22, and Daniel Bell-Drummond will keep him company. He's on 14, listening to me, Dan Whiting and Andrew Radd, and Radd has no cup of tea and no scone during the interval.
No, it's always things to do, but well, perhaps have something similar later on. There's a sort of an early supper.
A Whitstable oyster, bit of Tabasco.
Well,
bit of Tabasco.
I'm not too far away from there, so I might have a little trundle up this evening. As far as here is concerned, I think Northamptonshire have done a pretty good job in the second half, in particular, of that middle session. Kent going along really nicely at 181 for 2 with Ben Compton and Tuenda Mayeye in possession, and then Justin Broad nipping out Ben Compton for 66. And as we were saying just before they came off for tea, since then Kent have been scoring at just coming up to 2 and over. So Northamptonshire kept it really tight for 50 minutes or so, largely thanks to Calvin Harrison, Justin Broad, and then when he came on at the other end, Yuzi Chahal.
Yeah, they were very good.
Harrison it will be to start proceedings after tea from this pavilion end. Bowls back of a length, turned away by Mayeye, should get 1, and they'll jog back for 2 as it's chased by Saif Zabe out towards the mid-wicket boundary. So 2 to Mayeye, he goes to 24, and Kent to 209 for 3. Scored 97 runs for 2 wickets in 36 overs this afternoon. Bright sunshine now as Harrison flights that one up, driven down the ground by Mayeye. Runs for him here. I don't think Dom Leach is going to catch up with that one, and he's not, and it's run away for 4. So whether the word has been put out there by Adam Hollyoake at tea time, we just need to be a little bit more positive perhaps ahead of the second new ball.
Yeah, fast.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, fastest part of the ground down here as well. Once it goes over these practice wickets down in front of us, in front of the Frank Woolley pavilion, it's 4 runs all the way.
Here's Harrison in and bowls to Mayeye, very full, driven up to mid-on, shy at the stumps from Dom Leach. I think, in fact, Mayeye was okay, would have been home had the throw hit the stumps, but it didn't come close to hitting the stumps. It missed by some distance. 214 for 3, but maybe, as we say, just an indication that Mayeye in particular might just want to try and force things along a little bit. Here's Harrison in and bowls to Bell-Drummond, and he turns that hard into the ground. I was going to say fielded by Vasconcelos, but to be fair, it just hit him.
It's fielded by Vasconcelos' shins.
Yes, I think it was. But no run. Here's Harrison in and bowls to Bell-Drummond, who stretches forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Close fielders are a lot more, well, they're a lot braver, aren't they, than they used to be.
Here's Harrison in bowled, turned out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 7 runs off the first 3 balls of the over to Mayeye, then 3 dots to Bell-Drummond. 214 for 3 at the end of the over. Mayeye's 29, Bell-Drummond is 14, and Harrison has bowled 10 overs, no wicket for 26, and the new ball due in 15 overs time. Well, I suppose the thing is now, when you've got shin pads and helmets and all the rest of it, you can maybe feel a little bit, I mean, I still wouldn't fancy it, absolutely not, but you can perhaps feel a little bit less physical danger. But I think of, I'm sure every county had somebody similar, but I think of Jeff Cook, David Steele, Brian Close, Peter Walker, people like that, who routinely went in there, Bumble, of course, who routinely went in there at Boots Hill with no protection at all.
Liam Guthrie is going to start us from the Nackington Road end after tea.
Which I would call pretty brave.
Yeah, I think the shin pads make a massive difference because you don't see fielders turning away or jumping up in the air. It's not like the days. I remember Ian Botham breaking Senil Gavaska's ankle.
Shin, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was at the Oval 1982.
So Darren Lehman and Greg Smith, the batting coach, having a post-tea walk around the ground now.
The turns this to mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder there, who is Yuzi Chahal. How's Wendell, by the way?
Wendell's fine. Yes, he was spotted actually after Northamptonshire beat Middlesex.
On the balcony.
He was spotted on the balcony.
I saw that on social media.
Having a little dance up there with some of the players.
Yeah, for Kent fans wondering who Wendell is. He's Northamptonshire's biggest fan. As that's pushed again out to the covers. Yeah, Wendell can be often found on sort of over by the bus shelter and the
bus shelter.
The bus shelter stand, as Ed Seaborn calls it, the cinch stand.
The West Stand.
The West Stand. That's it. At Northampton, and
I'll give Seaborn bus shelter.
Yeah, you tell him.
I will.
And he tends to sort of lurk over there, offering.
And in front of the signal box, the supporters club shop as well. He's often down there.
Turned into the onside, no run. Yeah, he's often giving his advice or coaching players or praising their technique.
Yeah, and it's not just restricted to Northamptonshire players. He'll coach anybody, from either side. I
saw him giving Cameron Green a little bit of advice during the Northants Gloucestershire game the other week.
Yeah, that's right. He and of course he has this big flag, but he has to leave that at the ground because he can't take it home on his bike.
Those of you don't know, he's a 6'6" West Indian. Short, pulled with a plum for 4 by Tawanda Miaye.
I'm really not convinced that banging it in halfway is really the way to go, especially with an old Kookaburra ball at this stage of proceedings. It's
no, it's docile, this surface, isn't it? It's as placid as Mother Teresa, John Lennon and the Dalai Lama all rolled up into one.
Fine. James Sales was just having a little roll of his arm. I doubt he would bowl, not least because he's recovering from a bit of a back problem. Oh, we've got another one of these wonderful jobs where they're trying to find the ball in the front of the Freeman House. Flats over to our left. We had this morning, didn't we? Which must have wasted about at least 5 minutes. It's Tim Robinson down there on his hands and knees, trying to sort of trying to work out the line that the ball crossed the advertising board, and now somebody's going through you see, what they need is what they've got at Wolverton, which is a removable railing
spike,
so that they can actually go through there, get the ball back and come back. That's what that's there for, because obviously, as I say, they've got terraced houses all the way around. But something like that would be very helpful here, because there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people, including a Northamptonshire fielder, just standing there.
I reckon it's somebody not giving the ball back. We used to have this guy at the Gardens by my cricket club who was christened Mr. Angry after the gentleman on the Steve Wright show back in the 1980s, and he would just refuse to give it back. And once came out onto the pitch and threatened to stick the stump somewhere that the sun doesn't shine.
Well, the umpires, Ben Peverell's now trotting off, having been delegated presumably by Rob Bailey, possibly to get a different ball. There's now Darren Lehman and Greg Smith, the batting coach, are now joining in the general melee down there. It's a nice little vault over the advertising board by Greg Smith, who's also now just standing there next to Tim Robinson and various other spectators. I did mention, actually, Kent supporters may not be familiar with this, when Northamptonshire used to play at Peterborough, at the old Peterborough town ground, not the one they're playing at today. The women's side are playing at, which is at Bretton Gate at the present Peterborough ground. But they used to play at Crawthorne Road, and the last time Northamptonshire played there in 1966, playing Essex, and one of the Essex batters hit the ball into one of the neighbouring gardens, broke a window, and the lady in the house would not give the ball back until somebody in authority had committed to pay 35 shillings to mend the broken window, and you did have Roger Prideaux, Northamptonshire's captain, with his sort of head over the wall, please can we have our ball back, to which she said no. And funnily enough, Northamptonshire never played there again. It was the last time they played there.
Mr. Angry I was out there batting at the non-strikers end, and my batting partner had taken a couple of slates off Mr. Angry's roof.
Oh dear.
And he came out and firstly looked at me, having no real idea of, cricket or what was going on, but this tattooed gentleman, who was about 6'5", came at me. I was about 17 at the time, and let me tell you, Radders, I had no qualms in grassing my partner up.
It was him. He did it.
Yeah, not me, mate.
This is absolutely priceless. They're still looking for this ball. We actually have got a replacement ball, but there's still. It's like the sort of Minack Theatre down in Cornwall when you've got all these people standing around watching the performance. There must be now about a dozen people down there, just staring over the fence. I don't quite know whether they think that by staring at it will. Oh, well done.
Cheers from the crowd.
By staring at it, it will somehow make it hop over the wall. Well, they have got it. Splendid.
Yeah, I think there are railings there that you can't get over.
Right, okay. Well done to whoever was responsible for finding out. Tim Robinson returns to his fielding position at deep backward square.
Spiked railings as well. I wouldn't be hopping over those, would you?
No, definitely not.
Guthrie to Wandamiye. Thankfully, keeps that one on the pitch. 218 for 3, Bell Drummond 14, Mieye 33. Listen to me, Dan Whiting, and I'm with Andrew Radd on BBC Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, and live on the Kent stream.
Well, the second new ball, which is now 14 overs away, is positioned now on top of the box of balls down immediately below our commentary position, and Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman has just wandered past said box of balls and made quite a careful study of the second new ball, which Northamptonshire will be taking, I would imagine, in about 3/4 of an hour or so.
Yeah, what is it, 14 overs?
14 overs left. Chahal comes back into the attack to replace Calvin Harrison. His second bowl from this end probably looked more effective from the other end, Nackington Road end, but he's in for the Pavilion end. Flights that up, cut by Bell Drummond, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. So for Chahal, a slip in place, silly point, like a silly mid-off actually. Cardiff Vasconcelos, then backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Cut away by Bell Drummond. It eludes the man at backward point, but it does not elude Tim Robinson, who's sweeping out on the boundary, and they're through for another run.
Yeah, I think Broad's parried that one round the corner to Robinson.
Leapt like a salmon. 219 for 3, Kent. Chahal into bowl to Mieye, and takes all the pace off that. Mieye forces it out to deep extra cover. More work for Tim Robinson to do. 220 for 3.
There's a classic example of how docile this pitch is, though. You can just wait for it on the back foot and push it out into the covers.
Chahal in and bowls, and forward goes Bell Drummond. Plays it out to silly point. He's more silly mid-off. He's quite straight in there.
Yeah.
Vasconcelos under the lid. Lucky man. Here's Chahal. In and bowls. Driven up to mid-on. They're going to take on Leach again. To be fair, he had to slide to his left to complete the fielding, so there was not a lot of jeopardy in that single. Takes Bell-Drummond to 16, 221 for 3.
Leach had a horrible injury, didn't he, up at Headingley a few years back?
That's it. Chahal in bowls and forced again off the back foot out into the covers by Miyeye, fielded by Sales, 221 for 3. I don't think, we're going to be very late, if at all, this evening. I think the over rate, I would imagine, is going to be pretty good. And
depends if to when the Miyeye puts another one into that lady's
garden.
Well,
heavens, yes, that's true. Over rate is +5 at the moment, so no problems on that score for Northamptonshire. Now Greg Smith is going past the new ball. Will he resist the tempt? Yes, he will. He's not bothered. Batting coach. Cricket ball's a cricket ball, and just give it a bunt.
Yeah, as long as it comes off the middle, he'll be happy. Here's Liam Guthrie. That's 4 runs for Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's deliberately played that late. I'm not sure he meant to get it that fine, but once the ball goes over these practice wickets in front of the Sir Frank Woolley stand, it's 4 runs all the way.
And no third man, of course. So
is that a big thing for you? Is that one of your?
It's not as big a bugbear with me as it is with some of our colleagues.
Matt
Cole and Edward Bevan, I think what you would say of our friends and colleagues around the country, are the two that get most exercised by the absence of a third man. Northamptonshire have not got one. Interesting, Middlesex did have one most of the game against Northamptonshire last week.
Well, Drummond moves into the 20s with that boundary and clubs this one to mid-on. Guthrie's not got his length right since tee, I don't think. He can be a handful on his day. He's got a very slippery bouncer which sort of follows you and is skiddy, but he hasn't quite got his length right since tee. Either been too full or too short.
And I think he, like Leach, more often than not has tended to err more on the short side.
Too full, and Drummond drives. Is that your favourite scoreboard in the country over there on the above the Les Ames Pavilion?
It's rather nice, isn't it? It's
a lot of information on there.
Pleasingly old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Takes you back to the days when we used to have to, you have to pull the string to get the board to go round.
And the string would often come out.
Yeah, it comes out. That's right. Oh yes, wonderful.
Yeah.
And then you turn over 2 at once, and then you have to go round again. And there's always a lot of ribaldry.
Yes. Again, Bell-Drummond plays that late, and he's going to run away over the practice wickets for 4. Deliberately played by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
And Liam Guthrie is looking a bit, got the old teapot out, but to be honest, I mean, as you called it, Dan, they were entirely deliberate strokes, perfectly safe. There's no third man, so if you hang it outside off stump, it's probably fairly clear what the batter's going to do. Bell-Drummond has now done it. Well, here we go. Got the third man.
Sales has dropped down there.
Well, Matt Cole can put away his pitchforks and burning torches, at least for now. Sorry, Matt.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Guthrie wasn't overly impressed about going for 2 4s there, and bent his back and surprised the Kent skipper with that one.
Yeah, and it was a better line, wasn't it? It was tighter, more sort of on 4th stump, really.
Yeah.
So it was one of those sort of slightly no man's land jobs when he wasn't quite sure whether to play that shot again, even though he didn't quite have the width. And he did, and it could easily have just got a nick through to the keeper.
The other thing the scorers of yesteryear put up with, because I don't know how lucky they are, Radders, with these modern ones, I tell you. As that's pushed into the offside, no run, was the old metal number on a rusty nail. The scorers of yesteryear had to have their tetanus jabs up to date, didn't they? Because they'd cut themselves regularly on rusty nails.
The old telegraph board.
Yeah.
Well, I think most county grounds had them. We certainly did at Northampton, and you'd try and get there early so you could sit on the little wooden platform over by the signal box and get up there, and great vantage point, of course, to watch the game. And you just kid yourself that you were being useful, really, and you were part of the club.
Did you have a roller one as well?
No,
the roller.
No. Nothing as high tech as that. It's Northampton. Come on. Chahal will continue. Slip silly mid off, bowls, and he has this technique against Chahal that we've seen this afternoon. He doesn't obviously go back or forward. He plays it more or less from the crease. Done so perfectly successfully so far. Just adjusting slip at the moment. Calvin Harrison's in there and just being pushed a little bit wider. He's almost second slip. Here's Chahal over the wicket, bowls, driven pleasantly and very well fielded. Excuse me, an extra cover by James Sales.
Talking of scoreboards, I remember Trent Bridge used to have one where they actually had the players' names and not a number.
More in like the Australian mould, wasn't it? It was something quite new. Driven beautifully through extra cover. It was the shot he played the previous ball. This time he misses Sales at extra cover, and it races away for 4. Lovely looking shot by Tawanda Mayeye. He goes to 38 and Kent to 233 for 3, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. Ripple of applause. Here's Chahal in again. Worked into the onside. Can he get it past mid-wicket? No, he can't. Good tumbling stop by Sabe. Calvin Harrison, who's only been off for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, is now warming up again, so maybe he will be back in the attack. Chahal in and bowls and stroked out to extra cover by Mayeye. No run, fielded by James Sales.
Yeah, I don't blame him getting Harrison into the attack. I think this is a seamer's graveyard. Here's Mayeye in, drives hard into the ground, fielded by Chahal off his own bowling. 233 for 3 at the end of the over. Bell Drummond is 24, Mayeye is 38. And Chahal, who's had a good long bowl today, as we say, having not played red ball cricket for a while, 21 overs, 5 maidens. No wicket for 64, 233 for 3. Yeah, I remember the Adelaide scoreboard. That was one of the famous ones, wasn't it? Under the cathedral, and that used to have the names there. That was a real work of art.
Of course, there was one at Worcester, which we were talking about when we were there on a T20 game
covered
recently.
up.
It has, so you can't. It was like the old mock Tudor one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was green, I think, green numbers.
That was lovely.
The Basil D'Oliveira stand, though, has covered it up. I was at Worcester on Friday in the England disability game against India, and they're currently playing today at Worcester as well. Harrison back into the attack from the Nackington Road end this time.
Interesting to see Northamptonshire's new head physio, Lee Daggett, former Northamptonshire seamer, who's taken over the job just recently.
Short and crunched, but he's got some protection out on the grassy knoll side of the ground.
He's been working for Northampton Saints, also in his own sort of practice, but Nick Allen was going, so he's just got the job. I did double take actually this morning when I saw him at the in the huddle, because I wasn't expecting him to start just yet, but there he was.
Turned into square leg by Mayeye, and he'll amble through for an easy single.
Very successful and key member of the Northamptonshire side that won the T20 in 2013 and immediately retired after they'd won it. It's
really?
Finished at the end of the season, yeah.
Defended. I covered the England Lions as well. I covered some days down here at Canterbury, but I also had the fortune of working up at Northampton as well, and I had one of the curries there.
Very nice.
Oh, outstanding. That's different. Is it called Memsab?
Memsab, yeah, very good.
And that's a work of art, watching the guy make the naan breads on the hot plate.
No, it's highly recommended if you're at Northampton.
That's a big shout for LBW, but
long way down.
Rob Bailey being a good neutral umpire there, not having his Northamptonshire colours on and turning that one down.
Well, I don't think you're going to get that from Rob Bailey, and he's just explaining to Calvin Harrison, probably in words of one syllable, why not. 220, 235 for 3.
Yeah, he's one of the better umpires around. I found Jack Shantry to be very good as well.
Just having a word with Calvin Harrison. I wonder if he said something a little unguarded after that. But
speaking to Vasconcelos as well.
Yeah, maybe he just said a little too much. Anyway, 235 for 3. I see Zafar Gohal actually got a level 1 offence at Northampton last week. Here's Chahal starting a fresh over and stroked into the ground. Maimiyeye into the person of Ricardo Vasconcelos in there at Silly Point. No run. Miyeye on 39. Chahal in, bowls to him, comes forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, Kashi Fally got one at Bristol as well for waving a bat for an LBW, thinking he'd hit it, which you can't do these days, can you?
No. We saw the umpires having a little word with Zafar during the game, and indeed it was confirmed that he had a level 1. Turned up to mid-on by Miyeye, straight to Dom Leach, and there's no run.
Yeah, certainly Adam Hollyoak had to go in with him to the match referee and delayed my interview for about an hour.
Oh, crikey. Here's Chahal in, bowls and punched up to mid-on, and again they're taking on Dom Leach's arm. Again he shies at the stumps, again he misses, and again to under Miyeye safely home. There is, as they say, a pattern developing. 40 to Miyeye, 236 for 3. Chahal bowls to Bell Drummond, who is forward, plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. It does make me wonder sometimes with these level 1 offences, and particularly when you talk to old club cricketers and league cricketers about some of the players of the past. Chahal flights that one up, driven down the ground, and that's going to be 4. Dom Leach labouring after it, but he may as well not bother. In fact, Dom Leach's face for a moment there looked almost as red as his Northamptonshire cap. It is warm out there, but once he punched that, as Dan said earlier, it goes across the old net pitches and it's 4 runs. Beautifully timed. 240 for 3 at the end of the over. Bell Drummond is 29 and Miyeye is 40. 9 overs to go until the second new ball is due. It does make me wonder whether some of the great league players of the past, especially some of the old pros who played on in the leagues, would ever actually spend any time on the field now, because so many of these level 1 offences that just used to be part of the game and, you know, not just get on with it, but now of course you can get done.
Well, I've got a theory. I'll come on to it after we've just seen Miyeye punch Harrison into the covers. Sides used to have a beer with each other after the game. That's disappeared a little bit now. That's short and pulled, and I'm afraid that's gone in the same garden by the look of it.
Oh, here we go again.
And Miyeye moves on to 44.
And the spectators are now gathering around said garden. Here they are, they're formed up again.
Yeah, Mrs. Miggins has come out onto a balcony over there.
It's about 5. It hasn't quite got. Are we going to have somebody, Northamptonshire fielder, hopping over again? No, he's not going to commit himself just yet, but this might be a while. Expand on your theory.
Yeah,
Dan.
so my theory is that sides don't tend to have a beer so much with each other like in the old days, you know, when the jugs would be de rigueur after a game. And even so, even when they stay, you know, they tend to sort of stay within their own respective teams. You know, the youngsters, you know, glower at each other over an energy drink, don't they, now, rather than having a couple of beers. And things used to get sorted out over those beers, and you would not go running off to the league saying, he called me this, he called me that. You would actually have that sort of time and go, well, he's not actually such a bad bloke after all. As that's defended by Miye.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's questionably part of it. I think the other thing is obviously panel umpires now, certainly in the top divisions of leagues. It doesn't really give you the opportunity necessarily to say we'll sort it out, because once they decide that they're going to act, then
very true, very true.
Then that's going to happen.
Oh, that's got to be close. Harrison fancied it, but no one else really did, actually.
Went right back, didn't he? And I think, judging, you would hope by the shot that Tuanda Miye was trying to play, you would think that was probably going down the leg side. His captain's just coming and having a little word with him.
Yeah, don't throw away all the hard work, because all the Kent batters have got starts, but no one's really gone on yet. Driven, 2 extra. But, you know, as somebody who umpires regularly, level 2 qualified umpire, people say to me, do you think behaviour's got worse? And I say, no, I don't think it has. I think it's same as it always was. But now you just have to go through a reporting process, whereas back then it was part of the game.
Yeah. The slightly distressing news, although it will not affect us hugely, is that the ice cream van is just leaving. So it's had enough. There was a huge queue at tea time. Perhaps they've sold out. But no, maybe no. Actually, Nacy, I may have gone too soon here, because I think they've just reversed. It may be that they were just getting a different pitch or something. But I think they may have sold out, at least of some of the people are going up there, and they're looking disappointed. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be back tomorrow. 2:44 for 3. There are 8 overs to go until the second new ball will become available to Northamptonshire if they decide to take it. I'm sure they will.
For those of you who are wondering what level 1 to level 4 offences are, level 1 would be dissent. Level 2 is normally dissent with language. Level 3 is probably sort of one up from that, and level 4 would be threatening somebody or physical.
Pushing and bumping and boring, as
it's a long ban.
Bill McLaren used to call it. Chahal starts afresh over to Bell Drummond, who plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Still a slip and a silly mid-off.
The other thing is you can take your captain with you now as well for misbehaviour, for failure to control his players.
Here's Chahal in, bowls and turned away out to wide mid-on. Leach skips across to his right to field, and they come through for another single. Takes Bell Drummond up to 30 and Kent 245 for 3. Miye 6 short of a half century, and drives this next ball from Chahal straight to Sales at extra cover. Chahal in again, bowls and worked into the onside by Miye, down behind square. Guthrie comes in off the boundary to field, and they're through for another easy single. 45 to Miye, 246 for 3. So 7 overs to go before the new ball is due, and 23 in the day. Driven back down the pitch by Bell Drummond. Chahal now into his, see how many overs he's bowled. This is his 23rd. Still looking for his first wicket. He's in and bowls and hits him on the pad. Has he got his first wicket here? No, he hasn't, says umpire Ben Peverell. Got a decent stride in, and the appeal lacked a certain amount of commitment, I think. End of the over, 246 for 3. Bell Drummond is 30, and Miye is 45. Chahal has bowled 23 overs, no wicket for 71. Consultation between Lewis McManus, who's Northamptonshire's red ball vice-captain, and Captain Luke Proctor. And Harrison will continue from the far end, the Nackington Road end.
In he comes, short and misses out there. I've got some wonderful news for Kent fans. It's regarding Ben Compton, who's not only been capped today, as that's defended, but he's also signed a 3-year contract with Kent, and that's really good news for everyone here. Pushed into the covers. He was capped at lunchtime, cap number 223, and he's going to now be at Kent until the end of the 2028 season. As that's again just defended, but that's really good news for Kent fans.
Another 3 seasons of having Northamptonshire's attack held up by him or not, as the case may be, depending on which division we're in.
Oh, that's sumptuous from Tawenda Miyeye. His cover driving is up there, isn't it? I mean, I'll give it a 5-star review on TripAdvisor, wouldn't you, Raddis?
No, it's a lovely shot.
One of the great wonders of the world.
It's been a little bit, as we said, he's been a little bit quiet since tea, but it absolutely doesn't matter. Kent have got bags of time here. 49 off 118 balls now for Miyeye.
Pushed.
And that's his 50.
Yeah, there's his 50 off 114 balls. 251 for 3, and Tawenda Miyeye milks the applause of a large Canterbury crowd and deserves every bit of it, because it's been really easy on the eye. In fact, the attendance is just shy of 1,500. It's 1,475. So thank you to the people here who love their cricket in this part of the world, and it's fantastic to see. Gorgeous day for it. Cricket week at Canterbury, and the Kent public have responded by turning out in their numbers, so thank you very much.
Yep, County Cricket Day as well, so as Dan says, really good to see. Good sized crowd in here, and I'm sure most of them will have enjoyed what they've seen, with Kent piling on the runs. Here's Chahal bowls off the back foot and punched straight to James Sales, who fields, cut off any chance of a single, falls over in the process. 251 for 3. Chahal in and bowls and driven up to mid-on, and again they're taking on I don't believe this. Again they've taken on Dom Leach at mid-on. Again he's shied at the stumps. Again he's missed, and again Tawenda Miyeye is safely home. 252 for 3. Miyeye is 51. Here's Chahal in and bowls to Bell-Drummond. Holds that one back a touch. Equally, Bell-Drummond waits for it, turns it out to Safe Zabe at mid-wicket. Not a great deal of breeze today, judging by the trees at the far end of the ground. Here's Chahal in bowls, and forward goes Bell-Drummond. Again plays it back down the pitch. Chahal walking back to the end of his short run from the pavilion end, in and bowls, and punched out again into the mid-wicket area, fielded by Safe Zabe. 252 for 3. So Northamptonshire have 1 bowling point, Kent now have 1 batting point. Chahal in bowls, Bell-Drummond defends. Back down the pitch, just misses the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that's the end of the over. 252 for 3. 75 overs gone in the innings, so there are 5 to go until the second new ball is due. We have 21 overs left in the day. Harrison is going to continue. Ongoing discussion now between captain and vice-captain, Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus. Ricardo Vasconcelos is joining in as well, as former captain, presumably.
Radders, I've got a very important question to ask you on your visit to Kent. With your oysters, do you prefer Tabasco or the onions and vinaigrette?
Onions and vinaigrette, every time. Yeah.
Every time?
Every time, yeah.
Well, that's that cleared up.
Had some in South Africa during the winter.
Oh, did you?
Very nice. Now there's a bit of toweling off going on down there. I'm just going to pop and get one of my devices because I want to try and find out and let you know how Northamptonshire's women are getting on at Peterborough.
Yep. So Calvin Harrison, a much taller leg spinner than Yuzi Chahal, will take us away when these two batters are sorted out. In fact, Daniel Bell-Drummond wants another drink. Kashif Ali doing the 12th's duties. He's probably quite pleased he's not got to bowl on this wicket because it looks very good batting surface. Whether it stays like that for the remainder of the game is a moot point, and one of the subplots of, well, it's one of the joys of 4-day cricket is how a wicket evolves over the course of a game. Here's Harrison to Miyeye. He sort of pokes at that a little bit. Harrison none for 37 into his 14th. Again, Miyeye just watchful, playing it back to the bowler. Miyeye's 51 off 118 balls. Bell-Drummond scoring about the same rate, actually. He's on 30 off 70. As Miyeye tucks this into a pocket and will probably come back for 2. Yeah, it's intelligent cricket from the man who came here as an asylum seeker from Zimbabwe back in 2018. Parents were in the Opposition for Democratic Change Party, which isn't on a friendly basis with Mr. Mugabe over there. As Miyeye pushes that into the covers, and yeah, he had to come here, got a scholarship at Eastbourne College, and then scored 1,000 runs in his school season, including 2 double hundreds. So that's driven out to the covers, no run. And Ken snapped him up. Rightly so.
Absolutely, yeah. Good day's work.
Again, he's turned that through square leg. He's got a lot of time, hasn't he, Miyeye? Just looks like he's got a lot more time than anyone else at the crease. Any over, he's on 54. Bell-Drummond 30. Kent 255 for 3. And I think Sussex were probably a little bit peeved that they didn't pick him up.
Adi Sharma is trotting on with a drink for Northamptonshire's captain, I think. Luke Proctor is going to have a little drink there. As far as that game I was mentioning, as Saif Zaib comes into the attack for the first time in this innings to bowl his left arm spin, just to get through to the second new ball, which is 4 overs away. At Peterborough, Northamptonshire made 150 for 9 in their 20 overs against Yorkshire. Michaela Kirk top scored with 35. Amelia Kemp made 30. Other contributions: Alicia Presland 22, Mabel Reid made 19. And then the game's nicely poised because in reply Yorkshire 77 for 3 in the 9th, so that one could go either way. Now Zabe to bowl his left arm spin, 6 wickets in the season so far at just under 20. Bowls a full toss first up, which is driven out to deep cover by Mayeye for a single. He goes to 55 and Kent to 256 for 3.
That women's game sounds, as they say in this part of the world, even Darren Stevens.
Yes, absolutely. It's be a good win if Northamptonshire could get something out of that. Round the wicket comes Zabe, driven up to mid-off, where Luke Proctor eventually picks it up. Zabe, and again bowls to Bell Drummond, who drops a bat on it, rolls gently out to extra cover, and there's no run. A few gulls and pigeons wheeling over the ground at the far end. Zabe is in again, bowls and driven. Lovely looking shot, that could go for 4, it does go for 4. That was all down to timing from Daniel Bell Drummond. He got a little bit of width from Zabe, but he just leant on it and it raced away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot. 34 to Bell Drummond, 260 for 3. Kent.
Gorgeous from Daniel Bell Drummond.
Here's Zabe in again, bowls to Bell Drummond, who defends out into the offside. James Sales comes around to field. Just have a little scan through the other scores at the end of the over. Zabe is in, bowls driven back down the pitch, fielded by Zabe off his own bowling, 260 for 3 at the end of the over. 77 gone, so 3 overs to go until the second new ball is due.
Yeah, you do get some big goals this neck of the woods. I think they live on a diet of chips in Margate.
At Southampton, Worcestershire going along very well after getting turned over in short order by Surrey in the last round. 298 for 2, Worcestershire.
Oh, good for them.
With Adam Hose 153 not out. Jake Libby 93 not out. Somerset 230 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at Taunton. Tom Abel made 64, James Rue 58, but they're both out.
Harrison to Mayeye, no run.
Surrey against Durham at the Oval. Surrey 253 for 2. Sam Curran 94 not out. Dom Sibley 89 not out.
Defended.
And Dom Sibley gave Sam Curran a 100-ball start.
For those radio listeners, we don't have a GoPro on you. Radd has just given me the eyebrows. Tickled into square leg, no run.
Could be 100 for Northampton-born Sam Curran, as we never tire of saying. Warwickshire 259 for 4 against Sussex down at Hove. Rob Yates made 93.
Driven up to mid-off, no run.
Essex 192 for 1 in 78 overs against Yorkshire.
Yawn.
Tom Westley 96 not out. Dean Elgar 80 not out.
Yeah, 2 nuggety players, let's call them. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a full shot from Mayeye there. And it's got enough of the edge on it that it just dribbles out into the offside, but it's very well bowled from Harrison. Again, he's on the money. Most balls, not leg spinners, bowl you one bad one and over, don't they? It's one of the hardest things to perfect in the game, and Harrison doesn't bowl much toffee.
No, as I say, he's been very good this year, as his figures would suggest. 25 wickets at 26 and a bit. In Division 2, Lancashire 247 for 7 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Keaton Jennings 106, and he batted a long time for those runs, but he's basically held his side together.
Been a miserable season for Lancashire,
hasn't it just? Here's Zabe round the wicket, bowls to Bell Drummond, who is defensive up towards mid-off. Sales comes across to field from extra. Zabe gets through his overs very quickly. He's in again, bowls and driven away through mid-wicket. Oh no, well fielded, Don Leach, having been a little critical, but an awful lot seems to have gone up towards him, and they've gone through for singles and taken on his arm, but not that time. Good bit of fielding. Forward goes Mayeye, only a single accrued. Could have been 4. Mayeye plays that next ball from Zabe up to extra cover. Zabe in again to Mayeye, again defensive up to the bowler. These two will be mindful of not wanting to lose another wicket before the second new ball, subject to new batter to Northamptonshire seamers with the new ball, although the bowlers are going to be pretty tired by this stage of proceedings. Mayeye plays that one back down the pitch. 1 ball to go in the over. And chipped up towards mid-on. Leach shies at the stumps and misses again.
And nearly decapitates to end of Mayeye.
Yes, absolutely. End of the over, 262 for 3, with Mayeye on 56. Bell Drummond is 35, and 1 more over before the second new ball is due. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire 193 for 6.
Ooh, bit of a collapse.
Yes, lots of starts. Bancroft 50, Phillips 38, Hammond 31, but nobody's really gone on there. And at Grace Road, Middlesex 262 for 3 against Leicestershire. Sam Robson made 133, Josh De Carey's 76, and Leicester Ploy is 31 not out.
Good to see Sam Robson in the runs in his benefit year. I'll come on to Lancashire in a second, because it's been a miserable year for them. As Harrison comes in. I know it's Kent versus Northamptonshire, but it's County Cricket Day, Radd, so I'm allowed to go off on a tangent. It's been a miserable year. They've sacked coach Dale Benkenstein recently, as that's pushed back to the bowler. But the problems at Lancashire lie a lot deeper than just turning over your coach every couple of years. Driven pleasantly out to extra cover just for a single. The problems with Lancashire lie in having allowed what would be a really good team in county cricket to go and play their cricket in other parts of the country. One of them playing in this game, Matt Parkinson. You look at Jordan Clark at Surrey, you look at John Simpson at Sussex, you look at both the Parkinsons. Oh, he's fiddled at that one, Bell Drummond, but no harm done. You look at Brooke Guest at Derbyshire, and there's a whole side who are really good county cricketers who've just been allowed to walk away from the county, as that's worked up to mid-on with a smidgen of bottom hand by Daniel Bell Drummond.
Well, Northampton's captain.
Luke Proctor, yeah, there's another one.
What an acquisition he's been for Northamptonshire over the last few years.
Again, worked to mid-on. That's another tidy over from Harrison. 263 for 3.
So the new ball is due. Let's wait and see if they're going to take it. I can't really think of a compelling reason not to take it, apart from the fact that the seamers are probably a little bit weary.
Yeah,
but
Vasconcelos is taking his pads off.
Yeah. So it will be the new ball. We haven't seen it brandished towards the scorers as yet, but because it's still sitting on the box of balls down below us. So the 12th man's just suggesting that somebody might actually usefully go and get the new ball. Well, there's a thought. Dom Leach is going to bowl with it from this pavilion end. There we go, George Scrimshaw, the umpire's friend, has gone and retrieved the new ball. Saved Ben Peverill's legs. Tosses it to his captain, Luke Proctor. As Adi Sharma leaves the field, encumbered by pads, gloves, shin pads, heaven knows what else, none of which I would imagine smell terribly fragrant after being out there for a while.
Scrimshaw's definitely one of the airmen from Hello Hello, isn't he?
Well, his nickname is Officer Crabtree from that programme.
Yeah.
As in good moaning.
Yes.
Aeroplane flying over the ground. So we have 16 overs to bowl, and we've got about an hour to go, so we're going to be pretty much finishing on time tonight.
Yeah, there's an airfield just on the way out to Broadstairs, Manston. Kent International Airport. It's called.
It was a fighter station as well during the war, wasn't it? I think at Manston. I think so.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, obviously, this area has a lot of history in World War II.
So, here is Leach with the new ball and driven first ball with it, out through extra cover by Mayeye, who is through for a single. 58 to him, 264 for 3.
I mean, even the beer around here is named Spitfire, Bombardier.
Yes, absolutely. So the new ball taken at 263 for 3. There are a few planes now overhead. It is absolutely beautiful this evening now. The sun is out fully, a little bit of horsehair cloud up above us as Leach with 2 slips in the gully is in bowls very full to Beldrummond, who digs it out up to mid-on, where Safe Zabe fields. Vasconcelos is at first, Calvin Harrison at second, Justin Broad in the gully, Sales in there, very tight in there at mid-wicket. Similarly, Adi Sharma, who's in there at extra cover.
Yeah, that grey cloud that came over sort of early afternoon has been replaced by azure skies.
It was a bit of a relief actually, wasn't it, to be honest. Here's Leach in bowls, and Beldrummond just playing across that one slightly. He does get bat on it, but I think for a moment Dom Leach thought he might be through, but he wasn't. And Proctor coming across and having a word with Safe Zabe, who's in there at mid-on. Becoming, of course, one of the senior players in the side, Safe Zabe. Been around for a while, and now, of course, as of last week, wearing his capped player's cap with the gold piping on it. Here is Leach. In and bowls. Clipped away beautifully by Beldrummond. Well, how often do we say it? The new ball just pings off the bat nicely, especially as I say if the bowlers are just a little bit weary after a full day out in the field. Clipped away by Beldrummond for 4. He goes to 39 and Kent to 268 for 3. It's interesting talking to Harry Conway, you mentioned earlier, Dan, who was with Northamptonshire earlier in the season on a 4-match stint. And on his first day in the Championship, he was playing against Leicestershire up at Grace Road, and he had 5 spells and was still then having to come back and bowl with the second new ball at 5 o'clock or whatever. I think it was a bit later than that. And he said that's something we simply don't have to do at home. That's going to take a bit of getting used to. But he did. Leach in and bowls and gets an inside edge of Beldrummond's bat. It rolls out into the onside. Sales comes round to square leg to field. One more to Beldrummond. Takes him to 40. And Kent to 269 for 3.
Yeah, you don't bowl to Daniel Beldrummond around middle and leg. He'll just work you all day. It was a privilege to watch his 223 at Lord's a few weeks back on a wicket that was doing a little bit as well. And I thought it was a courageous knock. He's been short of runs by his high standards.
Here is Leach bowling to Mayeye, who plays it crisply on the bounce back to the bowler who fields, and that's the end of the first over with the second new ball. 6 runs off it, 269 for 3 with 40 to Beldrummond and 58 to Mayeye. We have 15 overs remaining in the day.
Wavy Davey has been in touch. He's sitting next to the screen at the Nackington Road end. Give us a wave, Davey. Where are you down there? Just can't see you quite from our position here, but he said it's fabulous news that Ben Compton signed for 3 more years. Great to witness his concentration at the crease, and he's enjoying the commentary from us both Radders.
Good-o.
And he's having a good day in the sun. I
think so.
Goes everywhere with Kent, Davey, and loyal fan down here.
Yeah, we've seen quite close follower of the county game generally. I think I've seen his tweets about various teams and interesting stuff.
Guthrie from the Nackington Road end, and Daniel Bell-Drummond respectfully defends him to mid-on.
It's a lovely spot to sit over on the bank, isn't it? Over to our right, over towards, as we were talking about with Molly Davis earlier, pylon number 4, where we used to have to do our media interviews here during COVID. That was where you had to meet the players and keep your distance and all the rest of it.
Yeah, the grassy knoll.
Grassy knoll, yes.
Oh, full of length from Guthrie, and Bill Drummond digs it out. Pylon number 3, which is next to the Leslie Ames Pavilion, over on the Nackington Road end. Thankfully, someone's put some WD-40 in there, because it used to make a horrendous sound as it was elevated.
Oh dear.
So the floodlights here are extendable or retractable, whatever way you want to put them.
They go up and down.
They do, yeah, that's the thing. That's the one, Radders. And floodlight number 3 used to make a horrible noise, like nails down a blackboard.
Ooh, not good.
There's 4. No, it's not. It's 1 down 2. Sorry, I thought it had gone through mid-wicket. As it goes out to Robinson, but again, you don't bowl to Daniel Bell-Drummond around that region. For some reason I thought that had gone through mid-wicket, but maybe the sun's got to me, Radders.
He was distracted by the gull, I think. There's a rather noisy seagull.
Yeah, I've got a
vicinity.
I've got a stanchion here in the press box as well, sort of in my view. I'll make any excuse, mate. Who else can I blame for a poor bit of commentary? 270 for 3. Bill Drummond 41, Mieye 58. Oh, that's a big shout, and he's gone. That looked very adjacent. Mieye just trying to play around a straight one, and the new ball does the trick. Guthrie traps him, LBW.
So he was almost walking for that, didn't he? I think he feared the worst. It was very full, and it proves again what we were saying this morning, that you do need to pitch the ball up. There's absolutely no future bowling short here. But well played to under Mieye, most attractive innings. And Northamptonshire, as you say, will be very, very glad to see the back of him. 58 he made, but from Northamptonshire's point of view, it could have been an awful lot worse.
Yeah, he's box office, isn't he? He's an absolute joy to watch, and qualifies for England next year, I believe. And it wouldn't surprise me to see him maybe on a Lions tour, potentially in the winter. I don't know exactly when he qualifies, but potentially on a Lions tour, or he's got, I think he's got a big future. Right, to the crease comes a man who isn't from a million miles away from Northamptonshire.
No, Bourne Cricket Club's very own Joey Everson.
Yeah, from sort of Stamford that way, Lincolnshire.
Yeah, where my son's been playing this afternoon in that competition, the Rutland and District League, and we've certainly played against at Oundle, played against Joey Everson and his brother, various members of the family over the years. Having a drinks break, how very civilised.
Yeah, his mum Linda is no doubt here, who comes down for every game from up in Stamford, and loyal follower of Kent cricket.
I shall have enjoyed the performance up at Blackpool.
Yeah, you got runs up there.
Did get runs. Sounded like a terrific. We were obviously following the game from afar, as one does, and must admit we rather thought Lancashire were nailed on to win that one. Kent thought otherwise, and that partnership between Joey Everson and Grant Stewart.
Everson's one of those cricketers who steps up on the big occasion. You know, I think he took the wicket when they won the other year when they won the Metro. Was it the Metro Bank or the Blast? I think, I can't remember. But he took the final wicket, and he's just one of those cricketers that sort of steps up at that sort of big moment in the game. They often use him to bowl the last overs in T20 cricket as well.
No, he's a talented lad. We've heard about that.
Yeah.
Not so much of a lad now these days.
I think he's 23, 24, but Nottinghamshire let him go, and again Kent snapped him up. Here he is facing Guthrie, first ball. Oh, he's tickled that one fine. He's going to get 4, first ball. But Guthrie looks like he's swinging it and swinging it late. And often with bowlers, when they swing it out of the hand, it's not as dangerous, but when it swings late, that's when it becomes a problem for batters. A few of the Kent youngsters having a little wonder. Jaden Denley, Ekant Singh. There's Nathan Gilchrist with them.
Babysitting.
Oh, Joey Everson. That's gorgeous.
That's certainly a nice way to get off the mark.
2 4s in 2 balls, yeah.
Couple of boundaries.
Striking at 400.
Lovely shot. 278 for 4, so another wicket for Liam Guthrie, but just proving a tad costly. But yeah, a couple of boundaries for Joey Everson. He's underway, and I mean, talking about Wayne Larkins and how his philosophy when he was opening the batting with Jeff Cook was always, if you've got an awkward sort of half hour before the close, it's an opportunity with the ball hard and the field up to go and get 20 or 30 on the board and get underway. And I mean, for Everson here, I know they've obviously they won't want to have a collapse in this last little session as Leach comes in and bowls to Bell Drummond, square drive out to deep point, and they're through for a single. Bell Drummond to 42, Kent 279 for 4. But at the same time, with the number of overs they've got left in the day, 13 after this, against a tiring attack, Kent could get up towards sort of 330, 340, something like that, perhaps same number of wickets, or for 5. I think they will feel they've had a pretty decent day.
Yeah, you're just talking about Nathan Gilchrist babysitting the 2 youngsters around there. I wonder if he's currently reading them The Tiger Who Came to Tea.
Yes. 5 come to Canterbury. Here's Leach in with 2 slips and a gully, and that's left alone by Joey Everson. Comes down and has a little prod of the pitch. Northamptonshire still with 2 slips and a gully, which they've had a good part of the day to the seamers. Vasconcelos is at first, Calvin Harrison at second, Justin Broad in the gully. Long leg down in front of the squeaky pylon 3, or former squeaky pylon 3. Mid wicket, James Sales in there. Mid on, mid off, extra cover and a cover. And Leach is in, bowls and beats Everson outside the off stump. Again, when he pitches it up, Dom Leach, he looks that much more of a potential threat. The marquee at the far end of the ground for Canterbury Week that was looking pretty full this morning doesn't look any less full at the moment, which is good to see. People have stuck with it throughout the day. I'm sure they'll have enjoyed what they've seen. 279 for 4. Clipped away for 4. And you will have heard the noise that made off Joey Everson's bat. It's his 3rd boundary. It was a nice juicy half volley on leg stump, but that made a very satisfying noise with the new ball on the bat, and it raced away through mid wicket. It was one of those where 2 fielders, James Sales at mid wicket and Safe Zabe at mid on, just turned and trotted back towards the boundary to retrieve because they clearly weren't going to stop it. Leach is having a word with his captain now, and they're bringing another fielder across. With a danger of basically setting a field for a bad ball. Broad is now going in catching at a short mid-wicket. Leach is in, bowls, and Everson driving up to extra cover. And there's no run. Tim Robinson. Sorry, beg his pardon. Sadi Sharma, who's still on the substitute, trying to work out who's not out there at the moment.
I'm just thinking, Radders, that there's obviously going to be big totals set in the first innings here. I'm wondering if Kent's batters getting starts and not going on to get big ones might come back to haunt them potentially. Everyone's got a start. Yeah,
that's true. Here's Leach. And a bowls to Everson, who's pushing it out square of the wicket in the offside.
Compton,
and there is no run.
Compton 66, Denley 35, Ekant Singh 49, Miyaye 58, Daniel Bell-Drummond's currently on 42 not out, Joey Everson on 12, but no one has gone on and got that, as Graham Gooch called them, the daddy
hundreds. Yeah, I mean it's interesting, isn't it? We've got what, 12 overs to go. You know, if Northamptonshire were to nip out, say, Daniel Bell-Drummond and one more,
yeah, it's their day.
It's their day.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, 3:30 for 6 at the end of play is Northamptonshire's day. If it's 3:30 for 4, yeah, I think it's Kent's, but marginally, because I think it's such a good surface. I think there's runs aplenty in this.
I wouldn't argue with that, and which makes this last little 3/4 of an hour or so really quite significant in the context.
Let's see what Liam Guthrie can do, because he's nipped out to Wenda Miyaye. That one also thumps into Daniel Bell-Drummond's pad, but dribbles out into leg side, and they'll amble through for most languid of leg byes. Beautiful skies here. I think Turner said about Thanet having the most beautiful skies in all of Europe, and they really have been some spectacular skies on my visits down here this season. Left alone by Everson. It's been really enjoyed doing Kent actually this season. It's my last game for them, but the people here have been very good to me. Daniel Bell-Drummond's been very good, Adam Hollyoak's been very good, so thank you to everyone down here for being lumbered with me.
Do your Janet Webb thing at the end of the game, can't you? It's the lady that used to come on at the end of the Morecambe and Wise show.
Right. Everson, well, that didn't sound very nice on the bat.
Didn't, did it? Thank you for watching me and my little show. If you've enjoyed it, then it's all been worthwhile. You must remember, a large, rather sort of blousy looking lady used to come on with a big frock on at the end of the Morecambe and Wise show and push them out the way and do a little speech at the end. Janet Webb, wonderful, wonderful actress.
Oh, that was a quick bouncer. Wasn't very well directed, but it was a quick bouncer.
Yes, 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
He can be slippery, Guthrie.
Yeah, no, he can. He's quite skiddy, and I think he bowled beautifully against Middlesex. And those figures, 7 for 94, were the best bowling figures for Northamptonshire in a championship match at Wantage Road since Brett Hutton, who we were talking about earlier on, got an 8 for 7 years ago.
Oh, Everson flirts with that one, flutters his eyelids at it, and says, "Do you come here often?"
You've had some wonderful overseas players at Northamptonshire, though, haven't you? I mean, over the years, people like Capel Dev, Anil Kumble, we mentioned earlier, Dennis Lilly, one of the finest bowlers of all time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a slightly odd one in that he came when he was, well, he had his 39th birthday in the Colin Milburn room at County Ground in the summer of 1988.
Everson turns this one in front of square. Robinson, they're not trusting Robinson, are they? They're not taking him on out there. It's a short boundary. He's got a good arm, but he's very quick to the ball as well.
He's got a really good arm. And I mean, it's one almost like for like replacement for Matt Britsky, who's got a bullet arm. Well, no, I mean, Northamptonshire have been lucky with overseas. Sidney Smith, back in the era before the First World War, who was there first.
So you telling me that Dennis Lilly had his birthday, got him drunk and made him sign a contract when he was drunk?
No, he was already playing. He'd been injured. He bowled beautifully to pick up a 6-foot against Gloucestershire in his first home game in the 1988 season, and was, well, we hoped in for a successful season, and then sadly he injured himself. His Leach starting a fresh over and whipped away by Joey Everson. Serious whippage, and it's gone for 4. First bounce, and again he hit that very, very hard, and well, half an hour of Joey Everson might just be what Kent need to make it absolutely sure that it is their day. 299 for 4.
Yeah, Dennis Lilly. Well, he liked a drink, didn't he? And
well, Dennis had I mean, I was present at the aforementioned 39th birthday party, and it was an enjoyable evening. He was extremely good value.
Let's leave it there. We don't want Ofcom onto us, Radders, all right?
No, it was a very enjoyable evening. Here's Everson, who drives away through the covers, just a single. As it's chased back by Tim Robinson. One more onto the total. 290 for 4.
Apparently he used to flick away his sweat in that idiosyncratic style of his and say, pure Bundaberg, mate.
Well, what I do remember is of that evening is, because it was rather easier now with mobiles and so on, but trying to put a call through to Australia to speak to his wife, who was back home in Perth. Here's, oh my goodness, Leach outside the off stump, and Drummond was trying to steer that down in the gap between slip and gully. There is only one slip in now. I think he was just trying to run that down to the vacant third man, but it beat the outside edge, went through to Lewis McManus. But he did come back. I mean, I think there was feeling that he might struggle to play again that season, but he did, and was extremely good value, not least for the amount of time that he spared bowlers of all sides. Very full again, driven, and it's beaten the diving Zabe. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4, and again it just hit one of those pitches, the old practice pitches, and it rolled away for 4. 294 for 4, Bell Drummond to 46.
And not forgetting 2 wonderful Pakistani cricketers from the 1970s. We mentioned Mushtaq Mohammed earlier, and Asif Iqbal. Sarfraz now has an Asif Iqbal here as well, Kent.
That's right. Sarfraz was a very, very fine bowler. Towards the back end in particular, chopped into the gully by Bell Drummond, fielded by Calvin Harrison. Yeah, he came over. He came over. He was originally recommended, Sarfraz, by Roger Prideaux when he was playing for England out in Pakistan in 68, 69. He came over and it didn't quite work for him first up, and he was then proing in the leagues, got back in the Pakistan side, returned to Northamptonshire in 74, and then they had best end of a decade out of him, and he was an absolute master when he was on song. Final ball of the over, pushed out to mid-wicket by Bell Drummond, fielded by Justin Broad, who was also starting to go through his warming up routine, so maybe we trying to get him into the attack. I thought he bowled well early on.
Yeah, he did.
In his first couple of spells, while the new ball is still fairly new and hard. And That's 294 for 4 at the end of the over.
Not forgetting there's some fine Indian cricketers as well who've played for both, you know, Kent and Northamptonshire as their overseas players. Rahul Dravid here, Bisham Bedi at Northamptonshire. What a lovely bowler he was.
Saurav Ganguly.
Yeah.
Brief spell with Northamptonshire.
Kapil Dev.
Couldn't buy a run in Championship cricket. Very strange for a batter of his quality.
Oh, that's a Yorker and a half. Joey Everson ends up flat on his face. And Guthrie speared that in, didn't he?
Nearly. Good effort.
Everson's done well to keep that out, actually.
Yeah, Kapil Dev was Northamptonshire were basically looking for him to come and bowl. But I think he was rather keener on batting. He played some remarkable innings without ever doing a great deal with the ball, which is basically why Northamptonshire signed him.
Well, one remarkable innings that I think we'll remember as Guthrie comes in, it's down the leg side, was he peppered the rhododendrons at Tunbridge Wells in the 83 World Cup.
175 against Zimbabwe, remember.
What a strange choice of venue for a World Cup, but, you know, it worked, didn't it?
Well, beautiful ground, but, yeah, I mean, he was, fair enough, he had bits of 3 seasons, 81, 82, 83 with Northamptonshire, and obviously in 83 he had other things on his mind, the World Cup, which is now made into a film.
Yeah.
Marvellous cricketer.
I want to see that. As that's pushed into covers. I think that 83 World Cup win was the catalyst for India's love affair with short form cricket and the catalyst for the IPL.
Well, you and I could be the only people that are not in it, I think. It's a fairly extensive cast. I know Carl Greenwich, who played for Northamptonshire, plays his dad, plays Gordon in it.
Right, okay.
So I think there's a cast of thousands. A bit of a Cecil B. DeMille hits Bollywood.
So it's turned into the onside.
Northamptonshire's, I mean, I suppose statistically, Northamptonshire's most successful overseas cricketer is one we haven't even mentioned yet, George Tribe. In the 1950s, who had 7 full seasons, 8 full seasons rather, of Championship cricket with Northamptonshire, in which he did the double in 7 of them, and only missed out because 1958 was a wet summer and he didn't quite score enough runs.
Good bouncer by Guthrie.
Took 175 wickets in the season for Northamptonshire, not quite Titch Freeman's category admittedly, but 1955, well, it's a steady return. 1955, which, if they're going to be cutting the number of championship matches, is another record that you can ink in now, because there's absolutely no chance it will ever be broken.
No,
there'll be a few in that category, I think, especially those sort of seasonal records.
Again down the leg side. They make a polite inquiry to Rob Bailey, but he's unmoved. Kent 294 for 4 with 10 overs left in the day. Beldrummond 46. Everson has got almost a run of ball 18, and you're listening to Dan Whiting and Andrew Radd on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, live from the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, on what's been an intriguing day's cricket, Radders.
It has, and Yuzi Chahal is back on the field. He was off with Adi Sharma on deputising for him, but it's going to be Justin Broad coming into the attack, and I think this is a good move from Luke Proctor. I thought Broad was excellent early on. As we were saying on commentary, he just seemed to work out the length to bowl on this pitch. Admittedly bowling largely from the other end, from the Nackington Road end. But 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Picked up the key wicket of Ben Compton this afternoon. Little feather through to the keeper. 294 for 4. There are 10 overs left in the day. Northamptonshire were known as the League of Nations in the 50s, when they had George Tribe, Jock Livingston, Peter Arnold. Here's Broad then, start of a fresh spell, and Bell-Drummond punches it up to mid-off where Captain Proctor fields, and there's no run.
Do you think Molly Davis would have told Capel Dev off for ruining the rhododendrons?
Could well have done. Jack Manning, left arm spinner. Northamptonshire had a good contingent of Antipodeans in those days. Here's Broad in, and worked out into the onside by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there is no run. They used to have what they called the Cosmo Club, the Cosmopolitan Club, because it was such a cosmopolitan team. But a very successful side then in the 50s.
But it's a cosmopolitan town as well, Northampton, isn't it? And
well, more so now than it probably was then in the 50s. It was then a sort of very quiet market town. Here's Broad in, and bowls and cracked away off the back foot by Bell-Drummond, but there is protection for Broad back on the cover boundary, and it's just one to Bell-Drummond. He goes to 47, 295 for 4.
But Northamptonshire have also played at Wardown Park in Luton, which again has big Indian and a big Pakistani community as well in the town, and it's Mark Eilert found it to his liking over there a few years ago.
Well, he did, but finished on the losing side. 9 for 19 and lost. Here's Broad in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Joey Everson. Afternoon again to William C., who is obviously of a similar age to me, because he says, "How could one forget Janet Webb? Catchphrase, and I love you all." That was it. That was her payoff. Good night. So until we meet again, good night, and I love you all. By the way, he says, first day of flying ants for East North and Northamptonshire today. There is more. Here's Broad in, bowls, and Everson plays that out into the covers. No run. He says 2 wickets now would be useful indeed. Well, I think you're absolutely right. Whether Northamptonshire get them, of course, is another matter, but thanks for getting in touch. William, I know, tends to listen to us very often out in his garden with a glass of something refreshing. A beautiful afternoon for it today. But if the flying ants are out, it's not quite so much fun. Here's Broad in, bowls, driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot by Joey Everson. Once it had beaten the bowler, it was just going to run away down below us. 4 more to Kent. 299 for 4, and that was the last ball of Justin Broad's over. Takes Joey Everson up to 22, his 4th boundary, and there are 9 overs left in the day. 299 for 4.
Well, Gloucestershire played Derbyshire last week, and they had Flying Ant Day in Bristol.
Oh, right.
And what it caused was an avalanche of seagulls who come down for a little snack. And it was like Hitchcock's The Birds, but with gulls.
Well, we were, we're in East Northamptonshire, so maybe they've been around our place today. Haven't seen any down here.
Well, you're almost in France here, Radders, so, you know. Is Guthrie from the Nackington Road end, and Daniel Bell-Drummond has quickened up a little bit recently, but just watchfully defends that.
Couldn't half do with somebody else doing something noteworthy, so I know who to talk to this evening. It's not an obvious one at the moment.
Guthrie, he's got 2 wickets.
Yeah, Guthrie's got a couple. It might be a thought.
Bell-Drummond again,
and of course he got 7th for in the previous game as well. So yeah, maybe not be a bad shout.
Well, I don't think it's a coach's day. Normally,
for
those listening in, those who are unaware, a coach's day to us broadcasting folk is when your side have had a really bad day and the coach has to come out and face the music and face a Radders grilling.
Oof, dear. much feared around the world.
Oh, he's a tough man. He's a tough taskmaster. Old Radders. As Guthrie comes in, and that's off the back of the bat, I think. Bill Drummond was looking to turn that leg side, and the ball squirts out to point where Sales does the fielding.
Trying to see what Saif Zabe is trying to attract the attention of the 12th man. He's gesturing for something to be brought out. I've absolutely no idea what it is.
I think he's waving at you, Radders. He's saying, interview me at the end of the day.
Oh,
got his county cap.
Did safe during the previous previous game.
Guthrie. Bill Drummond pushes this again to Sales.
He was interested to learn that the last Northamptonshire batter to make 4 championship centuries in a season, which he has now done, was Ben Duckett back in 2016, and the last Northamptonshire batter to score 1,000 championship runs in a season was Ben Duckett back in 2016, and they just about overlapped. Safe was just on the books then, so keen to emulate him, I know, on both counts.
That's... Who's that gone? It's
driven
gone
hard
to,
into the ground.
I was looking past Justin Broad there. I thought that was 4 runs all the way from the moment it left the bat, but Broad gets down, and it's a good bit of fielding. When you saw Ben Duckett back then, did you think that he would go on and have the success that he's...
I think not. Personally, I wasn't convinced at test level. I think we all knew his 360-degree batsmanship.
He's got that one through. That brings up the 300 along with Daniel Bill Drummond's 50 off 102 balls. And what a pleasant way to get to that milestone. Another batting point for Kent as well. And Daniel Bill Drummond leading from the front.
Yeah, short and wide from Guthrie, and got what it deserved, pummeled away through the covers, and takes Daniel Bell Drummond to his half century. I mean, when he was named one of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year for his performances in 2016, I wrote the piece for the book and spoke to quite a few people who were involved with him on his way up at Northamptonshire, and I think everybody knew that he had a remarkable talent, and perhaps at that stage we were starting to see signs of it with that huge score he made against Sussex, 282 not out, which but for rain I'm sure he would have gone on and got 300 plus. But I think you always thought in terms of international cricket probably he was going to be more of a white ball player, but the way he's adapted his technique to an extent, and of course the very different philosophy now within the England setup, good on him. It's been wonderful to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, and I don't think anyone who saw him first time round in his Test career would have thought that he'd go on and have the success.
No, well, funnily enough, he was out in Bangladesh at the time, and just having played for England, and the ECB very kindly set up a line so we could do an interview for the Wisdom piece, and we both spent about 10 minutes shouting at each other because neither of us could really hear the other one speak. Calvin Harrison is back into the attack with a newish ball. First ball is wide outside the off stump, and Everson cracks it away out to Robinson on the cover boundary for a single. 23 to Everson, Kent 304 for 4.
Yeah, well, Duckett is century partnership with Kent's own Zach Crawley was instrumental in that win over India.
Here's Harrison in again, brings Bell Drummond forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Clock showing just about 20 minutes to 6. Harrison is in bowls and clipped away out to short mid-wicket, but there is no run to be had.
Yeah, I think we might be 10 minutes late.
Not going to be too much, are we? 7 overs to go after this. Is Broad in, so Harrison in bowls and driven back down the ground. Calvin Harrison slightly went down in easy stages there. It's been that sort of day. He's kept going pretty well. He's in his 17th over, no wicket for 42. In again, bowls and pushed out square of the wicket in the offside by Bell Drummond.
He bowls a length sometimes, Harrison, that can have batters in, I was going to say no man's land, but it's more two man's land, isn't it? It's sort of, they don't know whether to go forward or back.
Harrison in again, bowls and fiddled away, nibbled past slip by Bell Drummond. It's going to run away, could even go all the way for 4. No, it isn't. Good bit of fielding down there on the boundary. Keeps it in play, but they come back for fairly comfortable 3.
Yeah, it runs away quickly down in that area of the ground as well, down towards the scoreboard at the Nackington Road end, and especially down towards the lime tree and where the old lime tree used to be. Don't know if the ground is slightly harder down there because of the, you know, the roots of the trees possibly sucking up the water.
54 to Bell Drummond, 307 for 4. At the end of the over, we have 7 overs remaining in the day, and Northamptonshire really need, I think, at least 1 more wicket to send them back into the dressing room in reasonably good heart.
Yeah, Justin Broad is going to come in from the Nackington Road end of the ground. And Bell Drummond just turns this one off his hip out to Robinson, who's probably spent more time in front of those Freeman House retirement flats than some of the residents have over the years. But it's been an absolutely gorgeous day here. 173rd cricket week. The jazz band's been playing. You know, it takes you back to a bygone era here at Canterbury. People allowed on the outfield to have a hit. That's well fielded, because that was a good thumping cover drive from Joey Everson. And Liam Guthrie getting down. But it is one of those places, you know, and you wonder how many of those 173 years dads and lads have been coming onto the outfield to have a hit. Well, I did see one youngster run through the crease and beam his grandfather off about 12 yards.
He'd obviously batted too long.
Yeah. Take that one, Grandad. Everson gets forward, covers up.
He'd uncovered a ruthless streak in a lot of us when we were kids, and batting against parents or grandparents, and never ever going to let them have a knock.
Did you run through the crease and beam your grandfather?
No, I don't think I ever did that. No, I was never quick enough to cause any trouble in that respect.
Everson again with a forward defensive.
But I think, so it's very impressive that there's so pretty much comparable numbers over in that marquee at the far end of the ground, you know, as against this morning. I think there's doesn't appear to be anybody particularly has gone home.
There might be some sore heads
Could
on
be.
a Monday morning as Everson leaves that one alone. A combination of the local beer, which Kent's famous for, and the sun beating down on them all day. Wouldn't surprise me if the HR department are ticking their absence management records in the morning. Don't worry about going to work, call in sick and come down here to the cricket instead. Come and have another day on the sauce. Everson again leaves that one alone. I'm not really doing my bit for the economy here.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to rise to that one. 308 for 4 it is at the end of the over. We have 4 overs remaining. So is that 4 overs? 6 overs. I've got to make these numbers a bit bigger. Safe Saber's back on the field, having gone and got possibly his bowling boots on. I wonder if he may have a little roll before the close of play. He did so just ahead of the second new ball.
I get what you're saying about the numbers, but you've got the smallest digital clock ever at Northampton.
Oh, I know, yeah. I don't even bother trying to see that. It's totally invisible. I'm dimly aware that it exists at the far side of the ground, but in terms of actually seeing anything on it. Here's Harrison. Flights that one up and turned into the onside by Bell Drummond, fielded by James Sales, who I'm sure is looking forward to having a bat on this at some point. But Kent losing just 4 wickets in the day so far. Harrison thumped down the ground by Daniel Bell Drummond all the way for 6. Over fairly straightish long on. Dom Leach comes down to retrieve. I think that's gone into the seating down below us.
Yeah, it's gone into the lower Cheeseman seating area.
Leach has gone to try and retrieve it. 314, well done. He's got it. 314 for 4. That's a quick look at the sun to see where it is before throwing it back to Calvin Harrison.
And throws it to him.
And throws it to him
straight out the sun.
Straight out the sun. Marvellous. Now, Leach is being told to go a little deeper. And about 10 yards in off the boundary. 314 for 4. Bell Drummond with that 6 goes to 61. Harrison trots in, bowls, and an easy single to where Dom Leach has been relocated. Deep at long on. 1 more to Bell Drummond. He goes to 62, and Kent to 315 for 4. Harrison. Ball to Joey Everson. Forward goes Everson.
That's well bowled.
Pushed out just in front of square on the offside. Fielded by Chahal at point. Harrison to his 18th over. In and bowls, and turned round the corner by Everson, but Sales is there to cut off any possibility of a single.
I've got a question for you. I'll hold it to the end of the over, Radders.
I'll tell you the answer now, I don't know. Here's Harrison with 1 ball left in the over, and that bounces a little bit. Ball is still relatively hard, of course, and Everson trying to cut. Doesn't manage to make contact. Goes through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. 315 for 4, and there are 5 overs remaining in the day.
Where do you think Kent want to be at tea tomorrow? Still batting?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's bat once, bat big, isn't it? And you know, they I'm sure would love to get, you know, 550, 600.
Yeah.
Because then, however, as we often say, however good the pitch is, then scoreboard pressure starts and fatigue starts to come into the equation.
Bell Drummond rocks onto the front foot and plays a forward defensive. Yeah, where do you think Northamptonshire want to be at tea tomorrow?
Batting.
Yeah.
And having been batting for a while,
yeah.
I think. But did feel that they needed at least 1 more tonight. They may still get it, of course, and possibly even 2. But it's been hard work. I think they've stuck at it pretty well.
Bell Drummond pushes this off the back foot into the covers.
I don't think they've bowled badly.
No, I don't think they have at all. I think it's been pretty even. They haven't allowed, you know, if you can't take wickets,
just got to
keep the opposition, you know, so they can't get away. And they haven't allowed Kent to, you know, get a sort of 370, 380 sort of day.
No.
That could be 2 to Bell Drummond as he gets that into a pocket and ambles back for a second. But there's no Grant Stewart down the order for Kent, who's been so belligerent at times lower down. Harry Finch can bat. Agar can bat, but Parkinson can hang around. Quinn's alright. Gilchrist is probably a modern day Jim Griffiths. He did record 6 ducks in a row actually a few years ago, but he's a fine bowler, Nathan Gilchrist.
Well, I think if Northamptonshire could keep Kent to from here around 400, 420, something like that.
Yeah.
I think they will be not unhappy with that, but that's still got to be done.
Defended, and likewise, I think if Kent end up on 400, they'll be disappointed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they would be,
because they've put the foundations in for an imposing total here, haven't they?
Well, yes, and it's always, we talk about the bat first, bat big, but then you've got to bat very, you've got to get a very big total, and otherwise you can finish up just getting caught slightly tactically between two stools.
Driven to extra cover again. End of the over. There's 4 left in the day. Kent 317 for 4. Beldrummond 64. Everson's 23. And I think it's been good, hard, attritional cricket out there. Exactly what the county championship is about.
Yorkshire have beaten Northamptonshire in the women's T20 by 5 wickets with 2 overs to spare, knocking off the runs at 151 for 5, despite 4 wickets for Ella Phillips. In the championship, Worcestershire 413 for 2 against Hampshire down at Southampton. Adam Hose 242 not out.
Wow.
With 6 sixes and 34s. And Jake Libby, playing very much the supporting role, 119 not out. What a day for Worcestershire.
Hampshire have been a little bit disappointing this season.
They have.
It's a new guard going on there in their bowling attack. Abbott and Keith Barker. Barker's been missing for a year. He's failed a drugs test a year ago. Mohammed Abbas has moved on to Nottinghamshire, and it's been it's sort of a new broom is coming through at Hampshire, isn't it?
Not missing anything here because the usual paraphernalia to have a forward short leg in is being donned by Ricardo Vasconcelos at the moment, and Kent 12th man bringing out one set of gloves to Daniel Bell-Drummond, which does not meet with his approval, so he's asked them to bring another lot out. So there's basically faffing around going on at the moment, but it probably makes sure that we won't get any bonus overs. At Taunton, Somerset 264 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. Lots of people getting starts there. Tom Abel 64, James Rue 58, Tom Banton is 50 not out.
That's quite slow going for Taunton,
yeah.
264.
Archie Vaughan made 35. Surrey 332 for 3 against Durham at the Oval. Dom Sibley 132 not out off 261 balls with 188 dots. Here's Harrison in and bowls to Everson, who plays it out to the covers. No run. Sam Curran made 108 off 124.
Is that Northampton born?
Northampton born Sam Curran, the very same.
Don't you wish you were just 60 miles east up the A2, Radders, watching that Dom Sibley innings?
Nah, that's all right. Here's Harrison in bowl, short and cut away by Everson, straight to the man sweeping out of the cover boundary, Tim Robinson, who sends in his return. One more run.
To be fair, I watched Dom Sibley a lot more last year, and I think he's more fluent through the offside than he used to be.
Well, he's mightily effective. 318 for 4 here. Harrison is in, bowls, and forward goes Bell-Drummond. Plays it out to backward point, and no run. Warwickshire 340 for 5 against Sussex. And Edgbaston, Ed Barnard 58 not out. Sam Hain made 87, Robbie Yates 93. Forward goes Bell-Drummond, defends that out into the offside, and there's no run. Here's Harrison, and again bowls to Bell-Drummond, takes a skip down the pitch, drives it back to Harrison, who fields off his own bowling, no run. Essex 240 for 3 in 92 overs.
Ooh.
Against Yorkshire. Tom Wesley 107, Dean Elgar 94, but they're both out. Turned away into the onside. Last ball of the over. Bell-Drummond stays on 64 with Joey Everson on 24. 318 for 4. Kent, 3 overs to go until the close. In Division 2, Lancashire, 314 for 8 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Keaton Jennings made 106 and where are we? To see who's got the runs. Oh, Chris Green is 94 not out. So useful boost down the order for Lancashire.
Oh, Joey Everson, that's gorgeous. Cover drive will run away up the hill towards the Ames Pavilion. Well, towards the ice cream van more. And it's a very pleasant shot. Everson moves on to 28. Looks in fine fettle.
At Cardiff, Gloucestershire 270 for 6 against Glamorgan. James Bracey is 52 not out. Zaman Akhtar 54 not out off 61 balls, including 10 fours.
Yeah,
sounds like fun.
Doesn't mess around, Zaman Akhtar. He played here in the Lions game. As Everson plays a forward defensive and hit an enormous 6 from probably, I reckon, about 3 pitches to the left of the one we're currently playing on into the Cowdrey, about halfway up. It was a monster.
And at Grace Road, Middlesex against Leicestershire. Middlesex 307 for 4. Sam Robson made 133. Leicester Ploys 45 not out.
Everson drives. Sounds to me like it's been a sort of Kookaburra ball type of day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not least at Southampton. Adam Hose, in the few moments that we were talking about the other scores, has moved on to 247 with another 6.
Yeah, do you remember the 1990 season when they messed around with the ball
seam,
and played a reduced seam?
That's
and
right, do indeed.
Some of the bowling averages went up quicker than my energy bill. As that's pushed out to mid-off.
I tell you who will remember that season very well, standing out there, Rob Bailey. He had a very heavy scoring season. He scored 7 centuries in the season for Northamptonshire. Came up just short of 2,000 runs. And the record of 8 centuries in a season for Northamptonshire has stood since 1921. I think of all the great players and great batters Northamptonshire have had, it still stands.
Bouncer, Everson ducks it.
And it was scored, that record 8 centuries in the season in 1921 by a player who started his career in the Tonbridge nursery with Captain McCandless, Robert Allnut Haywood, born in Eltham and moved to Northamptonshire, had to qualify, but scored 8 centuries in 1921, which is his last full season.
That's whipped to wide mid-on, and Everson will retain the strike. 2 overs remaining, 323 for 4. Yeah, it's that 1990 season.
Neil Fairbrother was at 366
at the Oval, wasn't it?
At the Oval, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Simon Hughes' bowling average that year was something like 130. I think he got about 6 wickets all season.
Now, Yuzi Chahal is going to have one more over before close of play, placing Calvin Harrison from this pavilion end. Penultimate over of the day, with the clock showing 5:57, so we're not going to be bowling any more than 2, so we're going to be absolutely spot on time at 6 o'clock. The nation rejoices. 323 for 4. Now, can Chahal produce a little bit of magic in the last over and pick up another wicket for Northamptonshire? Bowling to Joey Everson, who's on 29, and Chahal bowls to him, and Everson pushes it out to extra cover, and there's no run, fielded there by Saif Zaib. Chahal, it's his 25th over of the innings, but still looking for his first wicket. He's in bowls, and pushed out into the onside this time by Everson. Sales comes round to field, and there's no run. One more is the cry. That which you would dearly love. Something else in the wickets column tonight is Chahal in and bowls. Forward goes Everson, plays it back down the pitch. Chahal fields.
Yeah, how Northamptonshire would love just to winkle one more and have the remaining few balls at a new customer.
Chahal over the wicket to Joey Everson, who forces off the back foot, thinks about a single, but it's not there. Safe save, fields and makes as though he's going to wing in his return to the keeper's end, then decides not to. Here's Chahal, who is not happy with the first run up, so has another go, flights that one up, turned by Everson into the onside. Sales fields at mid wicket, and there's no run. So as they say in age group cricket, join up the dots. That's 5 of them. Can they make it 6 on a maiden?
So you're going to say a dot ball is a hot ball there?
Dot ball is a hot ball. Send the Bales to Wales and various other awful things that
coaching
you
gobbledygook
that you hear shouted when your offspring is playing in age group cricket. Now Vasconcelos is going in at silly mid-on for Chahal's last ball of the day, and it's bowled to Everson, who strokes it away out to the offside, and there is no run, fielded by Broad, and that is the end of Chahal's work for the day. 25 overs, no wicket for 72. It's 3:23 for 4. We have 1 over left in the day, and I think who's going to bowl it? Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, it's been a good day's cricket. It's been a really interesting day here. Good hard attritional cricket. Harrison is going to conclude a warm day as that's whipped by Bell-Drummond. He might even get 4 there. Robinson comes round, he's quick across the ground, down the hill as well, and keeps the Kent skipper to 2. Bell-Drummond defends. Ali Smith has just been in touch, saying, or Alison Smith, saying cricketers from her young days who helped shape her love of the game. I presume that's the people that you were talking about, Radders. As that's pushed back to the bowler. She's a Northampton fan. She's also an HR professional, Alison, so please don't take any notice of me telling people to call in sick on a Monday morning, Alison, as that's just pushed out to mid-on. I didn't mean it, promise. If I ever work for your company and I do call in sick on a Monday morning, I will be genuinely ill, I promise you, Alison. As that is defended, back to the bowler.
Digging a hole here.
I'm backpedaling here
digging
massively.
A hole here, Dan.
I am. I think it's best just to probably just hand over to Radders for the rest of the day, get my coat and go home.
Come on, we've only got 1 ball to go. 2, 1 ball.
Last ball of the day. Bell-Drummond negotiates it safely, and that is a very good day for Kent cricket. They'll finish up on 325 for 4. Daniel Bell-Drummond is on 66. He'll resume in the morning with Joey Everson, who's on 29, and it's been a very good toss to win. Radders, what's your view on the day?
I think it'll be interesting to see how Kent go about this in the morning, because they've only got, 14 overs remaining in order to get further batting bonus points. So it's certainly not going to get, well, they ought to get one more at 350. Going to be a little bit of a stretch maybe if they decide they want to go and try and get a fourth batting point at 400. It mean they would need, what, 75 in 14 overs, which is, what, over 5 and over. Maybe possible, obviously with a couple of set batters, but I'm sure Northamptonshire equally will be trying to make it as difficult for them as possible. But Northamptonshire, I think, have stuck to that pretty well, and it will be then just a question of the tempo that Kent will look to set tomorrow morning, and just what their ambitions are as far as bonus points are concerned. Do they want to go for the fourth at 400? But as I say, 75 in 14 overs, not that easy potentially, but they're in a good position. They've played well. They've done what they had to do on a pitch that looks full of runs. Northamptonshire have stuck at it pretty well. They will be hoping obviously to make inroads early in the morning, and as we discussed, keep Kent to, if not below 400, then not too far over it.
Well, thank you to everyone who's joined us today. Thank you to Radd. Thank you to Molly Davis, and thank you for all of you guys and girls who've tuned in over the day. We'll be back tomorrow, 10:55. So from the Spitfire Spitfire Ground St Lawrence, from Radders and I, have a lovely Sunday evening. Good night.